that.
I think you'd be saying here Pistons try again because I don't know if
fair enough,
Troy
but Troy Weaver would be the one calling the shots on this, so Troy Weaver wouldn't want to do it unless Troy Weaver had assurances that he was going to be the one that gets to use. I mean, why would you, if you say this is going to make us better, and they say, okay, you do that, you're fired. Okay, I'm not doing it. It's a weird, they're in this weird place. You either trust Troy Weaver or you don't.
Yep.
And if you don't trust him, he should have been fired already.
Yep.
So if you give him, if he still has the responsibilities as general manager, then doesn't that mean you have to give him the latitude to make a move like this? If you could move Cade for what would end up giving you 6 first-round picks in the next 2 drafts? I
think that in order to move Cade Cunningham, you would have to have, you actually absolutely have to win the trade, and you have to have assurances that you're going to win the trade. Getting draft picks in return, that's not assurances. So if he's like, hell, and Lord knows he's not doing this, but if this conversation were to take place, and he wants to do it, and he calls Tom Gores and say, hey, I want to make this move, and Gores says, well, how much better does this make us? Well, it could. Then you can't make this trade. If you come out and say this trade makes us appreciably better, then I guess you give your blessing because that's the job he's there to do. But you know what I mean? It's not like if you contemplate and you think, okay, this could give us a couple more wins. Not good enough. You need to trounce this trade if you're going to move a guy from the core like that.
If you're getting 3 of the top 7 players in this coming draft, and you could add a lot of talent, but then all you're doing is kind of you're just going back to square one, and I don't think anybody wants to do that. The problem is you have to come to the stark realization that that's the best move for your team.
And is this draft the draft you need to go all in on is the other question. I'm not sure if this draft has those players at the top end that you're like, ooh, can't miss. Yep. There's not a Wembayama in this draft. There's not a Cade Cunningham in this draft.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that Cade was considered sort of a generational player.
I think he was a generational player, but he was 1-1, and he was the unquestioned 1-1.
Yeah.
So
but that might speak to the depth of that draft.
Exactly. But I'm saying, so the depth of this draft may not be better. And if it's not, then you don't do it.
No, I mean, there's a 7-footer from Australia that's considered by some to be pretty damn good. I don't want to see them do that because of what it means, but I'm not convinced that's not the best thing for the organization. And let's be clear here. This was a Bill Simmons suggestion that the Spurs throw 4 draft picks at the Pistons for Cade Cunningham. And then, like I said, the only other option that would make sense for one of their young core members is somebody else's young core in a situation that's not killing it, but they're putting up numbers, be traded for one of Detroit's guys in a situation that's not killing it. And I don't know that would be a clear win either. So here we sit on trade deadline day. I suspect another move gets made by Trader Troy, but I doubt it's for one of those guys.
No, I don't think even from the core. I think the guys are looking at this point, there's a minor deal with Killian Hayes. If there's something with Alec Burks, is there something with Bojan Bogdanovic? I think those are the 3 players you're probably looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And you watched the game last night, and one thing Alec Burks can do is he can shoot. I mean, he lit him up last night. He had 25 points, 5 of 7 from 3-point range, coming off the bench and doing it. Now, you can't throw all the stock in what you saw last night. But is it fair if Piston fans want to hold the team to a standard that this is what you have to play like? You want to play at championship level. Last night will show you that's what you got to do. And it's tough for the Pistons because you showed the world you can do it against a really tough opponent in Sacramento on the road, and you did that. So how do you explain all these other collapses you've had throughout the season? How does the team that played like they did last night only have 7 wins on the year and on pace for 11? How does that happen?
It's been growing pains, Gator. That's what I'd like to say. It's growing pains. Just a reminder, listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Usher, past, present, and future at Little Caesars Arena on September 12th, 2024. Before you can buy them, we're giving away another pair today on the Carson Anderson program. Win them before you can buy them. We'll do a quiz question, something said on the air, like what was the Bill Simmons trade that we talked about, the proposed Bill Simmons trade that we talked about. That might be a quiz question. And you'd have to call up and say, well, it was their pick, Toronto's pick, Chicago's pick, Atlanta's pick, all coming to Detroit. Give them 6 picks in the next 2 years for Cade Cunningham. That would be an example of what a quiz question might be. And today at 1:41, we'll ask a quiz question. Something said between right now, 10:27, and then will be the answer to the quiz question. And if you're the first one with the correct answer, you got the tickets to see Usher at LCA. Tickets go on sale this coming Monday at 10 a.m., livenation.com or Ticketmaster.com. Let's swing around the NFL next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Get everyone what you call heads or tails.
Tails.
Tails he calls. It is a tail. Would you want to receive or defer?
I will defer.
All right, here we go. All right, so I go first. Kang's got a six-pack of NFL questions. Let's go.
All right, guys, here we go. The NFL announced this week that the Philadelphia Eagles, would be one of the designated teams to play in Brazil in 2024. It's going to be week 1 on a Friday night. Are you okay with all of this, any of this, none of this?
I'm okay with it because it doesn't really impact me. Occasionally your team is going to lose a home game to go play in Europe occasionally, but it really doesn't have that great of an impact on me. And in fact, sometimes I kind of like those early morning Sunday games and enjoy watching them. But what I really think the league needs to look at its own reputation. When they're doing this, it's a money grab for them. They're making huge amounts of money in marketing and all this. Why don't they ever make it worth our while? And I don't mean cut ticket prices, but it wouldn't kill them to take a fan, like a plane load full of season ticket holders to some of these exotic locales. Say we're going to have a raffle and we're going to take a plane load of Philly fans or Lions fans or whomever to one of these games. Just a little bit of give back for taking a game away from a home site. And I realize people don't love, hey, I'll never win, but it's better than nothing. And out of these deals, we get nothing.
I find it strange you're going to start the season like this, but I think better that than a few weeks into the season so teams get acclimated and all that. I think it's a 3-hour time difference in Brazil from where it is now. So I don't know if they would start games earlier or not, or if they just, throw that as part of the 1 o'clock schedule. It seems like it would work just fine like that. I'm not a big fan of the international game. It's more about forcing it into Europe than it is about other places. I like the games that are played in Mexico City. I think it'd be fun to play games in Canada. And South America is a different area to conquer. Brazil is obviously exotic and totally unique, and it's different, and I'm here for it.
Well, if I disagree. I don't think they're just trying to force on Europe. They're trying to force it around the world. I mean, this is Brazil.
Clearly, but earlier they were.
This is everywhere. This Roger Goodell and the owners, they want this to be a complete global sport. If I'm really being honest, I'm not cool with any of it. I understand it, but personally, I'm not cool with any of it. I understand the globalization because they see basketball and they want everyone in the world to care about football and the Super Bowl. I also don't like the Friday night thing. You're taking away from high school football. I think that sucks. I've said this for a long time, guys. You guys know this. The NFL is going to be every day during the week at some point. They're just going to take over our TVs because it doesn't matter when it's on. It's the number 1 rated show. And so if I'm being completely honest, I don't like any of it, but I do understand all of it because the NFL is just all about making money, and that's all they care about. All right, if the Bears do trade the first overall pick, what team absolutely needs to move up and make this deal?
It's a great question, and I think you have to start to go back a little bit further in the draft because there's a lot of really good quarterbacks available in this draft. I know everybody likes Caleb Williams. I like Jaden Daniels a lot. There's a Drake May people out there, and then you've got the whole Michael Penix, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy thing. But if you want to get to number 1, it means you want to leapfrog some teams to get there. And I think the number 1 team that needs to do that is Atlanta. They're down there at 8. They're not going anywhere with Desmond Ridder. They need a quarterback. And if they want to develop a young quarterback to go with the young core players they have, they've got to jump from 8 to 1 because these other teams in front of them are dying to get their quarterbacks. And if they want one, if they want the high caliber one that they can't miss, if they think the number 1 pick in the draft is can't miss, then go get it.
To be clear here, I think it's a great draft if you want a quarterback to not have to trade up. I don't know that anybody needs to. I mean, I look at teams that could get a developmental guy like the Jets at 10, the Saints at 14, the Colts at not the Colts, the Seahawks at 16. But I guess if you really are going to get aggressive, it would be New England at 3 to try and get one of the top 2 guys that seem to be rated a little bit higher than anybody else. But honestly, if I were New England, I'd be looking to try to trade back and get a Penix or a Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix or JJ.
Yeah, I guess we just have different evaluations, me and you guys, on Caleb Williams. I think he's clearly the best prospect in this draft. There's no for sure things whatsoever. Drake May, Bo Nix, many of those guys may end up being better than Caleb Williams. But as of right now, the skill set that Caleb Williams presents, it's just too much to pass up for a team like the Raiders. I would sell my entire draft if I were the Raiders and go up and get Caleb Williams. They already have Devontae Adams. Antonio Pierce has that team believing in itself. Max Crosby on defense. I think he'd be a huge difference maker for the Raiders. I'd sell, and that's something that I honestly think Mark Davis might actually entertain. And they're moving from 13, so it's going to take a ton in future draft picks, but I'd choose the Raiders. All right, should the Super Bowl always be, speaking of the Raiders, in Las Vegas?
It's too early to say that. But there was a story yesterday about some of the things that the NFL is emphasizing. Like the NFL has banned the Chiefs and 49ers from any gambling whatsoever while in Vegas, right? And that's not just on football. That's any gambling whatsoever. I will watch this one closely to see if everyone complies. Also, NFL players are not allowed to bet on the game, and a lot of them go to the Super Bowl. And again, I will see if they comply. But keep an eye on that storyline because I'm sure somebody's going to screw it up. And in the meantime, you know, the owners would never go for that. Like they have a chance. Wait, I build a new stadium, I get a Super Bowl, right? I mean, that tends to be the formula in the NFL. So, no, I don't think it should always be in Vegas.
No, it definitely shouldn't always be in Vegas, but Vegas deserves to be a part of the rotation, I think. It's a beautiful stadium. It's a destination where everybody wants to go. And I think maybe you can start to not phase out, but stop going every 4 years to New Orleans, for instance. I mean, New Orleans we went there for a Super Bowl with San Francisco and Baltimore. It was a great experience, but that stadium's not great. And I think it's time to start backing away from a place like New Orleans, and let's throw more Vegas in the mix.
Well, you're not going to like next year's Super Bowl because it's in New Orleans.
I know.
But the big part of me says, yes, it should be in Las Vegas. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool. Everyone knows Vegas is the spot for the Super Bowl. Like you said, Gator, it's a destination point for anything and everything, not just sports, but just all of entertainment. But in the end, I do like moving it around, just around the country, letting other people see what the Super Bowl is all about. I do think, though, that Las Vegas should always be the backup, and it should always be prepared in case something goes down. Vegas is ready. All right. Who's more important for the Kansas City Chiefs to bring back next year? Chris Jones or L'Jarius Sneed?
Tough question. You got the whole question, does the defensive line make the secondary better? Does the secondary make the defensive line better? They're both really good players, but I think it's Chris Jones. He's just been consistently great. Had 10.5 more sacks this year. Obviously is a difference maker up front, 13 tackles for loss. They didn't happen to start the season, and they paid for it. I think it's Chris Jones.
So great DT versus a great cornerback. They're both hugely valuable, both in their primes. The franchise tag number for those positions are actually right next to each other. They're relatively close. That tells you about their perceived value in the league. Kansas City's defense is second in sacks in each of the last 2 years, led in large part by Jones. But they're near the bottom in interceptions. So I'm just going to split hairs and say because of that, it feels to me like Jones is maybe the more important of the two. But that's the best argument I can make.
Yeah, both are really good players, obviously, for this team. The Chiefs have become a defensive team, for those that haven't paid attention. Mahomes and Kelsey are great on offense, but this is a defensive team right now moving forward, and it's because of these two guys. I bring back Chris Jones. My tiebreaker is he is a guy that's just so respected in that locker room. He's kind of the heart and soul of that defense, and maybe even that team, some would say. I trust him to be good longer than Sneed. You mentioned the cap number is pretty similar. So, like I said, the tiebreaker for me is Chris Jones, captain. The guys really respect him. And pressure from up the middle is hard to find in this league, and he's consistent at doing that. All right, sticking with the Chiefs and the Super Bowl here. Is the pressure more on Patrick Mahomes to win his third ring or Kyle Shanahan to win his first ring?
So I'm going to go Shanahan. He was the OC in Atlanta when they blew that 25-point lead, and obviously the head coach in San Francisco when the 49ers blew a 10-point lead to Kansas City. He has come close, and I think if it happens again, people are going to start pointing the finger at him a little bit, whereas if Mahomes doesn't win this game, I think it'll just be argued that they lost to a better team, given that San Francisco is the favorite. So I'm going to go that Kyle Shanahan needs it more than Patrick Mahomes.
I think it's definitely Kyle Shanahan. He hasn't won it yet, and Mahomes has got 2 under his belt. He's been to 3. Here he is for his 4th. It's all about personal legacy at this point, and I don't think he puts that pressure on himself. He wants to win it for his team. He's a team-oriented guy, but Shanahan hasn't gotten it done. And Doug mentioned the 2 big failures that he's had when he's gotten there. It's clearly on Shanahan.
Yeah, there's pressure on Mahomes because he is playing for legacy, and people keep bringing up Brady to him, and he knows he's far away from that. But to get even in that conversation, he's got to win a 3rd. But yeah, the more pressure, I agree with you guys, is on Kyle Shanahan. I think they've done a lot over there with the Niners. They pretty much do whatever Kyle Shanahan asked them to do. I mean, go up and trade for Trey Lance, and then, oh, by the way, that didn't work out, and he made it work with Purdy. So obviously he's a good head coach, offensive coordinator, all that, but he needs to win one to cement that. And winning just 1 ring in this league just buys you so much credibility.
Sure,
it's crazy. Brett, Aaron Rodgers only has 1. Drew Brees only has 1. I mean, but those guys are held really high. All right, Patrick Mahomes has had to address this week. People are asking, are the Chiefs the new villains of the NFL? What do you guys think?
I mean, all this data will show you that the Chiefs are, that people don't like the Chiefs. And I think there's a large part is the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, which I think is ridiculous. And maybe it's just as soon as if they break up that, okay, they don't hate him anymore. And I think that's dumb. I mean, I'm going to go personally of who it is for me. And for me, I think it's easier to pick on the Jets than it is the Chiefs. Aaron Rodgers, he sets himself up just when you think, okay, Aaron Rodgers is not that bad to a guy. He opens up his mouth again and does something and says something stupid and puts himself right back in the front. And I'm here for it all the time when anybody wants to speak ill of Aaron Rodgers, because I want to be convinced that he's not the guy that I actually start to like every few months. So I don't think it's the Chiefs.
You mentioned the data, the Twitter, that they had the most negative comments measured on Twitter and were ranked as the most hated team in the NFL, the Chiefs, that is. And you start laundry listing the things that annoy people, fairly or unfairly, but it's Taylor Swift, it's Brittany Mahomes, it's Pat Sr. and another DUI, it's Jackson Mahomes, it's their play-by-play guy telling, in the call in the final game of the AFC Championship game that America needs to deal with the Chiefs, which actually rubbed me the wrong way. They have a bunch of characteristics of people that annoy people, but they're not my most hated team. And in fact, they're kind of my hero team on Sunday. So I don't think they might be, and they probably are, but not for me.
Yeah, I think some people think like, oh, is it Chiefs fatigue? But I think it's all the outside stuff. Like you mentioned, it's the dating, the Kelce versus Rodgers even, it's everything outside. Unfortunately, I think that has made them annoying to a lot of people. So I think they are the new villains of the NFL, but I agree they're not my personal villain, but I think they are the NFL's villain now.
And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. One of the questions in there I want to address a little bit further and get the listener's opinion. We'll get to that today at 10:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Gator, in the wide nine blitz thingy, one of the questions was about should the Super Bowl always be in Vegas? And I gave some of the reasons, the challenges of having it in Vegas, as to one of the reasons as to why not. But here's another one, and let me ask you this: is Vegas simply inaccessible to the average man when it comes to big events like this? And I realize that the Super Bowl isn't really particularly cheap anywhere, but is there a more expensive place it can be than Las Vegas?
I think Los Angeles is probably really expensive.
Okay.
But no, your point is well taken. I mean, Vegas, is Vegas more expensive than Tampa? Yeah.
Yep. Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Well, you guys are going to be pissed when they move it to Monte Carlo.
Right? I mean, Vegas is a lot of fun, and
it's awesome.
You can go have a great time in Vegas, and it is accessible to the average person to go to Vegas and have a good time.
300 days a year.
Yep. But then there's things like the Formula One thing, when that came in, that was completely inaccessible to the average fan. Like the idea that there was a Formula One race in Vegas is really cool, but it also may as well have been on Mars because none of us were going.
And it's twice as expensive this week at the Super Bowl than it was for the F1 races.
And now you get to a Super Bowl, and again, we don't have to deal with it because unfortunately our team didn't make it. But let's face it, had the Lions made it, I would just we were sitting here talking about the possibility of sending crews out there and we were told ticket prices might cost us $35,000 for a ticket that we had access to. $35,000.
Wow.
Now I know the buy-in price right now is lower than that, but it's still like pushing 10 grand, isn't it?
Last I saw it was like 8,900 or something. It's crazy.
Not to mention, like, even the hotel prices that you can afford, they say things like minimum 4-night stay. I don't need 4 nights.
I guess I've never even thought of the game being accessible to me. It's never been, we've gone because of the station,
yep,
and we had some ties being a rights holder for NFL broadcasts, but beyond that, I've never thought that this was something that would be accessible to me as a fan, because you are priced way out of it. And, unless you want to take a mortgage on your house, or you're either wealthy enough that you can afford this, or you're going to put your house in hock.
Mm-hmm.
There's no middle ground in that.
Now, is the Super Bowl already inaccessible? Is it just inaccessible to the average dude? I think it is. It's just simply more accessible in Indy or Tampa.
It's less expensive in some places, but it's still ridiculously expensive, yeah.
And that is another reason why I don't know that Vegas is more expensive than LA. I mean, there was a Super Bowl in New York. I'm sure that wasn't cheap.
Right.
Although I feel like in New York, there are options. You know what you can't do in Vegas, really? You can't stay an hour and a half out of town, because an hour and a half out of town is desert.
No, but you can stay. Obviously, you can go a half an hour away, and there are a ton of resorts off the Strip and outside of downtown Vegas. There's a ton of full-on resorts that would be accommodating at a cheaper price, but it's still going to be expensive. Yeah. Well, but I see what you're saying. To maybe you stay an hour outside and you drive in.
Right. You can stay in Fort Wayne if it's in Indianapolis. You can stay in one of the far-reaching suburbs of, and look, that's not ideal, but that's what makes it accessible.
And the NFL doesn't want to do a one-site venue anyway.
No.
They love showcasing cities, and you brought it up that when you build a new stadium, you feel like that should give you an in to get a Super Bowl bid. And you're right.
Yep.
Provided, of course, it's either, if you're in a warm weather area and it's an outdoor stadium, fine if you're building something new. If you're building something new at a place that the weather can be an issue, it better have a retractable roof or a dome. I mean, that's just how it's been. We've only had in recent years, one Super Bowl played in an area where it's cold, and that was New York, where they didn't have a dome. Because we've had it in Minnesota, we've had it in Detroit, we've had it in Indianapolis. But are they going to have one in Chicago?
Yeah, I was joking about Monte Carlo, but the international Super Bowl is coming.
It is coming.
I mean, it's definitely coming. I hope you guys know this. Like, it's not just Doug. And you go back to how's it help the fans here? That ain't gonna be cheap flying across country. You're not across country to another,
world,
to another country.
You're right. I mean, this is where, look, they know they've got us. They know they've got us. You know, going to a Super Bowl was a privilege that we got sent through work and couldn't believe that I got to go to a Super Bowl. And now I'm not by any stretch, I'm not anti-Vegas. I just can pretty much in my own mind say, if it's a major event happening in Vegas, I probably can't afford it. And I'm sure there are many more out there. Now, everyone comes at this from a different income level. There are probably going to be some listeners going, hell yeah, I can't afford any Super Bowl. What are you talking about? And others going, I can afford them all. But in general, one in Vegas is going to be inaccessible to just the average fan. And so I'm anti-Super Bowl in Vegas often. I almost feel like they should keep that in consideration. Like there's going to be some less exotic locales that are going to be more accessible to fans.
Yeah, I don't think it's I think the NFL wants to make things as big as possible, and I know what you want. You want more accessibility to the fan. That's not part of it. It's just not. And you know, if you think about it, the Super Bowl really kind of is a once in a lifetime experience.
Mm-hmm.
I feel extraordinarily blessed that I was able to go to 3 of them. And if the Lions had made it this one, would we have gone? There was a chance we would have gone to another one. But as a fan, it feels like it's just a once in a lifetime thing, if you're even going to do that.
I wonder how many people in Detroit would have done whatever it took to get to this one.
I feel like there was a cutoff point. You know, people expected, hey, this is going to be an expensive ticket. I'm going to have to spend $5,000 for a ticket. And then when you find out that it's $10,000 just to get in. And then they're like, oh, think twice, think 3 times. Okay, I'll do that. Well, there's only a finite number of those tickets available.
Yep.
And then you're looking at it, wait a minute, the cheapest ticket I could get was $24,000.
And it wasn't like we didn't go to San Francisco.
Right.
It wasn't like a whole bunch of the disposable income around Metro Detroit wasn't already spent.
Yeah. And I mean, that was a different kind because the ticket prices weren't crazy, but airfare was, and finding a place to stay was. But it's not San Francisco, it's Santa Clara, which I guess makes things different.
All right, Gator, 248-539-9797. The Pistons have made another trade. We'll get to that. You'll hear it in the update. On top of that, a fan applied for a job as a team's coordinator. What happened next is funny. We will get to that coming up in the 11 o'clock hour as well here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, the NBA trade deadline officially arrives at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but the Pistons, it's still not done yet after what they did yesterday. Adrian Wojnarowski just a few minutes ago saying that the Sixers are sending small forward Daniel House Jr. to the Pistons with a second-round pick. We don't know what or who it's for, if it's a part of a bigger deal, or if they're going to continue to make trades, so stay tuned. Still probably plenty coming up from Troy Weaver. Also, the team itself in the middle of a back-to-back. They'll take on the Blazers tonight at 10 o'clock in Portland after their unexpected win in Sacramento last night. Mark's call going to be right here on 97.1. Some other teams making trades as well. Kelly Olynyk, the former Piston, going from Utah to Toronto, and the Pacers are sending Buddy Hield to Philadelphia. First practice for the Wings this week as the All-Star break gets set to come to an end. Coach Lalone joining the ticket this morning and giving an update on Patrick Kane, who hasn't played in 3 weeks. Detroit will return to the ice on Saturday against the Canucks. While we await the Super Bowl on Sunday, official NFL awards will be given out tonight, including Coach of the Year, Rookies of the Year, Executive of the Year, and more, which could end up with Detroit Lions receiving them. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so another move here by the Pistons. Daniel House from Philly, and it's not clear what the Pistons are sending back, if anything. House is added to the Pistons TPE. What is the TPE? The TPE is the Traded Player Exemption, and it has something to do with simultaneous trades. So it makes you wonder, okay, what the hell else is going on?
Well, Bobby Marks from ESPN just tweeted out Detroit has to clear 2 roster spots before they jump on the trade call with Minnesota and now Philadelphia.
All right, well,
I don't know what the hell.
I mean, most of this stuff feels extraordinarily inconsequential.
Oh, right, yeah. There's a lot of shuffling.
Yep.
You know, the 76ers, apparently they want to be able to free up some money so that they can go after a player perhaps after the trade deadline, somebody that's waived. The Pistons are looking to, free up money at the end of the season by taking on expiring contracts, and I believe that's what House has. He's an expiring contract. Yeah, it's a $4.3 million contract.
Kang, you got anything on this?
I feel like we've entered baseball, moves now where I don't even know what's going on.
Player to be named later.
Yeah, exactly. Guys that we might not even ever see.
Cash consideration.
Absolutely, right?
I hear Nick DeMaton's in this deal.
Yeah, I mean, is there a visa issue here? I don't know anymore. Yeah, we don't even know who. They have too many players on the roster right now. That's what we know for sure. Some people have to go for the Pistons, whether to release them or trade them. So I'm waiting for the whole thing to shake out, I guess.
At this point, I expect it's because they have other trades that are about to happen that are going to clear these roster spots. But, there's no guarantees at this point. And like I said, this feels extraordinarily inconsequential, but I think this is one of those ones that all day long we're going to be hearing this happened, now that happened, and yes, somebody's going to get sent straight to Double-A Erie.
I mean, the question that the Pistons fans have is, how does this really affect us, right? Does this move mean anything?
And
you imagine you got to make moves to make another move, but... Wake me up at 3:05 and let me know what we end up with.
Yeah, what's the at 3 o'clock? What's the net?
Yes,
of all
exactly.
This? What does the roster look like at 3 o'clock?
I mean, he traded for a 7th grader yesterday. A 2030 draft pick.
Yeah. So hey, parents out there, if your kid's in 7th grade, one of you, it's quite possible. The Pistons just traded for your kid.
That's right.
Dare to dream.
Yeah. Okay. Saw the story and it kind of cracked me up. The Packers, they had a fan out there by the name of Bill Port who sent a cover letter and a resume to Packers president and CEO Mark Murphy applying for the vacant defensive coordinator position. So he applies for this vacant defensive coordinator position, and he got a response.
Oh,
Yep.
look at that.
Mark Murphy wrote to Bill Port, the fan that applied for the vacant defensive coordinator position. This according to the Green Bay Press Gazette. Bill, thanks so much for your cover letter and resume regarding our defensive coordinator position. While your fantasy football experience is impressive,
Do you need to read anymore? I think you do.
yeah, I do.
I think you do. It sounds awesome already.
While your fantasy football experience is impressive, I regret to inform you that we have decided to go in a different direction.
Oh, so close.
I hear the Chicago Bears have
my.
an opening. You look to be the perfect fit for them. Thanks again.
Wow.
Sincerely, Mark.
Love it. Murphy's the one stepping down, isn't he?
Yeah. How great is that?
That's pretty great. That's pretty great. I hear the Bears have an opening. That's awesome.
So I'm kind of tempted to test my theory that every guy thinks they can drive, grill, and call plays. There's no way anybody's done this, right? Anybody in our listening audience
What is sent a
has tried to become an offensive coordinator at any level with no experience? And are there really people that think they could do this job better than the pros?
Oh, there are definitely people that feel that they can do it.
Yeah.
And those people are people that have no idea how much goes into it.
I remember years ago, and I won't use specific names, but there was a member of the media yelling about the play calling. And another member of the media said, do you really think you could do better? And there was a beat, maybe 2 beats. And then the guy said, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I do. And I'm like, I just thought the exchange was spectacular.
It really is.
Yep.
Put yourself in the pressure cooker. Good luck.
Mm-hmm. So
all the training of watching football from the side, from the press box for these years. There you go.
Forget fantasy football.
All right, right.
And Madden.
Sure, well, Madden's huge. Madden makes more sense than fantasy football.
It
Fantasy
sure
football, you're
does.
just picking players on a team.
Yep.
Yeah, then it's out of your control, Doug.
Yep.
But Madden, you've got a multitude of plays to choose from.
I looked down on Twitch. They legit call every day, Doug. You new here? That's from Dan Cambaugh on Twitch. Well, I mean, maybe they should tell us why they think they can. Like, what is their resume?
What would you put in the cover letter?
Right, I mean,
what's bullet point number 1 through 5 on the resume?
My man put down his fantasy football experience. But I do find it to be, I mean, I'll fall for it every once in a while. Like, I hate that play call. And I'm like, of course I hate that play call. I bet the offensive coordinator hates that play call. Like, you call a play, it gets blown up because the defense called the correct defense. And had you only done option B, it would have gone to the house. So the offensive coordinator hates that play call.
Right.
But you don't know it until it plays itself out. And you would have had the perfect counter had you known what defense they were in. Or knew the personnel or whatever the case may be. Where the blitz was coming from.
Yes.
Anyway, I love that this guy applied for the job.
Well, I love that they responded.
Yes.
That's even better.
Mm-hmm.
To get something like that. And like I want to see the cover letter at this point, right?
Yeah, well, I'd kind of like to think, I mean, if a team said, look, we're hiring a fan and we're paying him $1 million this year to be our offensive coordinator. If somebody actually said that, we'd all try to get the job. I mean, wouldn't you?
Sure.
In fact, if they said, we'll sign you to a 5-year, $5 million contract, we might fire you, but
it's guaranteed money. I'll
guaranteed
take it.
money, we'd try to get the job.
I'll fail in 60 minutes.
I have no problem with giving this a shot. how would I try and sell myself as an offensive coordinator to an NFL team? Right? What would I say? I watch a ton of football.
You know what would be spectacular with that, with just a fan calling plays? The trick plays that the fan would come up with would have to be spectacular.
There would be, you would run, I think the average fan would run 5 to 10 reverses a game. The flea flicker would be an every game occurrence.
The offset lines, where you have like the center and is right there with the quarterback in the middle of the field, and then you've got like 5 linemen that are lined up 15 yards to the left.
See, that I disagree, because that implies knowledge of the rule book, who the eligible receivers are.
Oh, I think a lot of these people are knowledgeable.
I think a lot of them aren't.
No doubt. But you have to know that some people are, and they're going to try. Dude, that's the stuff they're going to try.
Do you know what? Here's another thing that would happen. Deep shots all the time.
All the time.
Deep shots. Just to loosen up the defense.
Yeah.
We spent the entire first quarter loosening up the defense.
Your offensive line can't block. No, we're gonna throw deep. We're gonna take our shots.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I do think it's a great story. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, we're giving away Usher tickets today at 1:41 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Usher, past, present, future at Little Caesars Arena, September 12th. We'll ask a question. First one with the correct answer, said question, you will get a pair of tickets to see Usher. They go on sale Monday. This coming Monday at 10 a.m. livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. 97.1 the ticket. Feedback coming in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. 248-539-9797. A lot of stuff here on Vegas holding the Super Bowl and it being inaccessible to the average fan. Nick in a brown truck writes in, didn't you learn from the caller during Michigan's run? All you have to do is find a pet boarding place and crash there. Excellent point.
Dude, an animal sanctuary?
I mean, the rental car and park it in the parking lot of a Planet Fitness and then go in and shower every morning. That wasn't an awful idea if you're looking to do the Super Bowl on a budget. Not that it's really relevant to us here, unfortunately. Taz writes in, the Super Bowl has not been for the average fan to attend in years. It's an event, a spectacle. By the way, the United States Bowling Congress Nationals were held in different states every year. Now, every other year, it's in Vegas, and the alternate years are in another city or state. That is for the average fan. It's from Taz. Tickets are $8,500. It could be played in my driveway. It would still be inaccessible. See, I don't think a Super Bowl in Indianapolis would be $8,500. I think the buying price would be less. I
don't know. A lot depends on the matchup. I mean, the easier part where you're saving money is on accommodations in Indianapolis. But the ticket for the game, I don't know if that's going to change.
Here's why I think it would be. I think there's a lot of people that are going to go to Vegas because they want to be in Vegas for this, high rollers that will then chew up tickets, whereas they won't be as stoked to go to Indy or Minneapolis. Apparently, we now know who the Pistons gave up in this trade to get Daniel House. They're sending Alec Burks to the Knicks. I know you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'd like to hear what the full trade is to fully comprehend this. But I mean, Alec Burks seems like that's actually a useful piece for another team.
And you're not sure we got a useful piece back.
Yeah, I don't know. What did they get? They got an expiring contract.
And Daniel House.
And according to Amari Sankofa of the Free Press, the Pistons got Daniel House, New York Knicks 2024 second-round pick via the Sixers, and cash in exchange for a heavily protected 2020 second-round pick and apparently Alec Burks. I don't know what's going on. I agree with you, Gator. Alex Burks can shoot. He actually helps this team. I don't know. Like I said, is this another move to move? They've made like 3 weird trades or meaningless. I don't even know what you want to call them. Smaller end trades in the last 24 hours here.
Yeah, the net feels very inconsequential at this point.
Yeah, Alec Burks is an expiring contract.
They had to get rid of somebody on their roster though. They were over the maximum.
Sure,
player,
I understand that. You're swapping expiring contracts and you get a second round pick out of it. So effectively, you traded Alec Burks for a second round pick. But like I said, Alec Burks is actually a useful piece to some teams. So now he's going to the Knicks.
Okay, according to Shams, the Pistons are getting Quentin Grimes also.
And where's Grimes from? The Knicks?
Knicks.
Is this another player that? I don't know.
Let's see what Grimey's done.
There's a lot going on, and it doesn't mean a damn thing.
It doesn't. This is so weird. It's in the end.
Grimes he's 23. Played at Houston. Isn't that where Sasser's from?
Does Weaver get a bonus for making a certain amount of trades?
I don't know.
I'm going to argue yes.
It's been triggered.
He's been a 38% 3-point shooter throughout his career in the 3 years he's played. He started 90 games in the league in 3 years.
I want to bring up Alec Burks' stats because I feel like they just traded Alec Burks for Alec Burks.
Yeah, well, Alec Burks is older by a lot. He's 32. Is shooting 38.6% in his career from 3-point range.
38.6. Quentin Grimes is 37.9.
And he's 40% this year, 41% last year. This is the guy they're trading. They're trading a 40% shooter from 3-point range
for a 38% shooter. Who's younger?
Who's younger?
He is younger.
I
don't know. Whole lot of news that really isn't that newsworthy.
What's Quentin Grimes' contract? They're exercised options for the next 2 years, and he's not. He's a restricted free agent in 2025, so he'll make 4.2 next year. So it's not terribly expensive, and maybe this is a guy that they see could be younger version. Give him a chance to run and shoot. I don't know.
I feel like we're at a swap meet and we're watching vendors trade with each other.
It kind of is.
Yeah.
We're at the flea market, and there's these two guys just throwing stuff back at each other.
Right.
It's like...
Then there's this one weird...
How much crap you got over there? I got 4 things of crap. What do you got? I got 3 things of crap and something that's semi-valuable.
And cash consideration.
But I'll be willing to pay a little bit more for your crap. Okay.
I mean, I don't even know that we want anything significant to happen. Like, it'd be great to get something of value back for Bogey. That's really the only thing that can probably happen today.
These guys are the same player. They're just different ages.
Yeah.
They're playing the same amount of minutes.
Is there any chance we're going to get anything we like for Killian Hayes?
No.
No, of course not. Is this maybe, change of scenery? Helps other guys, helps, you move teams, more organizations.
I mean,
you
if
can
I've said it
excel
once,
more.
I've said 1,000 times. A change of scenery would go a long way for Quentin Grimes.
Well, if you're the Knicks, you want something that's more reliable, somebody who's got a better track record, and that's what you're getting in Alec Burks. Burks has scored more this year. He's shooting at a higher percentage, and he's got value. Apparently, the value is a second-round pick in Quentin Grimes.
And cash consideration.
I don't want to forget the cash. But, it's a guy who's only played 3 years in the league. He's only 23 years old. He was a first-round pick a few years ago. And, shoots well in the limited time he's played. But he's averaged 23 minutes a game in his career. So, not going to totally blow it off. They're getting a younger player. But because they have all these guys on the roster that they still have to get rid of?
It's
Does he make it?
I mean, it sounds like he's stacking second-round picks again. He's done this before.
He signed 3 next year, so it sounds like he's going to be here next year.
I don't know what these second-round picks turn into, though. Eventually, you got to do something, right? I think.
Yeah, you turn him into a first-round pick. I give you my 10 second-round picks for your pick at 28.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the old Daryl Morey theory, which is hoard lottery picks and second-round picks. And if it's not in the lottery and not in the second round, he's trading out of the first round and hoarding second-round picks. But
and where is he from?
I don't know where he is now. He was with the Rockets.
He's with the Sixers now.
Is he with the Sixers? That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Who was traded for a second-round pick?
And cash considerations. So we've traded Alec Burks for cash considerations and Nick Maton for cash considerations all in the last 24 hours. Right?
Well, Alec Burks was more than just cash. He was a player. They got a player.
They got a player.
They got a player and a draft pick.
Yeah, the second-round pick. He's.
Did you see the pick, the Pistons second-round pick? Did I read that it was protected between 31 and 55? So It's not even going to convey.
The numbers, not the years.
Right.
No, but it won't even convey.
It's protected unless it's one of the worst 5 picks in the draft or whatever.
So they'll only get it if the Pistons are one of the Final Four teams. They aren't going to get it until the Pistons are one of the Final Four teams in the NBA.
It disappears. Well, call me crazy if I think that it's going to disappear.
There are 60 picks in the NBA draft. The Pistons just trade a second-round pick that's protected between 31 and 55.
Here's another trade.
By the Pistons?
James Edwards says Bojan Bogdanovic is going to New York along with Alec Burks. Shams Charania has it as well. So, okay, I'm here for it. What's the next shoe to drop? So who else are they getting?
Wait, was Alec Burks part of the Grimes trade or not?
I don't know. This Grimes trade is getting bigger and bigger.
The NBA is so confusing with player acquisition. Every year we do this at the draft. They can't draft for themselves. They have to draft themselves, but it's drafting for like a third team, right?
Yep.
That's how I feel this trade deadline's going on here. We honestly don't know. They know this. They get people that paid to do this and work the numbers and all this stuff. I think we honestly got to wait and just see what we have and who we don't have anymore. Because there's too much this and that. There's too much funneling.
Yeah. Yeah, this is hard to follow. There's got to be
Right?
more. There's got to be more of Bogey's going to the Knicks. We'll get to that coming up. It's Carson
so
Anderson.
confusing.
It is 97.1 the ticket.
Well, what else is confusing is the temperatures we got out there right now, right? You feel like it's spring. It's going to be beautiful tomorrow, and yet you know better. This is Michigan. It's going to be cold next week. Don't get caught off guard with all that. Call the good folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling because they know what it takes to keep your home very comfortable all season long, including the winter. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, they've got over 100 years of combined experience. They're the team that I trust. I've used them a couple times in the last year, incidentally, with a hot water heater that I needed a new water heater. Got one of those, and I had furnace issues. They came out, did a fantastic job, and they'll do it for you as well. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com.
All right, as we take all this in, 2 more trades made by the Pistons, not since we went to commercial break, trying to sum it all up. First of all, they traded for Daniel House from Philly for a 2024 second-round pick. And then they sent Alec Burks and Bojan Bogdanovic, it's a lot of shooting, to the Knicks for Quentin Grimes, who's basically a younger version and not quite as accurate, not quite as good a shooter as Burks, but Quentin Grimes, Evan Fournier, Malachi Flynn, and 2 second-round picks. Now, my first thought is, that's all they got? I would have thought Bojan would have got more. But is what they got here is cap space, essentially? Is that what we're looking at?
Exactly what it is. It's cap space. It's, I think Bojan is set to make $19 million next season on a partially guaranteed deal. But I'm not. It's an NBA contract. It's hard to understand. I mean, how much on the hook were the Pistons for? I think there was $2 million guaranteed, from what I can tell through Sport Track or Spot Track. So they're freeing up money for the off season, and yet I don't know if anybody really believes the Pistons can be players for free agents of
anyone worth anything.
Of consequence, right? I mean, they're going to go out there and get the next James Harden? I mean, no.
Now, do you have free cap space to take on a huge contract in a trade? That's more likely.
That's the thing. That's exactly, like I mentioned yesterday, with the Pistons having a lottery pick and likely to have a top 3 pick in the upcoming draft, they could make a move in the offseason to trade that for someone of consequence. And the other thing this does is now you're starting. They still have other players you're going to have to jettison for the roster to get down to the proper number here. So with Bogdanovic gone and Burks gone, that's going to give opportunities for other people to step in and have their shot. Now, is it simply
like Fonicello? And I'm not even joking, right? I mean, he's got to play now.
Fontecchio or whatever his name is. Yeah,
Samsonite Fontecchio.
So there's him, Grimes, but then they watch the guys play last night. Sasser played his ass off last night. Asar Thompson, he had a nice game last night. I mean, you're going to want to play the younger guys, but you just acquired some guys too. And the guys you acquired, I mean, they're on expiring contracts as well, right? So none of this this is such a strange and disappointing season to start off with. And now here we are at the trade deadline. And they had legitimate pieces to trade.
Yeah.
And they're just using it to create cap space. Now, if it all ends up working out, right? If you go into the offseason and you find a way to make a trade to get up, because I think we all agree free agency probably not the way to go with the Pistons. But if you're able to make a trade of serious consequence, then okay, I got you. But right now, this looks awful.
It looks like nothing.
It looks like you traded for absolutely nothing.
Is there any way that this is, and I'm not sure, I'm just spitballing here. Is there any way that they've done all this to make a big trade now, to take on a big contract now?
I wouldn't think so, because
I wouldn't think so.
You're still,
either,
I mean, the contracts don't expire until after the year, so that's when you can take on the salary.
This is a really underwhelming return.
Especially when you felt like you could have got a lot more for Bogey if you would have traded him years before this, right? There was all these talks about, wasn't it first-round picks and things like that?
Yep.
Even players, that could help you right now, and this is the return?
I mean, they didn't get a first-round pick for any of this crap.
No, they got a bunch of second-round picks.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's underwhelming. I'd love to know what Troy Weaver's plan is. I don't suspect he's going to say a thing about, what they're going to do. We're going to try to make a move in the offseason to try to, through a trade. I doubt he's going to say that.
Amari Sankofa just tweeted out at this hour, the Pistons have 19 players, which I believe is 4 over the limit. There has to be other things in the works.
Well, it's not going to be getting players back.
No.
So more cash considerations.
Well, isn't Killian Hayes the one who's asking to get traded?
Yeah.
He's like, why am I still here?
It's like, please send me away.
What? What do you mean what? So the Pistons have acquired who again? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Malachi Flynn.
Uh-huh.
Did you say Evan Fournier, Doug?
Yep.
And Quentin Grimes.
Uh-huh.
Simone Fontecchio.
Uh-huh.
And Daniel House.
Daniel House, whoever it is. Yeah, it's not even Daniel. It's Daniel.
And
Maybe pronounced Daniel. But.
All right.
and Ryan, what's his name? Archie.
Did they get Archie Diacono in this?
Yes, but that's according to
When did
Wojnarowski.
his name get
They got
folded
him.
into
They
this?
got him according to
He
Wojnarowski.
is the guy that made the great pass in the national
I
championship.
told
game.
you, Doug, you should be happy. And you should also be happy because do you know what kind of streak he's on right now? He's breaking NBA history. He's making it and breaking it.
For what? Most letters in a last name?
He has scored 0 points in 20 consecutive NBA games. 0 points in 20 consecutive NBA games because he's so good at passing, Doug.
What is he, Steven Izzo?
You know what I
No,
want to hear?
Izzo scored.
Boy,
Dude,
finally.
you know what I want to hear? You know what Brad Holmes kept saying over and over? Is Troy Weaver going to step up at the podium and say all of these moves that we make are intentional? Because this looks like they're intentionally trying to lose.
I mean, I'd love to hear how they're intentionally getting better.
Troy Weaver's receipt looks like CVS right now, man. I just bought chapstick. Well, your receipt's this long.
Listen, honestly, if we look at this 2 years from now and it all works out, then he will have every reason to get up in the podium and start lambasting the media.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Land-based away, man.
You guys laughed when I picked up Evan Fournier.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Right?
Malachi Flynn.
But you know what else? The way these things are getting announced, this started with the Pistons have acquired Quentin Grimes. And we're like, well, what did they give up? Well, it turns out it was Grimes, Fournier, and Flynn, and Archie Diacono, 4 players for Burks and Bojan. Like, the way these things are getting released is really weird.
The Pistons just gave up, 32 points a game? Something like that, between Bojan and Burks.
For a package that includes a guy that hasn't scored in 20 consecutive games.
Oh, man.
Evan Fournier's played in 3 games this
I know.
year.
3 games this year, and he played like 27 games all of last year. Expiring contract.
There's got to be some method to this madness.
Well, we have Marcus Sasser. I like Marcus Sasser.
I do like
So
Marcus.
you're going to play him more, great. But
I like
you don't need to
Samsonite.
trade all these other guys to play more Marcus
That's
Sasser.
true.
Okay. I mean, don't really understand it, but
There's going to be an explanation. One of the beat writers is going to say this is all part of a grand plan. They're going to end up with Bronny and LeBron. Right?
Well, one thing's for sure, though. Seriously, though, Troy Weaver's not going anywhere, right? You don't let a man do all these moves, and I don't know what's going to amount to, but without having assurances
Right?
he's
This
going
is
to
like
be here.
Yeah, don't let him burn down the
Yeah,
house on
like-
his way out the door.
I mean, and it's not like any of us really feel like you could have gotten an amazing package for Bojan Bogdanovic
No, but
or Alec Burks, but
You could have got more
But
than
you-
Grimes,
yeah,
Fournier,
yeah.
Flynn, and Archie Diacono.
you're giving up 32 points a game at prices that aren't crazy, by the way, for those guys, and their contracts are coming up anyway. So it's like, I don't get it.
I feel like somebody said to Troy Weaver, "Hey, you think you could top 20 players?" He's like, "Yup. Watch me. We're at 19 and counting."
Bet.
Did Bill Port apply for the job of Piston GM, not the Packers defensive coordinator? This is weird.
Well, I put it through the NBA.
Hey, he's one trade away from saying, "And I want Putney."
Right. If you put this through the NBA trade machine, does it spit out, "Are you kidding me?
Over the limit, over the limit.
Yeah.
You need to get value."
Trader Troy, man.
What is going through your mind?
This is weird.
Well,
There's
day's
gotta
not
be,
over with.
Yeah, I know. There's got to be another shoe to drop here. Why would you ever have 19 players on your roster, 4 over the limit?
I don't know. I don't know.
Cut. And
I mean, they're going to be plenty of guys get cut. That's the easy thing to do, right?
mm-hmm.
You got these contracts are expiring anyway. You let them go. Oh, boy.
248-539-9797. Hey, every home has a water score. Do you know yours? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicates that your water score isn't as high as it should be. Contact CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, to find out your water score. They'll test your water, they'll survey your home to rank your water, and if you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC will recommend the Connecticut Water Treatment Solution to improve it. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com.
Remember when the Pistons, that great day when they traded for Rasheed Wallace?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how great that was, how excited we were? Then didn't Rasheed, he was like at the shoot around before the game, was getting ready to suit up, and then they're like, oh, hold on, you can't play. The trade hasn't officially gone through. You got to clear physicals and all this. You can't play. And we're all disappointed. We had to wait another couple days, and he finally played. What a great trade deadline acquisition it was, and how fun it was. Even like the move when the Pistons traded for Allen Iverson and sent Chauncey away. I remember that day like it was yesterday. We were in the building on 14 Mile, and we did that show, and we're like, what just happened? They just did what? Like, awful because we all love Chauncey, coolest guy in the NBA. But yet exciting because you got a player like Allen Iverson, though, at the end of his career, it was
they were
going to
trying
be there was going to be some fun involved.
The run was over
until there wasn't.
And they tried. They rolled the dice and it didn't work.
Yeah. And now we've got this. Bogdanovich and Burks for Fournier, Flynn, Grimes, Arcidiacono, and a couple of second-round picks.
Did you see what Bill Simmons just tweeted out?
No.
He just tweeted out the following. Not sure Detroit should be allowed to make trades, sign free agents, or hire coaches. That's the tweet.
Well, he's what, a Boston guy?
Yeah, he's an NBA guy, but
yeah, he's a Celtics guy. Yeah.
He's a Celtics guy, and I think they would always like to. If the Knicks gave up nothing to get 32 points a game, they gave up nothing to get 32 points a game.
Highly recommend that the Pistons people get on the horn with all their beat writers and explain what the hell's going on. Clint in a truck writes, Troy Weaver is just a guy at work who doesn't know what the hell he's doing, but he's trying to look busy.
That is, hey, Troy, what are you doing over there?
I think every last one of us has had a job at some point in our life. We're like, I got to look busy.
You show up to work with a briefcase with a bunch of papers inside, but the papers mean nothing. They're just like blank sheets of paper. But I look the part. I've got my suit on. I brought my briefcase. I'm sitting at my desk.
I'll give you one of those. Working at a grocery store, there was something called putbacks. A lot of stores have this, right? You have to returned items. You have to put them back on the shelf.
Sure.
Well, people liked doing putbacks that worked at the grocery store. I would say, God, it was bad. I was doing putbacks, and what I would do is walk around and take items off the shelf, put them in the cart, then walk around and put them back on the shelf. Looking busy like I was doing putbacks. When all I was doing was just kind of wandering.
Did you work with a guy named Troy?
Just kind of wandered around the grocery store, loading up the cart, putting everything right back where it came from.
One summer I worked for Domino's, and to keep busy, I'm going to build some boxes. It's a big thing. You had to build up all these boxes. And you got to be really good at it, and you could build a bunch of them very quickly. But you didn't want to do it too quickly.
Oh, there's an artwork to looking busy.
Yeah,
I used to work. I used to work. It's Troy Gator. You know what I'm talking about. I used to work carryout, and we didn't get a lot of carryouts during the week. So I used to straighten up the utensils a lot, but you couldn't do it quickly.
No,
you had to leave it a little bit. Oh, wait a second, is that straight?
Because it's like one of these, and when you're done with that, I need you to do this. And you're like, all right, but I'm still working on this.
This is what we should take calls on. What did you do at work to look busy?
Yeah. Troy Weaver looks real busy. Hey, guys, I'm making phone calls.
I used to work at a grocery store. I used to carry around one of those pallet jacks and just do laps in circles. Like, I'm going to put something away. I'm taking something somewhere. Don't worry about me.
Man, Kenny's he's been working all day.
He might deserve a raise.
There's an artwork, man. You just you can't be obvious.
It's totally an art form. Looking busy at work. Clinton the truck says that's Troy Weaver.
I think Troy Weaver goes, trade accepted. I didn't really mean it. We have 20 guys on the roster.
Wait, this isn't ESPN's trade machine. This is the actual NBA website.
Wait, log out.
I just make account's been hacked. Marvin a car. Yeah, sure. If you've ever had to look busy at work, tell us what you used to do. Marvin a car. Guys, please provide the address that I can send my cover letter and resume to the Pistons for general manager. Breaking Pistons so bad. NBA rules, they are now allowed to play 6-on-5 the rest of the year. Weaver makes corresponding trades.
It's a story that, or a tweet from an NBA writer for ESPN, Tim Bontemps.
Okay.
This new ESPN story. The Knicks made a big move to fortify the roster ahead of a push for the top seed in the East. As Woj reports, they've acquired Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks from the Pistons ahead of the Thursday 3 p.m. deadline. So they made a big move.
Yeah.
Then surely they give up something, right?
Nope.
No? Oh.
Scott writes in, are the Pistons money laundering?
What's
going on?
I'm trying to remember the last name of the guy. Oh, who's Marty from Ozark?
Oh,
what's his last name?
Bird.
Is
Marty Bird.
Is Marty Bird the
Yeah,
GM?
I
Is
know.
Marty Bird?
Yes!
Is
Gator,
he
do it.
Troy Weaver?
Hey, can we get a bunch of players and get some second round draft picks?
Sure. I think we can.
Wendy,
we can move that and not take on anything of real substance in return. Yeah, I think we can do that. Sure. We can make that happen. Can you do it by Friday? Friday. Wendy. Yeah, I think we can do it by Friday. I think we can have that done. Sure. We can do it. We can take nothing and give you something.
somehow, some way.
That's what we're here for.
All these players are going to go through, was it the Blue Cat Lodge? Was that
The funeral home.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, if you haven't seen Ozark, it's worth watching. What a great show.
The Pistons are money laundering.
They are.
Dude, the roster's looking like a rec league team where no one said no. It's like everyone- he's Quentin staying on the team? Ryan too? Right?
We need you guys to take the $18 million in salary for Evan Fournier. Okay, and what would you like for that? Well, hold on. We're not done. We've got salary we'd like to give you for Malachi Flynn. It's not Malachi. It's Malachi. Okay. And Grimes. And, well, we're going to have to give you Archie Diacono as well. Okay. Now, I know we're working loosely with the term giving nothing to get something. Now, is that literal when you give us Archie Diacono, who hasn't scored in 20 games? Yeah. Great move.
Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Hey, so I want to just touch on that subject that you guys were talking about looking busy at work.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say exactly what field or where I work at because I know that there's people out there that are going to be listening, and I don't want it coming back on me. But my buddies and I at work, man, when somebody comes in, we have some terms that we use. What we like to say is GO, which is a good one, or we also have the word Riz. So when someone comes in and they are not happy or it might be a heavy loaded customer, we got our own little side action game that we pretty much go back and forth with. And there might be the occasion where you just might have to go to the bathroom, or you might have to just pick up the phone.
So basically, if a customer walks in and you don't think they're going to do anything, you avoid them.
What's that?
If a customer walks in and you don't think they're going to buy anything or do anything, you just avoid them?
No, when you think that they're going to be a high maintenance, when you think it's going to be a problem.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Fair enough.
You can already see the facial expressions.
You can tell when they walk in the door. Pistons looking busy at work right now. Andy in Fowlerville, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Andy.
Hi, guys. How you doing? Hey, and about that guy that called and said harness racing in Fowlerville, that shouldn't happen. It already takes 20 minutes to get through both of our lights in this megatropolis when they have the Sodom and Gomorrah known as the Easy Riders Rodeo at the fairgrounds. Anyway, I've been in automotive most of my life, and I drive a semi, but automotive industry, they always have to do an inventory every year on everything that's in the plant. So I had a manager one time tell me, yeah, it's not fair for you to get left out because they cater it. It's 2 days, time and a half on Saturday, double time on Sunday. He says, well, I said, I don't know where anything's at. He says, oh, I know. He goes, I'm just going to give you a clipboard. and I'm going to put this sheet on there. It's got all these parts on it. And he said, if you see an auditor, just pretend like you're looking at something and then mark something on the paper and walk away. He said, just do that all day long. I said, you sure? He said, yeah. Why should you be left out? I'm like, okay, that's cool.
Well, look busy. Look busy.
Yeah.
Look at products, write things on clipboards.
When I was in middle school, I was a teacher's assistant one semester, and it was for the drama teacher. And he had nothing for me to do. He's like, I don't even know why I have a teacher's assistant, but okay. So he's like, well, I'm going to send you to the prop room. So there's this room over by where the stage was, and locked door. You go in there, and he goes, I just need you to straighten out the prop room, kind of clean it up, and make it look nice. I'm like, okay. So I go in there, and I work really hard for 2 days to get it all done. I'm like, okay, it's all good. And he goes, are you sure it's all done? As if telling me,
go back.
Take as much time as you need. I'm like, oh, I'll clean the prop room. So I basically would go there and nap for 45 minutes.
Hang out.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Flurry of trades. The Pistons actually did trade.
They're part of it.
Yeah, I mean, a whole bunch of movement, and I'm not quite sure what they're doing.
James Edwards tweeted out on Grimes, says, a solid 3-and-D wing on a nice contract next season, guy who can impact both sides of the floor, which Detroit needs in one player more. Then he follows it up with, Pistons also maintain flexibility this summer as every non-Grimes player they acquired can be let go after the season.
There you go.
So effectively, Grimes is the only one that they would likely hang on to.
Well, they're keeping Fontenot, right?
You're just going to keep butchering it?
97.1 the ticket.
The hell was that?
This is a chicken dish.
You be more specific.
It is. It's like seasoned with blanking on what that stuff's called. It's like the Middle Eastern. I'm totally blanking. I'm really glad you asked when I said don't ask, because I couldn't think of what it was. What the hell the name of the spice I put on it.
Well, there's something there.
Yes, it is strong.
Is it a chutney? You got some kind of chutney going on?
No, hold on. Now you're going to make me look it up.
Well, it's strong.
Well, I've offered to take it out of the studio if you want me to take it out.
No, I mean, it's fine. I'd rather just make fun of it. It's it's strong to quite strong.
Yeah.
And the people will want to know because the people bet on us.
I know. I'm going to have to look it up.
And you have a 33% chance every day of winning if you bet chicken.
Or salad. That's most of what I get. I'll let you know here because it's a leftover HelloFresh meal. So we get the HelloFresh meal kits, and this one was pretty good. I can take it out of the studio if you want me to.
No, like I said, I'd rather just make fun of it. You're fine.
Of course, if we leave it in here long enough, they'll do 4 hours on it after us, right?
There you go.
Okay.
Depends on the staying power.
So the net of what happened today, and if you're just joining us, the Pistons have made a bunch of moves. At first, we thought completely inconsequential, but now they actually traded a piece that I think you and I are both pretty disappointed in. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. Just a reminder, we're giving away the Usher tickets today, past, present, future at Little Caesars Arena. It's a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:41. Tickets go on sale Monday, but you can win them before you can buy them. If you don't win them and you want to buy, livenation.com or ticketmaster.com this coming Monday at 10 a.m. Usher, past, present, future. You can win the tickets. Quiz question today at 1:40. Like, what was the problem with Doug's lunch? Might be the question. Gator's response would be it stunk. But the net today is the Pistons have made a couple of trades. Daniel House is coming to Detroit for a second rounder. I think cash considerations are involved. And then they just traded Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks to the Knicks for Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, and Ryan Arcidiacono, along with 2 second-round picks. Here's the problem I have with this, in a serious sense. And somebody made the joke that Troy Weaver looks like a guy who's trying to look busy at work. I'm not going to guarantee this, but it seems rather likely to me that at some point in the last couple of years, they had a better offer for Bojan Bogdanovic than Grimes, Flynn, Fournier, and Arcidiacono. And isn't it speculated the only player that they'd probably hang on to here is Grimes?
Yeah.
That Flynn, Fournier, and Arcidiacono. So at no point would we have said, now it's freeing up some cap space, okay? Like, I get that and that's a dangerous game to play when you're Detroit because it's hard to attract free agents here until you have a total sea change like the Lions did. But in the meantime, so you're freeing up that for potential future trades, I guess. And I don't want to say the words that I hate because we get this call all the time, and then I'm like, well, why are you even calling? Why are we having a conversation when someone says you can't tell me? Like, okay, then why even bother stating a case? Because if you just know how it is without even listening, then what's the point of talking about it? But I don't want to say you can't tell me they had a better offer for Bojan at some point. But wouldn't it stand to reason that they had a better offer than this for Bojan Bogdanovic at some point, and they waited and waited and waited and then eventually got to this is all we can get stage of trade negotiations?
I think that makes sense. That it makes logical sense that in the past they would have had a better offer than what they settled on here.
Mm-hmm.
And that they felt like they were cornered and they needed to make a move before losing him for nothing or hanging on to him. It's odd, but it is what it is. Mari Sankofa tweeted out, still have to see where the roster stands once we get past the deadline, but the Pistons have traded their key vets. Bogey, Burks, and Morris were turned into Troy Brown Jr., Shake Milton, Ryan Arcidiacono, Malachi Flynn, Quentin Grimes, Evan Fournier, and 3 second-round picks. None of that seems terribly promising, except for perhaps Grimes, who might be a shooter. But beyond that, I don't know what you have. You got guys coming off the bench that are going to play defense. I find it's interesting because last night, if you watched the Pistons play last night, it was inspiring. It's a terrible basketball team that's won only 7 games this year. They're on pace to win 11. But last night, they went on the road, taking on a good Sacramento team that didn't rest anybody. And the Pistons were without their top 2 scorers in Cade Cunningham and Bojan Bogdanovic, not to mention Isaiah Stewart. Mm-hmm. And they went out and they won convincingly. And you saw the promise of some of the younger players. Jalen Duren had 20 points and 15 rebounds. Jaden Ivey had 37 points. Sasser had like 18 off the bench or whatever it was that he had lighting it up. It was encouraging to see that younger group of players. Asar Thompson had a nice night. I think he had 18 points or something. So it was good to see that. Really encouraging. And then the next day is a trade deadline, and you give up effectively 12 points a game with those 2 players you traded to the Knicks, and you didn't really get anything out of it.
Yeah, how do you?
But if there's no offers, right?
If there are no offers, there are no offers. But the job is to play the cards correctly, ultimately. And it's like they held on to Bogey for so long that in the end, they never got anything for him. That's what this feels like. Now, if they can turn around and use this money that they freed up to do something significant, but I don't know that I would count on that. I mean, can we count on them doing something significant?
No. No, you can want to make a trade in the offseason, but you have to have a team that's willing to take on what you're going to give up. But free agency, there's no guarantees of free agency.
Yep.
I mean, if you're a free agent player that's worthy of, say, a $30 million contract, is Detroit on your radar?
No.
This team it's so strange to see what a big step back they've taken from a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this wasn't supposed to be a step back year. Last year, because of injuries, they were forced to play, baptism by fire. Here you go, Duren and Ivy, do what you can do. And, there was no Cade Cunningham. Bojan was out for a while. Let's see what you guys can do. And, okay, they had the growing pains, but they showed promise. Now, this year, we got excited because we're going to have Cade ready to go, and these guys have a year under the belt. Bring in a guy like Asar Thompson, who looks like he's NBA ready to play defense anyway. And this team is terrible.
And they're in year 1 of a contract with a coach that they've committed $78 million to.
So, look, like I said, last night was great. Can they build off of that? And, we can forget about what the heck happened today and address it in the offseason when maybe that's when it really takes effect because of the expiring contracts. They'll free up some cap space, and maybe they can make a trade to acquire somebody else's giant contract that they want to unload for a player that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Is that possible? That's possible. But until that happens, they're going to get lambasted for this.
We got a bunch of feedback here on people who are trying to look busy at work.
Yeah.
We'll get to those coming up. They're pretty funny. 248-539-9797 at 12:35. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, last year, the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on the FanDuel Kick of Destiny, and now he's back for kick number 2. Kick of Destiny number 2. And this time you can play along. All you got to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now because if you're right, you want to share at $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether you are team make or team miss, just head to FanDuel Sportsbook in the app and pick it and get your pick in. Rather, it's absolutely free. Then tune into the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets if you're right. New to FanDuel, just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool will be split equally amongst all eligible participants who make the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. You know what's sad? I'm sitting here thinking to myself, they would have been better off doing absolutely nothing today. Trade deadline comes and goes. It would have been better off doing nothing and just move on and say, yeah, I didn't find a trade partner. Did our best. Took a lot of phone calls, guys, but nothing made sense. This looks really bad. This looks really bad.
Well, the Pistons aren't like a wealth of riches here. They didn't trade anything away from the core.
No, but at some point they said no too many times. I'm gonna guess here, and it's an educated guess. But is it not true? Do you not believe that it's probable that they said no too many times to better Bojan offers?
I mean, I tend to believe you that there were probably better offers in the past. But so you didn't make those deals, and now you felt like you had to make a deal
They
here?
were at the end of the rope, and they just said, all right, this is better than nothing. And I'm not sure it is. All right. How do people look busy at work without doing anything? Working in a soil and gravel lab, I would run the aggregate shaker to look busy. Nobody would bother you.
He's got to run the shaker deck.
Yep. 2 things to look busy. I worked at a grocery store and I just slightly adjust boxes on the shelf. Second, at an office, I'd put papers in a folder and walk around quickly so no one would stop and talk to me.
I got to get these to corporate. What?
This guy is a good one here, and it made me realize this one too. Looking busy. Wife has, quote, work for me to do around the house. I always opt to sort laundry. I can sort and fold laundry for hours and sit in front of the TV. That's my go-to. And it needs to be done. I can do it. Do it to her satisfaction. Takes a long time. And I'm sitting on the ottoman with piles of laundry all around me just watching a game.
I hate folding laundry. Hate it.
I used to work at U of M. I would walk around campus holding an interoffice envelope so it looked like I was on my way to deliver something. That's from Steve in Livonia.
Smart. That's working smarter, not harder.
Aaron writes in, the Pistons are clearing cap space for Caitlin Clark.
She can shoot.
I work at Costco, developed the technique of walking purposefully from one end of the store to the other, knowing full well I'm not doing any work. 8 years strong. The Pistons have gone from going to work to looking busy at work. That's from an unnamed texter. From Dave, looking busy at work, I will open up an email and Word document and very intently type out the email onto the Word document to look busy.
Nice. It's transcribing. I like, will we be calling this the look like we're working Pistons?
I guess. Derek in Washington Township. Guys, what the hell is going on? I just saw the Pistons have signed Andre Fluellen.
I don't think that's confirmed.
Next text from a listener named Troy. My account has been hacked. Please don't accept any trades from me. We all had that teacher that said, just turn in something to get credit. Welp. ...
Welp.
We need to have faith. This worked in draft day. Troy Sonny Weaver will get Bogey and all of his picks back. That's from Rob.
And I want David Putney.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So there it is. I suspect, I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to move Killian? The one guy that has to be traded is the one guy that's not going to get traded?
I suspect there are going to be a lot of players released.
Oh, yeah.
To get down to that total.
Yep.
I don't know if there's another trade. Killian Hayes would seem like that's the one because he's asked for it.
Nope. Seems to be odd man out. So,
but if this is the return you get for Bojan Bogdanovic and you're Troy Weaver, you tell Killian's agent, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
I could barely move these guys. And they were actually scoring and playing.
Yeah. Well, pretty disappointing. Now, could they do something with the money? I sure hope they have some master plan because this doesn't feel like it ever works for the Pistons. Clearing cap space gets you Nazi Muhammad. Right? Clearing cap space gets you Ben Gordon. It hasn't worked. Now, I shouldn't hold that against Troy Weaver.
No, and again, when they did a whole thing, was it Charlie Villanueva and Ben Gordon was at the acquisitions that offseason? Ben Gordon was a good player when the Pistons got him. He just didn't play well with the Pistons. It was a terrible fit. He was awful with the Pistons. It was actually pretty good before that with Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't fault them for that move. Were there better moves out there? Perhaps, I guess. And maybe the writing was on the wall that you shouldn't have done this because they weren't going to perform. But taking a chance like that, they took a chance. I don't know if those players are available this year to do that in free agency. I suspect that there are plenty of opportunities to sign bad free agents. But to overpay them and waste that space, I hope it's a trade involved. It's funny, like with the Lions, we totally trust.
Yeah,
we trust Brad Holmes.
It's all
do whatever you got to do.
Because we would have said for the bulk of our professional careers, you're not getting anybody to sign with Detroit. It's hard to get somebody of substance now. In the NFL and a cap league and the NBA is that as well, but sometimes you can outbid people, but we're not going to be a top of mind destination. And the Pistons the Lions were never going to be that. They are now. They've totally flipped the script.
Yeah, but you have to flip the script by being a good team that people want to, have players people want to play with, and the team that's going somewhere. It's another reason why this is so disappointing, because it was the last year, the year before, it was Cade Cunningham's rookie year. And Kevin Durant said after a game, he's like, that guy's great. I love him as a player. I can understand why people would want to play with him. And you thought maybe in the back of your mind,
Here we go.
Is it possible? They've got the guy that people want to play with. And that's probably not the case.
No. Doesn't feel like it.
It's just disappointing given we're looking at the other teams in Detroit. We've had bad sports for a long time here. And the Lions broke through. Boy, did they break through. And it's exciting. And we see the Red Wings are showing more than a pulse this year. Right now they are firmly planted in the wild card discussion and looking to get better. And then you've got the Tigers, and the Tigers are trending in the right direction. Win 78 games last year or 77 games, whatever it was last year, and looking like they're adding players to the mix that makes sense here. I kind of trust in Scott Harris a little bit. I definitely trust in Steve Yzerman, and absolutely trust in Brad Holmes. And then there's the Pistons, who in the draft the last couple of years have acquired players that you think are going to be great for a core. But there's nothing else around it.
Nope. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Okay, we got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:35. Gator, there was news in the world of television. Nick Saban is joining the College Game Day crew. Interesting. ESPN, which has cut so many people and cut so much salary, has made it worth the while of Nick Saban to join the Game Day crew. What do you make of this, and do you think Nick Saban will be good at this?
I think Nick Saban is going to be better than you think. He is a brilliant football mind, and when he speaks candidly, he's entertaining, and he's got an inspirational pitch to him as well. Watching Nick on the sidelines throw a hissy fit is hilarious, but what's it going to be like in the studio? I think he's going to be quite good. I just have a feeling about it.
Yeah.
This is the greatest college coach we've seen in our lifetime.
I think there's a chance here for him to be pretty good. It's going to be interesting to see how much he goes at people, if at all. Or if he can, really give some real true insight as to what coaches go through. Because if you think about that role, if they had outside of Corso, who obviously his role is basically put on the headgear.
Right.
Am I wrong? What other former coaches have they had?
On ESPN?
Yeah, on College Game Day. It's always been players.
It's always been players.
I mean, I was thinking about like Dan Mullen, but he's not been on the set, has he? College Game Day?
I think occasionally they'll bring somebody in, but it's like for
they'll interview current coaches.
Some big game, but it's not like a permanent part of the panel.
Not that I can think of. Well, anyway. All right, another edition. Are You Going to Eat That coming up at 12:35? 97.1 the ticket. All right, we're all befuddled by what the Pistons did today, and the only thing the thing that jumps on is that they straight to the top of my mind is they held on to Bojan too long, and eventually in the end took whatever they could get, which wasn't much. A bunch of players that I suspect are going to be cut to free up cap space, but Bogey, I really feel like Bogey could have given you more, gotten more at some point. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but the fact that Bogey and Burks were put together in this deal that returned a whole lot of nothing. Basically, Quentin Grimes and a bunch of guys are probably going to cut. Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, Ryan Arcidiacono, and 2 future second-round picks. Wholly disappointing. Gator, with that said, moving on, we mentioned Saban being on College Game Day. Did you see that Netflix is kind of doing something I've said Netflix should do?
Yes.
So I think that Netflix and that television show Drive to Survive has helped spark more interest in Formula One racing in the United States. I don't know if they've been doing it for 4 or 5 seasons, but people say that it's a younger crowd now. It's going to the F1 race, specifically in Austin is where I heard it. And now the F1 has expanded to, they've had races in Miami and Las Vegas. And some people, and I think it's probably true, credit the behind the scenes documentary where Netflix followed around crews and drivers in their homes, crew chiefs or principals, I guess they're called, and have them mic'd up, and you get all the behind the scenes stuff. And I don't know anything about Formula One, and I still don't watch the races, but I watch Drive to Survive. And I really enjoy the behind the scenes stuff. Now, it hasn't worked to the point where I might leave a Formula One race on for a few laps before I would just skip over it. And maybe, just maybe, if it's near the end, I'd watch the conclusion of a race. But it's not appointment viewing, but I'll stop and check it out. Then they did the one on tennis called Breakpoint, which it wasn't as good for me. But I watched probably 4 or 5 episodes of that. And now they've got one out on NASCAR called Full Speed. And I've been calling for them to do one on baseball because I thought if you get a chance to get a younger audience, and they have, except they're only following one team this coming season. And that one team is the Boston Red Sox.
And this isn't going to be aired until next year?
No, I guess not. And they're going to be fully embedded behind the scenes with the Red Sox. So, look, it's better than nothing. I'm just not that interested in the Red Sox.
You weren't interested in Formula One either.
This is true.
I think you have more interest in baseball than you do Formula One.
I think I have more interest in Formula One right now than I do the Red Sox. but I kind of want them to do the whole league, the way they've done all of NASCAR, all of Formula One, all the teams.
Well, probably can't do that. What you can do is get a glimpse to other teams based on who the Red Sox are playing.
Yeah, if they go and mic up those people too. I guess we'll get a little bit what the Red Sox think about them. But all right, how are you going to eat that? I haven't done one of these in a while. Gator, are you ready? So these are typically new menu items. Whether or not Gator and Kang and myself will give them a try. I start with Burger King, Gator.
Okay.
They've come out with the Candied Bacon Whopper. This is a Whopper, a beef patty topped with brown sugar candied bacon, garlic aioli, crispy onions, sweet bacon jam, lettuce, and tomato. A lot of bacon there. Gator, the Candied Bacon Whopper. Are you going to eat that?
I'm not the biggest fan of bacon on everything. I like bacon, but typically like it just as a side. When I try it, of course I try it. This doesn't sound like a burger that's piled too high. You're adding some bacon and you've got the fried onions instead of I would imagine instead of the raw onions. So it's I'd give it a shot. Sounds good.
Kang, would you try this?
Yes, I'm a sucker for garlic aioli. Anytime I see that, I feel like I got to try it.
Fries dipped in garlic
Yeah,
aioli is
I love
good.
it.
I would actually try this without the beef patty, the candied bacon, or the bacon jam.
Wow.
Oh, so Doug's a sucker for garlic aioli as
Yeah,
well.
he is too. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Next up, Burger King Thailand.
Uh-oh.
Correct.
Automatically, I'm thinking wet market. Nope.
They have come up with the Hershey's Whopper. This is a Hershey's chocolate burger that includes a stomach-churning mix of beef, cheese, fried onions, bacon, chocolate sauce on a chocolate burger bun.
Sorry, list that again.
It's beef, cheese, fried onions, bacon, and chocolate sauce on a chocolate burger bun.
Absolutely not.
No?
What are we doing?
I don't know.
Mixing chocolate and chocolate sauce with burgers and cheese?
Dude, if I go overseas, I can find some wild stuff.
Yes, you can.
But I just went with this one. Kang, would you try the chocolate Whopper?
I'm out. This is like a dessert at best, right?
Dessert with beef and cheese?
I don't know. But if you had to pick one side or the other, you would say this is entree? I think it's more dessert.
I think it's more entree.
I don't know. It's you know what? It's a no bueno from both of us.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I'm out too. Starbucks has a new breakfast sandwich. It's chicken. It's the chicken maple butter and egg sandwich. This is white meat chicken, a white meat chicken patty, eggs, and maple butter spread onto an oat biscuit roll.
Yep. Love me a breakfast sandwich.
That's what it is. I'm in. Love
totally
breakfast
in for
sandwiches.
breakfast sandwich.
Even I'm in on this. This sounds fantastic. Popeyes. There you go.
Thank you.
Popeyes is coming out with a banana cream cake. This is a vanilla cake topped with whipped banana cream and wafer crumbs for a sweet treat.
All day. All day. I love banana cream pie, and this sounds delicious. Absolutely.
I actually agree with you. I think this sounds fantastic.
All right, Doug.
I know.
Doug's on board?
Yes.
If I'm going to go for a dessert, this is the kind of dessert I'd go for.
What, do you think it's healthy because it's banana?
That's what I'm thinking.
Nope.
Yeah, right.
I don't think it's healthy at all.
Oh,
It's not, because it's not.
but you're trying to convince yourself with the banana.
No, it just sounds good.
It's not even, probably not even using real bananas. Banana flavor.
Dude, every once in a while, I just say F it and eat something that is not necessarily healthy. It's okay.
Okay. All right. We're glad you're on board.
Yep, I'm on board. And Kang, you said yes?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. And finally, Monday Night Garage Brewery, which I believe is in Georgia, has added a new beer. It's called Cloaks and Mirrors, excuse me. It's described as an Indian pale ale that's not an IPA at all. They have a ridiculous amount of Citra hops where they were used to provide depth. Kettle souring helped develop a tart, fruity note. Then the brewers added, in a batch, 800 pounds of fresh Georgia Sun King peaches, Ugandan vanilla beans, Vietnamese cinnamon. They say it tastes like peach cobbler in a glass. A bright beer with notes of the classic dessert. Gator, Cloaks and Mirrors. The IPA. Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely. I would try that. I'm curious why they call it that.
I don't know.
Why wouldn't you call it something named after a peach?
No idea. Here's the thing: when I've heard about IPAs that don't taste like IPAs at all,
They're great.
I think they all taste like IPAs.
Really? Because your favorite beer is not quite pale ale, which is what IPA is.
I know, but they don't. It's not an IPA that they say don't taste like an IPA.
Well, this one's saying it's an IPA, but it's not an IPA, right?
No, it's saying it's an IPA that doesn't taste like an IPA.
Well, Magic Hat number 9 is the not quite pale ale that has the hint of apricot. Just a hint.
I love it.
And it's delicious.
I love it.
You'd try this, wouldn't you?
No,
Come on.
I don't. Any of these IPAs, I'm out. I don't
But
like
it says it doesn't
IPAs.
even taste like an IPA.
I've heard that before, and it tasted just like an IPA to
So,
me.
but you'd be willing to try it, wouldn't you? A sip? Come on, Doug, is a sip? I tried that Bud Light Chelada crap.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
That was the worst thing ever.
So good. But I'm out on
Somebody says peach. It tastes like peach cobbler in a glass, and you're like, nope.
I'm out.
You're out on peach cobbler in a glass.
Yes.
Kang.
I'm in.
You're not even a beer guy.
No, I'm a light beer guy. I'm not a craft beer guy or anything like that. No, I'm not. Not an IPA guy either, but I'm in on this.
I'm not an IPA guy.
So, Doug, if it was like advertised as non-IPA but tasted like something you like kale or whatever, would you still not try it?
If it's not an IPA, yeah, I'd try it.
No, it's just like this, but the flavor is, you know how they say the flavor is peach cobbler? The flavor is, I don't know, oats.
Going on my history of any time anybody has said to me, this really doesn't taste like an IPA.
Okay.
It's tasted exactly like an IPA to me. So I don't trust this. Yeah, it tastes like bug spray. I don't trust this marketing.
Does it show the alcohol content?
I didn't. I can go see if I can find it, but
I think it sounds really interesting to me because there's a lot of balancing going on. You got the citra hops and then you've got the sour coming in as well. So trying to balance that out. But then they overdo it with the peaches. That sounds really intriguing. But then you're going to balance that with vanilla, which is a strong flavor, and then adding cinnamon to it as well. I mean, it's got all the feels, baby. Come on.
Look, there's more for you. First of all, nothing can surprise you.
I know.
Can't be surprised.
I guess I'm not. This one I am a little bit.
You sound shocked.
Well, because you have such a hardline stance against it. Because it says it doesn't taste like an IPA,
it's not
and
like
your experience is anything.
Okay, I'm not going to avoid it like it's going to kill me, but I would not. If somebody has a bunch of beers in front of me and says, and this IPA doesn't taste like an IPA, and we also have this light beer, I'm getting the light beer. 100 times out of 100.
If somebody offers it to you and says, look, I'm not going to be offended if you pour it out. You want to try this? You wouldn't even waste a sip on it?
Sure.
Oh.
To end the conversation.
Oh.
I'll try it. Carson Anderson, open lines. A reminder, a little less than an hour, give away the Usher tickets. Chance to see Usher past, present, future at Little Caesars Arena on September 12th. You can win them before you buy them with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Tickets go on sale Monday if you don't win. You can get them at livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so tonight is the announcement for the AP Coach of the Year. I guess the NFL honors are handed out tonight. And Dan Campbell is one of the guys that can win it. Finalists are Kevin Stefanski from the Browns, John Harbaugh from the Ravens, D'Amico Ryans from the Texans, Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers, and Dan Campbell. Do you think this will be an injustice if Dan Campbell doesn't win?
No. Depends on who does. But I think that there are a couple of other really good candidates there.
I'm not sure how D'Amico Ryans doesn't win it.
That's the thing. Taking that Houston team and trusting the offense to a rookie quarterback, playing soundly around him to the point where did they win the division or they just make the playoffs?
They won the division, didn't they?
So, I mean, all that with a new coach, rookie head coach, and they took advantage of their two picks on offense and on defense with Will Anderson on the defensive side. I think it should be him. And yet I love Dan Campbell, and if Dan Campbell gets it, then there shouldn't be any issue with that either because, hey, he won 2 playoff games, won the division as well, and improved from one season to the next by 3 wins. Now, Ryan's had a bigger increase in wins.
He improved by 7 wins.
Yeah, but look at what the Lions did. Campbell went from 3 wins and a tie to 9 wins the next year. So moving up from 9 wins, it's hard to move up all that high, and he did 3 in the regular season. Then you tack on 2 more in the playoffs.
This feels like just on the basis of the data of the resume alone, D'Amico Ryans should win it. Going from 3-13-1 to 10-7 and a playoff team with a rookie quarterback is more than any fan base could reasonably ask for. And Houston will be cited in the future as the team that, hey, Houston did it. Remember what Houston did between 2022 and 2023? People will say that's who we want to be.
Well, and the other guy that should get consideration is Stefanski in Cleveland. They won 11 games this year, and how many quarterbacks did they go through to do it? And they finish up with Joe Flacco, pulling him off the scrap heap, and they won 11 games. So I think that's deserving. But what you remember is, what happened in the playoffs, and they didn't get it done. But, yeah, I think between those 3, any one of them you can make a strong case for. You could probably make a strong case for Kyle Shanahan as well. Look, but this is going to come out before the Super Bowl is played. But he's got a lot to work with, and they've been there before. They've been in the NFC Championship game before. So do you set that against what the other guys have done? And John Harbaugh gets back to the AFC Championship game, but he fell short and gets beaten by a Kansas City team that on paper didn't look anywhere near as good, and you lost at home in the AFC Championship game.
So what's interesting about this, though, is Campbell, if Campbell wins it, it won't be a shock, right? It won't be a shock.
No.
But we've just gone through something that we could do all summer long, and that is question Dan Campbell's coaching.
Careful.
Yeah, I know. But if the totality of your work has you so well respected, but it comes with, this other part, because there were some very hostile calls in the wake of the loss to San Francisco. Now, I guess you can be coach of the year and people can still be mad at you at the same time. And we had a few people call and say, look, I love Dan Campbell, but I think he really effed this up. Does the coach of the year award, I don't want to say vindicate, but let you know that enough people see that what you are doing has a far more positive impact, because every coach does something that hurts the team at some point. They just do.
Yeah, I mean,
you have so many decisions to make, you can't get them all right.
I don't know if it vindicates or there's a vindication or validation of what they've done. I just think it's a nice award to win. I mean, I feel like there's plenty of coaches that have won Coach of the Year award, and you don't even think twice about it because maybe it's all what have you done for me lately? It's a reward for what happened this season.
Yep.
And I feel like we've had a lot of people that have won Coach of the Year and then didn't work out. They win it before they come to Detroit, and then they come to Detroit and nothing happens. Like the last couple of basketball coaches we've had.
Okay, so this one's voted on by the Associated Press, and I think it's widely considered like the award, but we've seen Dan Campbell already win Coach of the Year awards, including the one by the Sporting News. The Sporting News asks players, coaches, and executives to anonymously vote for these awards. And we're encouraged not to vote for members of their own team. They want it to be you're honored by your peers. Should that be more important? Because to me, that should be held up as a better example. The people in the game have the respect for you.
I mean, not that it matters in the grand scheme of things,
Of course
except
not.
to those people. But if I were a coach and I were given an award, would I rather get the award given to me by players and other coaches, or would I want the award given to me by the media? When you want the respect from your peers.
Yeah.
That means more. But does it matter?
I mean,
it's nice to have.
Yeah.
It's great to put up on a mantle somewhere if you win it.
But the funny thing is, in their jobs, there's a very distinct way of measuring the job that you did.
Yes, it's with wins and losses.
Yep. And so the other things you get, like a Coach of the Year, or in Brad Holmes' case, he was voted the Executive of the Year by his peers, that it's nice, and you don't say, no, I don't want that. And I guess it means you're probably not doing a bad job. And you can affirm that if you're a Coach of the Year finalist or you win Coach of the Year, you're not doing a bad job. But it doesn't mean he should get a lifetime contract and never be questioned for anything he ever does. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey guys, what's going on?
What's up,
Hey.
Chris?
Beautiful day today. 56 degrees outside. My God, I'm going to take my shirt off and lay out in the sun.
Oh,
but
my.
anyways, I'm teasing. But you know what? I think the big thing with Dan Campbell is that we all, you know what, as a society, we all get judged on the one or two mistakes that we make. We don't get judged on everything else that we did that was right, everything else that worked. And I think Dan Campbell is getting a raw deal for that last game, just because, I mean, I don't know if the stars were not aligned or whatever. Balls bouncing off of people's faces, and I mean, it was absolutely nuts. We were all jumping up and down the first half. The second half, we all went, what's going on right now? What's going on right now? But Dan has done an amazing job with this team over the last 3 years, and he deserves all the credit in the world. And I firmly believe, as God is my witness, that something's going to happen this year that's going to be amazing again, and he's going to put us right back into that situation.
What do you mean, like right back into a fourth down decision in a key game?
No, not a fourth down decision in the key game, but he might reevaluate everything he's done. And I'm not saying he did things wrong, but you know what? Everything that he did, all those fourth downs, you saw the percentages of what he did on the fourth downs and the conversions. It was amazing.
Yep.
What happened? I think that people were just puckering a little bit and going, you know what? We have a chance to win this thing. And you've got what I think there were 3 or 4 people that have ever been to a NFC playoff game or AFC playoff game. It was like, holy smokes. These guys were all fired up, but then they're all a little bit nervous. And it's okay. It's okay. You know what? Detroit came so far in the last 4 years. I'm excited about what next year brings. And you know what? I give them all kudos. I give them all kudos. They did an amazing job.
Yeah,
and I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Interesting. I don't know that the moment was too big for them and they got nervous. Only they really know that. And I haven't heard it speculated upon, and I guess they probably wouldn't want that to get out if that were the case. But there is reason to be enthusiastic. I'm not quite sure I followed the last point at all, to be honest with you. 248-539-9797. Campbell, a finalist for Coach of the Year tonight. And we're just talking about what it would mean. What would it mean for the guy that took the Lions to the NFC title game? It's 97-1 the ticket.
The NBA trade deadline 2 hours away. The Pistons have already been plenty busy. Detroit made a pair of deals late this morning, first acquiring Daniil House from Philly for a second-round pick, then dealing Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks to the Knicks in exchange for Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, Ryan Arcidiacono, and 2 second-rounders. General reaction from fans and media alike is Pistons got fleeced, even though the strategy pretty obviously is to clear cap space. Grimes is the best part Detroit got in return. The 23-year-old wing is a quality defender, shooting 38% from three for his career. Yesterday, the Pistons acquired Simone Fontecchio from Utah for a second-rounder and later sent Monte Morris to Minnesota in exchange for Shake Milton, Troy Brown Jr., and a 2030 second-round pick. The moves leave the Pistons with 19 players. That's 4 over the league limit, meaning additional dealing is coming. Other noteworthy trades in the NBA so far today, the Raptors have acquired former Piston Kelly Olynyk from the Jazz, Mavs adding center Daniel Gafford from the Wizards, the Hornets are sending Gordon Hayward to the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Pacers sent Buddy Hield to the Sixers. On the court tonight, the Pistons are in Portland following up last night's 133-120 win at Sacramento, and you can hear that right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:35. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The purge has started as the Pistons have literally just waived Joe Harris.
How'd that work out?
Not well. Dude, it's almost nothing has worked out. I mean, honestly, this is one of the most disappointing seasons I can ever remember a team having. And I know it's not going to hold the stigma of like 0-16 or something like that. But they started 2-3. I'm sorry, 2-1.
Right.
And they haven't won. They haven't won back-to-back games since. And I got a dumb trade where I got them winning 3 in a row. A dumb bet. I got them winning 3 in a row. And now they're trading players that are actually aren't terrible for a bunch of people that are just going to cut.
Well, I guess I feel fortunate that I was paying attention last night late in the game when Joe Harris got his bucket.
Yeah.
It's the last points he'll ever score as a Piston. And I saw it. I wonder how many people saw that. How many people saw Joe Harris's bucket? Did he score 1 last night? It was 1.
Because I had the pregame show on. I was watching it. And then Northwestern Nebraska. And I'm like, Casey Tominaga's fun to watch. And I like the way Northwestern plays. They can really shoot it, although they weren't shooting it last night.
Yeah, Joe was hovering around the 3-point line. Got it. Was contested and kind of came more towards the basket and found himself with a manageable little baby jump shot, and it went in.
It sucks because as a Piston fan, and you weren't expecting huge things today, okay? We all knew that, right? But you kind of just feel helpless because you can sell me on Fontecchio and Grimes being maybe part of the future, but he just cut Joe Harris, traded Morris, traded Bogey, traded Burks. Those guys were supposed to help the future.
They're supposed to help him win.
So that's why there's just no faith in what Troy's doing. And so what I got to lean back on is the development of Duren, Ivy, and Cade. But we all know those guys are so young, they can't do it without some veteran guys that are good. Not just veterans, but guys that can play still. And so you bring in these 2 other guys and cap space and second-round picks. But, you know, Piston fans, they've had enough. And I'm not saying go make a Blake Griffin trade, but you just don't know if this team has any direction.
Nope.
Well, it was like there's a different narrative that came out, that's coming out this afternoon than what was here this morning. Because this morning, going through the papers and reading different people, what they had to say about the trades from yesterday, and one of them was, hey, Pistons got a couple things they needed. They got some defense and they got experience with some of the players they acquired yesterday. And then today it's just a total salary dump, with the exception of, I guess, Grimes. So when all is said and done, when the smoke settles, the dust settles, whatever, you're going to have Fontecchio and Grimes.
Yep. Replacing Bojan.
And Burks, which I don't know if
it feels completely inconsequential.
It seems totally underwhelming. And you get a bunch of draft picks, a bunch of second-round picks, but second-round picks, who cares? It's just, it is disappointing because we thought over the last couple of years, you've got this bargaining chip in Bojan Bogdanovic, a guy who's a legitimate scorer in the league. He can shoot anywhere on any team, and he'll score 20 points a game if you give him the opportunities to score, to shoot, because that's what he does. He's a really good three-point shooter.
Yeah, and I don't think they got one of those guys in return. So. We were just talking about the awards tonight, the NFL awards, and how Coach of the Year is going to be handed out. There's others, Most Valuable Player, Comeback Player of the Year. The thing that we'll keep our eye on is the Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year. And I don't think we're going to get either of them. I mean, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Here are your finalists: Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Puka Nacua, Bijan Robinson, C.J. Stroud. I mean, should we make a case for anybody other than Stroud? Is Stroud going to win this thing?
For Offensive Rookie of the Year?
Offensive Rookie of the Year.
You could try to make a case for Nacua, but, I mean, in the end, it's Stroud. Not only as being a rookie quarterback in the league, they don't do this. That rookie quarterback led his team to the playoffs and won a playoff game. Mm-hmm. Won it handily. He looked great. It looks like a mainstay in the NFL. One of the bright young stars. I think it's him. I don't think it's not even, shouldn't be close. Nacua is going to get some consideration, but I mean, if you break down votes, can you give him a first place vote over C.J. Stroud?
Somebody will. I mean, is that the only major upset would be Nacua? Like nobody else can possibly win it
from that list? No.
Yeah. Gibbs, Laporta, and Bijan Robinson.
All really good players.
Yep.
But C.J. Stroud had a ridiculous year. The touchdown to interception ratio was sublime. He threw for a ton of yards.
And just, again, as a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. Defensive Rookie of the Year. Texans defensive end Will Anderson. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter. Steelers cornerback Joey Porter Jr. Rams defensive tackle Kobe Turner. Seahawks corner Devon Witherspoon. Again, this could be Jalen Carter. And if it is Jalen Carter, I think we've moved beyond the complaining about who they took instead. Because the draft class and specifically the first 4 picks, which were, they got 4 picks because of their maneuvering and basically trading out of a spot to take Jalen Carter. Does that take any of the sting away? Any of the I told you so away? Any of the people that are fixated on they should have taken Jalen Carter? Is that the rest of the rookie class, which included trading out of a spot where they could have taken Carter to help acquire, the totality of the haul in their first 4 picks, are we okay with that? Because it's basically Gibbs and Laporta, right, instead of Jalen Carter.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, once you start trading picks around, I don't really know.
You don't know how it's going to play out.
Yeah, you can't predict how it would have worked out. But so, is Jalen Carter going to win it? I don't know. Will Anderson statistically had better numbers.
I think Carter is the favorite, Vegas favorite, but I think Anderson's right behind him.
When Will Anderson, more tackles, more sacks, more tackles for loss, and played one fewer game. I don't know if he played. If Carter played 16 or 17 games, Will only played 15.
Okay, so here are the Vegas odds. Jalen Carter is minus 200. Anderson's plus 300. Kobe Turner's plus 450. So, and it's a sizable lead. He's obviously in the running here.
As a Lions fan, I love what they got in the draft as a whole. When you look at those first 4 picks, and of course I want to throw in the 5th one because it's Hendon Hooker, but if I look at the first 4 picks, they hit on them. They hit on every one of them. Those guys all contributed big time to this team as rookies in the league. The thought of changing that up to throw Jalen Carter in the mix, I don't even think about it anymore.
No, I don't either. But then again, I wasn't really in the Carter camp to begin
I
with,
was.
so it's much easier for me to say it. But
I was in the Carter camp. I wanted him at 6. I would have taken him. He was right there for the taking. They didn't do it. They traded back, and there he went at 9 or whatever it was. They got the running back, Jahmyr Gibbs. He had a hell of a rookie season, and because of the maneuvering, you get the extra pick and all that, I'll walk away very happy.
248-539-9797. In the meantime, somebody locally just took a job I would never want. We'll get to that today at 1:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. February is a month of love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox. They're arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for their community with their quarterly blood drive that comes up Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. So, Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel has been named chair of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee. Now, I think every year the person that gets this job is the chair of the selection committee is the person that gets to sit up there and take all of the blame when the stupid rankings come out. Now, maybe it'll be different with 12 teams, but the weekly television show where they have to put the person up there, and it was a Boo Corrigan from NC State last year, and was it Gary Barta from Iowa before that? I watch these poor guys go up there and have to explain the decisions that the committee made, knowing damn well that they didn't always agree with the decisions the committee made, but it was their job to represent the committee and explain why these decisions were made. And then the world caught fire around them, and everybody just annihilates them. I would never want this job.
No?
No, I would hate this job. And I'm not even sure they get paid to do it. I think it's like a prestige thing to be named on this committee. Would you want it?
Yep.
You would.
Yeah, why not?
For all the reasons I just stated.
So you have to take some hits. I mean, you got to be. I feel strongly about my opinions, and you don't even have to. It's not even your opinion you're offering up. You're basically the head of the committee. Everybody else, you're speaking for everybody else, and you're just gonna relay that information to the public. So, hey, why did you leave? Why was Texas out of the top 12 this week? Well, the committee looked at it and said this, and this.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that. So you're afraid of backlash on social media? Don't pay attention.
No, I'm not afraid of backlash. I think this becomes the most hated person in college sports.
You do it one year, and obviously it's not something that people do every year, but I think I think there is prestige to it.
I wouldn't want it.
Doug, does this mean Ward's for sure, staying at Michigan, not going anywhere?
Probably.
Well, just because there's always, some fans aren't happy, or there's rumors, speculation, things like that with his job security at Michigan.
Yeah. I mean, I see some of that stuff, and I think about, I can't remember the last time Michigan had an athletic director that the fans loved. They had Jim Hackett for 35 minutes. He had one job. He got it done, and he got out. But I sat there, and I remember people hated on David Brandon. People hated on Bill Martin. It is kind of a thankless job, and people blame anything that's gone wrong here. A lot of what's gone wrong on Michigan's NIL approach, which is trying to stay within the boundaries of the rules, which is now coming under some scrutiny with the Tennessee case, the rules of NIL. But at the end of the day, I would think that it's probable that he'll be back. It seems like a strong implication. I mean, I don't know if they might not be correlated at all.
Here's what I'm surprised you wouldn't want this, because if you have this job, you're on the inside, man. You get to see how all this stuff goes down. You get to hear the discussions. You get to decide if that's a ridiculous argument. You can call them out for it. That's a ridiculous argument. You're being stupid. Or, hey, that's a good point over there. I like what you're saying here. Interesting. I didn't think of that.
I didn't say I wouldn't want to be on the committee. I wouldn't want to be the chair of the committee. There's a big difference there. Being on the committee, being the fly on the wall, hearing the debates. Although, see, I think you'd hate it because they get into such levels of minutia. Like, this team has a bad ranking in game control.
Good. I'll let them know. I think it sucks.
Putting Gator on the college football playoff committee and have you argue with some of the metrics that they use would be fascinating.
Bring it. I would love this job.
Would you?
I would embrace it. Yeah, absolutely.
But then you would have to go and actually cite game control as the reason why Florida State's on the outside.
Yeah, and I could roll my eyes on TV while I do it. And these guys thought game control meant more with Florida State for this last week than it did in previous weeks. So figure that out, Kirk.
It doesn't sound like you'd be fulfilling what they think are the requirements of the job, which is speaking on behalf of the committee.
Hey, I do the job as I see fit. You guys hired me to do the job. I'm doing a job. You don't like it? Let me go at the end of the year.
Do you think people apply for this?
What, like the guy from the Packers?
Yeah, no, I mean, do you think the ADs say,
coordinator's
I
job?
want this job, or do you think they're selected to do the job?
I think that I'm sure there's an application. Who wants it? And you get people to apply for it, sure.
Just a reminder,
You think it's appointed?
I don't know. I don't know the first thing about it, how you get the job. Board was on the committee last year, so I don't know if they just decide someone in the room, hey, raise your hand if you want this job next year. I don't know how it works out. Just a reminder, Usher tickets are available through our show with a Carson Anderson quiz question coming up today at 1:41. So make sure you keep listening because that's right around the corner, just under 20 minutes from now. First one with the correct answer will win a pair of tickets to see Usher Past, Present, Future at LCA. Coming up in September. Tickets go on sale Monday, 10 a.m., livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. Have you seen the Super Bowl Squares expected value chart?
I have not.
So this is basically a chart that tells you how much each spot on the chart is worth with Super Bowl Squares contests.
Mm-hmm.
So if every square cost $1, it tells you using the odds what each number combination would be worth.
Gotcha. Like 777007.
7 is worth $4.49. The number combination that it pays the most is the only combination that's guaranteed to be the score at some point in the game.
00.
It's worth $7.12. And then there are the ones that are worth 10 cents and 10 cents only. And I think
2.
Actually, 2 is the lowest number. 2 is worth $0.0. It's so incredibly unlikely it's not worth anything. We were debating in the office today. If you were to buy the squares instead of just have them randomly drawn,
Mm-hmm.
would you want to spend $7.12 on one square or buy up all the crappy squares for like 10 cents each and have like 30 squares?
Is this from the big old tub of pretzels? What we got? I'd rather spend my money on something I think is a more of a sure thing
Okay.
than take the field.
Now remember, you're not getting 30 squares on a random board. The squares you are getting are
I understand.
2. I'm just explaining for the audience. 2, all the ones with 2.
2-9.
2-9 is worth 14 cents.
Oh.
5-9 is worth 10 cents. Yeah, I think buying up 30 crappy squares, because you are one missed extra point, one safety away from running this thing. Now, there's a reason why those squares come cheap,
Yes.
but it would feel like a lot more shot, even though academically, like mathematically, it's no different than spending the $7.12 on 00. The second most valued square is 70, or $6.12.
How about 3-0?
30 is worth $4.59.
Now, is 3-0 the same thing as 0-3?
Yes.
Okay.
They're both worth $4.59.
6-3?
6.3 is worth $1.24.
Did you say 7-3 already?
Yep, $6.12. It's the second most valuable square.
4-3?
4.3 is worth $1.58.
4-0?
4.0 is worth $2.92.
There's value.
Is that where your money's going, Gator? Just the value.
No,
So
I'll
the
tell you,
value's
my
there.
money does not go to squares. I don't do squares anymore.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
First of all, I'm not going to be at a party this year to do the squares
That's out,
that
huh?
I know of. At this point, it's Thursday. I haven't heard of anything, so it's not likely to happen. That's a big part. And second, squares are such a giant pain in the ass. I feel bad for the person that has to collect for it. And then I also can't stand being harassed for it. So these emails we keep getting at work,
Yeah.
I just completely ignore.
Yeah, you should get in the work one, and everyone just electronically pays the guy. That's
Yeah.
it.
Okay. So here are other reasons why.
I lost
I'm
you
not
electronic
You
debate.
lost me, yeah. Oh, you can just Venmo. No, I don't do Venmo. It's not
They
happening.
got PayPal.
Not doing that.
One Zell?
Not doing that. Do you accept cash?
They do.
Yeah,
and
Cash
I'm,
App.
and I'm not doing it. I just want nothing to do with Square. Square is just, no.
So the Super Bowl party thing, you've had 2 common Super Bowl party complaints. I wonder if that has anything to do. We'll get to that coming up. Swing around the NFL next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so I go first. Kang's got a 6-pack of NFL questions. Let's go.
All right, guys, here we go. The NFL announced this week that the Philadelphia Eagles, would be one of the designated teams to play in Brazil in 2024. It's going to be week 1 on a Friday night. Are you okay with all of this, any of this, none of this?
I'm okay with it because it doesn't really impact me. Occasionally your team is going to lose a home game to go play in Europe occasionally, but it really doesn't have that great of an impact on me. And in fact, sometimes I kind of like those early morning Sunday games and enjoy watching them. But what I really think the league needs to look at its own reputation. When they're doing this, it's a money grab for them. They're making huge amounts of money in marketing and all this. Why don't they ever make it worth our while? And I don't mean cut ticket prices, but it wouldn't kill them to take a fan, like a plane load full of season ticket holders to some of these exotic locales. Say we're going to have a raffle and we're going to take a plane load of Philly fans or Lions fans or whomever to one of these games. Just a little bit of give back for taking a game away from a home site. And I realize people don't love, hey, I'll never win, but it's better than nothing. And out of these deals, we get nothing.
I find it strange you're going to start the season like this, but I think better that than a few weeks into the season so teams get acclimated and all that. I think it's a 3-hour time difference in Brazil from where it is now. So I don't know if they would start games earlier or not, or if they just, throw that as part of the 1 o'clock schedule. It seems like it would work just fine like that. I'm not a big fan of the international game. It's more about forcing it into Europe than it is about other places. I like the games that are played in Mexico City. I think it'd be fun to play games in Canada. And South America is a different area to conquer. Brazil is obviously exotic and totally unique, and it's different, and I'm here for it.
Well, if I disagree. I don't think they're just trying to force on Europe. They're trying to force it around the world. I mean, this is Brazil.
Clearly, but earlier they were.
This is everywhere. This Roger Goodell and the owners, they want this to be a complete global sport. If I'm really being honest, I'm not cool with any of it. I understand it, but personally, I'm not cool with any of it. I understand the globalization because they see basketball and they want everyone in the world to care about football and the Super Bowl. I also don't like the Friday night thing. You're taking away from high school football. I think that sucks. I've said this for a long time, guys. You guys know this. The NFL is going to be every day during the week at some point. They're just going to take over our TVs because it doesn't matter when it's on. It's the number 1 rated show. And so if I'm being completely honest, I don't like any of it, but I do understand all of it because the NFL is just all about making money, and that's all they care about. All right, if the Bears do trade the first overall pick, what team absolutely needs to move up and make this deal?
It's a great question, and I think you have to start to go back a little bit further in the draft because there's a lot of really good quarterbacks available in this draft. I know everybody likes Caleb Williams. I like Jaden Daniels a lot. There's a Drake May people out there, and then you've got the whole Michael Penix, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy thing. But if you want to get to number 1, it means you want to leapfrog some teams to get there. And I think the number 1 team that needs to do that is Atlanta. They're down there at 8. They're not going anywhere with Desmond Ridder. They need a quarterback. And if they want to develop a young quarterback to go with the young core players they have, they've got to jump from 8 to 1 because these other teams in front of them are dying to get their quarterbacks. And if they want one, if they want the high caliber one that they can't miss, if they think the number 1 pick in the draft is can't miss, then go get it.
To be clear here, I think it's a great draft if you want a quarterback to not have to trade up. I don't know that anybody needs to. I mean, I look at teams that could get a developmental guy like the Jets at 10, the Saints at 14, the Colts at not the Colts, the Seahawks at 16. But I guess if you really are going to get aggressive, it would be New England at 3 to try and get one of the top 2 guys that seem to be rated a little bit higher than anybody else. But honestly, if I were New England, I'd be looking to try to trade back and get a Penix or a Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix or JJ.
Yeah, I guess we just have different evaluations, me and you guys, on Caleb Williams. I think he's clearly the best prospect in this draft. There's no for sure things whatsoever. Drake May, Bo Nix, many of those guys may end up being better than Caleb Williams. But as of right now, the skill set that Caleb Williams presents it's just too much to pass up for a team like the Raiders. I would sell my entire draft if I were the Raiders and go up and get Caleb Williams. They already have Devontae Adams. Antonio Pierce has that team believing in itself. Max Crosby on defense. I think he'd be a huge difference maker for the Raiders. I'd sell, and that's something that I honestly think Mark Davis might actually entertain. And they're moving from 13, so it's going to take a ton in future draft picks, but I'd choose the Raiders. All right, should the Super Bowl always be, speaking of the Raiders, in Las Vegas?
It's too early to say that. But there was a story yesterday about some of the things that the NFL is emphasizing. Like the NFL has banned the Chiefs and 49ers from any gambling whatsoever while in Vegas, right? And that's not just on football. That's any gambling whatsoever. I will watch this one closely to see if everyone complies. Also, NFL players are not allowed to bet on the game, and a lot of them go to the Super Bowl. And again, I will see if they comply. But keep an eye on that storyline because I'm sure somebody's going to screw it up. And in the meantime, you know, the owners would never go for that. Like they have a chance. Wait, I build a new stadium, I get a Super Bowl, right? I mean, that tends to be the formula in the NFL. So, no, I don't think it should always be in Vegas.
No, it definitely shouldn't always be in Vegas, but Vegas deserves to be a part of the rotation, I think. It's a beautiful stadium. It's a destination where everybody wants to go. And I think maybe you can start to not phase out, but stop going every 4 years to New Orleans, for instance. I mean, New Orleans we went there for a Super Bowl with San Francisco and Baltimore. It was a great experience, but that stadium's not great. And I think it's time to start backing away from a place like New Orleans, and let's throw more Vegas in the mix.
Well, you're not going to like next year's Super Bowl because it's in New Orleans.
I know.
But the big part of me says, yes, it should be in Las Vegas. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool. Everyone knows Vegas is the spot for the Super Bowl. Like you said, Gator, it's a destination point for anything and everything, not just sports, but just all of entertainment. But in the end, I do like moving it around, just around the country, letting other people see what the Super Bowl is all about. I do think, though, that Las Vegas should always be the backup, and it should always be prepared in case something goes down. Vegas is ready. All right. Who's more important for the Kansas City Chiefs to bring back next year? Chris Jones or L'Jarius Sneed?
Tough question. You got the whole question, does the defensive line make the secondary better? Does the secondary make the defensive line better? They're both really good players, but I think it's Chris Jones. He's just been consistently great. Had 10.5 more sacks this year. Obviously is a difference maker up front. 13 tackles for loss. They didn't have him to start the season, and they paid for it. I think it's Chris Jones.
So great DT versus a great cornerback. They're both hugely valuable, both in their primes. The franchise tag number for those positions are actually right next to each other. They're relatively close. That tells you about their perceived value in the league. Kansas City's defense is second in sacks in each of the last 2 years, led in large part by Jones. But they're near the bottom in interceptions. So I'm just going to split hairs and say because of that, feels to me like Jones is maybe the more important of the two. But that's the best argument I can make.
Yeah, both are really good players, obviously, for this team. The Chiefs have become a defensive team, for those that haven't paid attention. Mahomes and Kelsey are great on offense, but this is a defensive team right now moving forward, and it's because of these two guys. I bring back Chris Jones. My tiebreaker is he is a guy that's just so respected in that locker room. He's kind of the heart and soul of that defense and maybe even that team, some would say. I trust him to be good longer than Sneed. You mentioned the cap number is pretty similar. So, like I said, the tiebreaker for me is Chris Jones, captain. The guys really respect him. And pressure from up the middle is hard to find in this league, and he's consistent at doing that. All right, sticking with the Chiefs and the Super Bowl here. Is the pressure more on Patrick Mahomes to win his third ring or Kyle Shanahan to win his first ring?
So I'm going to go Shanahan. He was the OC in Atlanta when they blew that 25-point lead, and obviously the head coach in San Francisco when the 49ers blew a 10-point lead to Kansas City. He has come close, and I think if it happens again, people are going to start pointing the finger at him a little bit, whereas if Mahomes doesn't win this game, I think it would just be argued that they lost to a better team, given that San Francisco is the favorite. So I'm going to go that Kyle Shanahan needs it more than Patrick Mahomes.
I think it's definitely Kyle Shanahan. He hasn't won it yet, and Mahomes has got 2 under his belt. He's been to 3. Here he is for his 4th. It's all about personal legacy at this point, and I don't think he puts that pressure on himself. He wants to win it for his team. He's a team-oriented guy, but Shanahan hasn't gotten it done. And Doug mentioned the 2 big failures that he's had when he's gotten there. Yeah, it's clearly on Shanahan.
Yeah, there's pressure on Mahomes because he is playing for legacy, and he wants people keep bringing up Brady to him, and he knows he's far away from that. But to get even in that conversation, he's got to win a third. But yeah, the more pressure, I agree with you guys, is on Kyle Shanahan. I think they've done a lot over there with the Niners. They pretty much do whatever Kyle Shanahan asked them to do. I mean, go up and trade for Trey Lance, and then, oh, by the way, that didn't work out, and he made it work with Purdy. So obviously he's a good head coach, offensive coordinator, all that, but he needs to win one to cement that. And winning just one ring in this league just buys you so much credibility.
Sure does.
It's crazy. Brett, Aaron Rodgers only has one. Drew Brees only has one. I mean, but those guys are held really high. All right, Patrick Mahomes has had to address this week. People are asking, are the Chiefs the new villains of the NFL? What do you guys think?
I mean, all this data will show you that the Chiefs are, that people don't like the Chiefs. And I think there's a large part is the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, which I think is ridiculous. And maybe it's just as soon as if they break up that, okay, they don't hate him anymore. And I think that's dumb. I mean, I'm going to go personally, who it is for me. And for me, I think it's easier to pick on the Jets than it is the Chiefs. Aaron Rodgers, he sets himself up just when you think, okay, Aaron Rodgers is not that bad to a guy. He opens up his mouth again and does something and says something stupid and puts himself right back in the front. And I'm here for it all the time when anybody wants to speak ill of Aaron Rodgers, because I want to be convinced that he's not the guy that I actually start to like every few months. So I don't think it's the Chiefs.
You mentioned the data, the Twitter, that they had the most negative comments measured on Twitter and were ranked as the most hated team in the NFL, the Chiefs, that is. And you start laundry listing the things that annoy people, fairly or unfairly, but it's Taylor Swift, it's Brittany Mahomes, it's Pat Sr. and another DUI, it's Jackson Mahomes, it's their play-by-play guy telling, in the call in the final game of the AFC Championship game that America needs to deal with the Chiefs, which actually rubbed me the wrong way. They have a bunch of characteristics of people that annoy people, but they're not my most hated team. And in fact, they're kind of my hero team on Sunday. So I don't let's give away these tickets. They might be to Usher. They probably are in September. Not for me. Usher, past, present, future at Little Caesars Arena. First one with the correct answer, the following question, you get a pair of tickets. We did a topic earlier. What did you do to look busy at work? Kenny, who answers phones for us, what did he say he did to look busy at his job at a grocery store?
He looked busy.
What did he say to look busy at his job at a grocery store? First one with the correct answer, 248-539-9797. You got 2 tickets to see Usher coming up in September. If you don't win and you want to go anyway, tickets go on sale Monday at 10 a.m., livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. 248-539-9797. First correct answer, you are the winner. Carson Anderson continues. Hey, football fans, FanDuel is a perfect way for you to get in on Super Bowl 58 with a no-sweat same-game parlay. When you bet on Super Bowl 58 on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of wins. America's #1 sportsbook has all your favorite bets like money lines and the spread, plus all sorts of prop bets. That means we can combine your bets in these same-game parlays. You got a chance at a bigger payday. Plus, you get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. So start building your own or just bet a popular same-game parlay already made for you in America's #1 sportsbook. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. If you don't already have an account, that's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, so I go first. Kang's got a 6-pack.
With Purdy. So obviously he's a good head coach, offensive coordinator, all that, but he needs to win one to cement that. And winning just one ring in this league just buys you so much credibility.
does.
It's crazy. Brett, Aaron Rodgers only has one. Drew Brees only has one. I mean, but those guys are held really high. All right, Patrick Mahomes has had to address this week. People are asking, are the Chiefs the new villains of the NFL? What do you guys think?
I mean, all this data will show you that the Chiefs are, that people don't like them.
They're not my most hated
And
team.
they
And
win.
in fact, they're kind of my hero team on Sunday. So I don't think they might be, and they probably are, but not for me.
Yeah, I think some people think like, oh, is it Chiefs fatigue? But I think it's all the outside stuff, like you mentioned. It's the dating, the Kelsey versus Rodgers even, it's everything outside. Unfortunately, I think that has made them annoying to a lot of people. So I think they are the new villains of the NFL, but I agree they're not my personal villain, but I think they are the NFL's villain now.
And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. One of the questions in there I want to address a So the Pistons, after all their trades, had 19 players on their roster. Daniil House, who they acquired today in a trade, and then Evan Fournier, Quentin Grimes, Archie Diacono, Ryan Archie Diacono, and who was the other one? And one more that they got in that trade that they sent.
Grimes?
I mentioned Grimes. It was Grimes, Archie Diacono, Fournier. Maybe that was it.
And Malachi Flynn.
There you go. Thank you. And 2 second-round picks for Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks. They have now traded 2 players, or released 2 players. One was Joe Harris, we told you about. They just outright released Killian Hayes. If my math is right, they're down to 17 players, and they got to get down to 15, which means Evan Fournier, Shake Milton, or Quentin Grimes, all backcourt players. Even if they release 2 of those guys, they would rather have probably Quentin Grimes than Killian Hayes, although Shake Milton's more of a point guard. Hayes was in the final year of a contract. He was going to be a free agent. The trade deadline's still an hour and 11 minutes away, and maybe they've been told no so many times about Killian Hayes. Nobody wanted him. But they would rather have – it might shake out that they'd rather have some of these cats they just traded for than Killian Hayes.
Well, it's sad to look back at it. Was it Troy Weaver's first draft when he was trading all over the place, ended up with 3 first-round picks, take Killian Hayes, Isaiah Stewart, and Sadiq Bey, and traded away Sadiq Bey, ended up getting James Wiseman as part of it. Now you're releasing Killian Hayes, who everybody was critical at the time to get a different point guard, and a lot of it was first guessing, saying Halliburton.
Yep.
So now you have, based off that first draft class, which I was really proud of. Look at all this maneuverability he's done here. And getting 3 players, and all you have left out of it is Isaiah Stewart, whom you signed to an extension. And now you're releasing Killian Hayes. And you have others that you're going to have to release as well. They're not going to be able to trade anybody. They're just going to flat out release guys. And it's done for, look, there is a purpose behind it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what the purpose is with Killian Hayes, but I'll get to that in a second. Just I want to make sure I close the loop on this. Again, Josh from Rochester won the Carson Anderson quiz question. If you didn't win, tickets go on sale Monday at 10 a.m., livenation.com or ticketmaster.com. Just making sure I get that in.
And the answer was?
The answer was he pulled around he did laps with a pallet jack to pretend to be busy while he worked at a grocery store.
Yes.
Thank you to all those who called in, and congratulations to Josh. You're going to see Usher. If they didn't release Killian Hayes, what was the downside?
Well, maybe what they're trying to do is do what's best for the player. Hey, there's no future for you here. We're not going to play the rest of the way. We tried trading you. Nobody was going to give us anything in return we thought was worth it, or whatever. We're just going to release you, and maybe you'll get picked up by another team. They're doing it for the player. Look, it's inconsequential at this point. Look, for as little as they got for Bogdanovich and Burks, you're not going to get anything for Killian Hayes.
Yeah, Bogdanovich, Burks, and Killian Hayes. I don't want to say it. I really don't want to say the phrase that I hate when people say it to us. But do you think it's likely that at some point they had an offer for Killian Hayes over the last couple of years that was more than nothing?
I don't know. Maybe.
What about Bogdanovich?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. But I think what they're doing, and I don't like it because there's no return and there's no instant gratification of, oh, look, we got this. It's clear that they're trying to just get as much salary cap space as possible in the offseason and go into the offseason and hope that they can grab a couple players, whether it's through free agency or through a trade. And try to make it happen that way. That's the path to getting this team much better. They've got a core group of maybe 4 or 5 guys that they like. A couple of players they've traded for are going to latch on here. Grimes is likely to be here. So is Fontecchio. And everybody else is probably gone. It's reality.
The Pistons releasing Killian Hayes is a move that finally made this team better. That's all I can say.
The game last night, okay? They go out and they beat Sacramento, and it was pretty impressive. They win by 13 points on the road, and you didn't play with Bogdanovich or Cade Cunningham. They used 9 players in total. Out of the 9 players on the Pistons last night, only 2 were minus players in the plus-minus column. 1 was Killian Hayes, who was -1. Actually had a nice game. He had, I think he had 9 assists in the game. The other was Joe Harris, who was -5. Both of those players released today. So tonight they play Portland, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to have any of these. None of these new guys are going to be on the team. They're not going to be there for this game. They have to clear physicals and all that. I thought I saw somebody really said Fontecchio hasn't done a physical yet. They don't even know if he's in Portland yet. So I doubt he's going to be in the lineup. So basically, you're going to go into this with the same lineup you had last night, with maybe the addition of Cade Cunningham. Maybe Wiseman's there too. Doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. This is such a dumpster fire of a team, and has been. But now you go through what's happened today and yesterday with just, releasing the floodgates to see what else is going to flush out. There's nothing else to trade. They're not gonna make another move other than waiving players.
They would have been better doing nothing.
I think there's more to trade. I don't know if you really want to go down.
But they're not going to go into the core right now. Any trade that's going to happen is going to happen in the offseason.
Is it?
Well, you think they're gonna trade Cade Cunningham or Jaden Ivey?
No, listen. You want me to predict what a low IQ madman is going to do next? I have no idea.
The absolute best of everything that happened today is that the Pistons traded a second-round pick. I don't even remember which trade. I guess it was for House. A second-round pick that's protected between 31 and 55, meaning it will convey when that pick is either 56, 57, 58, 59, or 60.
Right.
When they're one of
key protection on there. Wouldn't have been able to sleep at night without it.
Yeah, so that pick won't convey until basically the Pistons are one of the top 5 teams in the league.
Doesn't it feel like Troy Weaver is the news anchor from The Simpsons, just shuffling the papers at the end of the broadcast? What is even going on? What is this?
Somebody sent us a text that said Troy Weaver's like that guy that's doing stuff to look busy while at work.
Very rarely am I left speechless. I'm speechless. This Bogdanovich thing's a fireable offense on its own accord, and I won't use the phrase that you said you hate.
No, you can use it.
What phrase is that?
Doug said he hates when people say, "You can't tell me ... Oh. Well, then why did you call the show? Doug made a good point, but
you've already made up your mind.
You can't tell me that over the last 18 months they didn't have a better deal for Bogdanovich.
Yeah, and I
just can't.
The reason it came up is because I am tempted to use the phrase that I hate. That you can't tell me because
it's hard to believe that would not be the case.
Well, you know what? You can tell me that this is one of those. I feel like Brad Holmes right now with the receipts. Killian Hayes was worthless, and they proved it today.
They just released him.
Yep.
They drug him out to the curb.
Do you think
and put a sign saying "free with puppies"?
Right, you couldn't get Antonio Brown's penis candy for him.
Puppies.
Did you?
You couldn't get a thing.
Do you think at any point in the last couple of years they had an offer for Killian Hayes?
Yes.
I wonder about that.
Now, offer doesn't mean it's sensual.
It was probably a second-round pick protected between 31 and 55.
yeah.
Or
Doug,
second
hold
round.
on. In fairness, how many in NBA history? How many guys are bad enough they are worth actual nothing? You never see that.
Yes, I mean you see players released all the time,
right? On a two-way deal or something.
But you also see players traded for 2034 second-round pick.
What you don't see is like a 20. What you don't see is a 22 or 23-year-old first-round pick
somewhere.
You know what?
Lottery pick.
We're done. Godspeed and good luck.
Troy Weaver has put me in a position where I can't believe I'm going to say this. They should have just held on to Bogdanovich at this point. What was the point?
I don't know.
Cap space, Mike.
Cap space. They could have got that in the offseason.
Could have held on.
Have a great show. You got plenty to talk about. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Now, Roberto, or shall I say Blackbeard, how come you haven't graced us with your presence?
Nope. I'm not doing this. because I am taking over the Super Bowl by the numbers today.
Wait a minute. Where is the newly minted jet black Roberto Beauchene?
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. 1 hour to go until the NBA trade deadline. The Pistons with a flurry of moves, including several today, with more work yet to do. This morning, Detroit added Daniil House from Philly for a second-round pick, then dealt Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks, who will have the opportunity to do that in New York with the Knicks in exchange for Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, Ryan Arcidiacono, who the Pistons apparently plan to release, and 2 second-round picks. The Pistons have also released Killian Hayes, who had reportedly asked to be traded, and waived Joe Harris in order to facilitate those moves. There's still 3 players over the 15-player roster limit. That means more moves are coming. Stay tuned at 97.1 The Ticket for continuing coverage of today's NBA trade deadline. Longtime NFL defensive mind Wink Martindale is reportedly interviewing for Michigan's D coordinator job today. Martindale most recently was the Giants' DC the last 2 seasons. He had run the Ravens defense for John Harbaugh in Baltimore the prior 4 years. Martindale has not coached in college since 2003 when he was D coordinator at Western Kentucky. And Michigan AD Ward Manuel has been appointed chairman of the College Football Playoff Committee. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, that's enough. I mean, what is this, an endless loop? Hi, everybody. So this is going to be a very unique show open. I sat here about 9 minutes ago with Rico and David, and I just said to both of them, I have no idea how I'm opening this show. None. Generally, I'm a meticulous planner. I have angles, things I want to communicate. Some days I'll give Rico the complete deal. Some days I like to keep him in the dark a little bit for an organic response. But overall, there's no show that's got more of a plan on a day-in, day-out basis than we do. Troy Weaver has left me largely speechless. I don't even know what I am supposed to say because it has, for a while, it's bordered on parody, and today it's become one. I mean, you have a general manager who should not be employed. And even if he is, he should be riding out a stay of execution that will last roughly until April. He should not be allowed to make really any moves. And yet, here we are. Now, I told you yesterday I couldn't make fun of Fontenecchio. I'm an NBA nerd. He's actually not a bad bet. 28 years old, RFA. You sign him, you keep him. He's a depth piece who could shoot the three a little bit and play a couple of spots. Okay, no problem. But what else? What I've witnessed today, it's just a complete lack of planning. I mean, if you had gotten back Grimes in a couple of seconds for Burks, I wouldn't have blatted an eyelash. I go, okay, that's fine. But the fact that you traded Burks and Bogdanovic to get a collection of players that you are going to buy out and waive, get no further draft compensation, and trade away your 2 best shooters, I'm left in largely stunned disbelief. I don't know why Troy Weaver is allowed to come to the office. I don't know why they are allowed to make moves. They're making every trade except the one they need to make. I mean, it's pretty clear the trade they need to make is they need to either plant a flag on Cade Cunningham or plant a flag on Jaden Ivey because they can't play together. And last night you saw it. Cade's out. Jaden, ball in his hands, 37, close the game out, win the game. Why? He's a ball-dominant guard. Mm-hmm. Cade Cunningham, ball-dominant guard. But they don't make that move.
No.
And Rico, they've just released Killian Hayes for nothing. Archie Diacono is going to be released for nothing. Joe Harris, which was a $20 million waste of money this summer, released for nothing. There's still 2-3 players over the limit.
Oh, the Nets were happy, but
I mean this when I tell you as a listener. If you're thinking I'm going to toss a chair or scream and yell, I can't. I don't even know what to communicate to you as a listener.
no, none of this makes sense because if you told me that the Pistons were stuck in purgatory where they couldn't get past the 30-win mark and we you know what, we got to blow this thing up and start all over again. Okay, I understand. You've been a bad team, and you were a bad team, and now you're blowing up a bad team. I don't know where you're going. I don't know what this means. People are like, is this a good thing? I have no idea. They're making moves, but are you making moves to make moves? It's like, I don't know if you got handed a bag of magic beans. What does all of this mean? Who knows? You got rid of Bogdan, but you got rid of Bogey. And you probably could have got more, but you waited too late. That I think his value dropped. Very much like Jeremy Grant, where he had a high value at one point, and you just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. I think that Killian Hayes was going to be a part of the Zach LaVine plan, but Zach just said, screw this. I'd rather have surgery than go to Detroit. So I'm out. So Killian was like, well, what am I supposed – you know what? Because reports are that Killian – asked to be traded, and I guess there were no takers. So because they had 19 people right now on the roster, they just had to release him. I don't know where we're going from this. I don't know what tomorrow brings. I don't know what the rest of this season brings next year. The fact that this is one where I question the fact of why did you let Troy Weaver make this decision? But you guys said something in the show prep meeting that I guess I have to come to grips with.
He's here.
He's here to stay. Mm-hmm. Because you don't do this if you're about to bring in somebody else, because nobody else will want to come and walk into this dumpster fire that you've created. And all you did, instead of trying to put out the fire, was you poured hot fish grease all over it just to spread the fire.
And again, in a vacuum, do I mind having Grimes as a backup on the 10th guy off my bench? No, I'm not going to yell and scream about that. Fontenecchio had some time starting for the Jazz when Lauri Markkanen was out. I'm not making fun of the individual. When you look at the totality, it's jaw-dropping to go, okay, so we traded all of these veterans. We are outright waiving guys that we used high capital on or took on this summer. You're nowhere near better, and now I think this deadline tells you, again, we have an hour to go. Will beef stew get dealt? Will there be a bigger trade? I don't know, because Rico and I are left shrugging our shoulders and just going, what? But I think the two things I take away from this, Troy Weaver's here, and they're putting all their eggs in the fateful salary cap basket, where I will tell you again, having the money to take on a contract is one thing. Telling me the player you're taking on is another. And second of all, the only way real deals get done for high-value players is you attach a multitude of first-round picks to it. You don't have that. I mean, Rico, they took on a 2030 second-round pick. You know what value that has? That's an empty pop bottle. So, guys, I apologize on behalf of this radio show, and I apologize for myself. If you were tuning in to hear me yell and scream and go crazy, I can't. Troy Weaver he's a crime against basketball. But you know what I think of your owner. You know what I think of your team president. You know what I think of Troy Weaver. There's nothing left for me to say.
If I had to sum it up in one word, it would just be exhausting. I'm exhausted.
I was going to go with pathetic, but
exhausted.
You know what?
Because
not mad.
Because it's tiring. It feels like you've been on a treadmill. You've run around. It's like the hamster on the wheel. You've done a lot of work, but in the end, you haven't gone anywhere. You put in the effort. You don't know what you have. You don't know what you're going to be. You don't even know what you were. You just were an NBA team that went out there and lost a lot of games.
He moved a lot of stuff around, and I don't know what benefit there is.
Yeah, seriously.
Like Evan Fournier is getting bought out. Joe Harris just got let go. Killian just got let go. Arcidiacono just got let go. Grimes, okay, back up, a deep depth piece. Fontenecchio, fine, but are you better with Grimes and Fontenecchio than Burks and Bogey? No. And then you go, well, what compensation did I get? I think after this is all said and done, from the Bagley trade through now, you netted 1 second-round pick. I don't know what reaction I should have. The owner's a joke. Troy Weaver's a joke, and your franchise is a joke. And about 99% of Metro Detroiters wouldn't know if they packed up like the Baltimore Colts and left town in the middle of the night. I wish the league could step in. Like how the IRS will do wage garnishments or seize your assets. Could the NBA just step in and seize the Pistons' assets? Not let them do anything? I mean, what is the direction? I said to you before these trades went down today, here's my idea. It was the whole idea of the trade that needs to happen is you have to trade either Cade or Ivy. You have to pick the one you want to stick with and build around and go. Because the team you played last night is the living embodiment of it. They had Halliburton and Fox. It wasn't working. They traded Halliburton to get Donatas Sabonis. They had a great run last year. This year, their team, they haven't captured the same magic, but work with me. That's a trade that makes sense, and we have a direction, and I understand what we're doing. Mm-hmm. This? I don't get it.
No, this is the hamster going around in that little circle. A lot of work, expending a lot of energy, doing a lot of things. But in the end, hamster didn't go anywhere.
I think it's egregious that they added Bogey to that deal. Guys, I don't know that you were ever getting a first. My whole point was, if you're putting Burks and Bogey together, I got to walk away with more than Grimes in a 2. Grimes and 2 2s. Can't happen. But Troy Weaver is Al Avila. Yeah. He has no ability to create a market nor better the market that exists. That's the job of a real general manager, and he's atrocious.
Yeah, somehow Charlotte got a first-round pick for P.J. Washington. You couldn't get it for Bogey.
And P.J. Washington's not even having a good year. So here's what I want to do. If you have any idea, first of all, do you have a reaction to any of this? Second of all, if you could tell me on what the plan is, please educate your favorite radio hosts. But I'm sitting here on NBA deadline day, and I am left not even knowing what to say to you. The Pistons look absolutely rudderless. And in the next 45 minutes, could you see Isaiah Stewart get dealt? Sure. What difference would it make? Troy Weaver's not acquiring anything. He's not building a war chest. He's just moving the Legos in the war chest around. We're not acquiring pieces anyone really cares about. Grimes and Fontenecchio, even if they're here next year, which I expect they are, they don't affect winning. They don't.
No.
So I'll throw the number out. Love to hear from you guys on it. And if I have let you down today by not providing you the requisite entertainment,
no, but see, here's the thing.
I don't know what to do.
No, I think you and I, David, are like everybody else in this city. Before I left here, I got a bunch of phone calls. What does this mean? I don't know. Well, they made a lot of moves. Yeah. Does it mean that they're going to be good? Don't think so. They made a lot of moves, a lot of noise. Gives the beat writers something to do, to report on. But in the end, did you get better? I don't think so. But then again, can you get any worse from where they are right now? I mean, it's perplexing. I have no idea. And I don't think that we're being honest. It's head scratching. No one knows what Troy's doing except for Troy. And I don't even think Troy knows what he's doing. I think he's just kind of, all right, let's just see what I can get. Nobody wants Killian. All right, Killian, you got to go.
That's the most damning part.
You dragged him out to the curb.
You made deals to acquire a grand total of having 19 people on your roster, and you're outright waiving people.
Daniel House just got released.
That's not the button I meant to hit. Okay, 248-539-9797. Hey, do we have 10 people in this town who want to rap about this? Or should I just start doing, hey, are you watching the Super Bowl topics like every other show on this station? I'd kind of prefer to do Deadline Day. 248-539-9797.
We can talk about the chocolate burger.
Here's Rico Beard. I quit.
Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. And now that football season is almost over, it gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows. I got a lot of suggestions from Mike. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, and you can get the speed you need at a great price, too, thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. It means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, the latest trades. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. A maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, winter's here. I know, not today specifically, but winter ain't going nowhere. And if you slip and fall or you're in an auto accident during the winter months, there's only one attorney you need to call. It's David Femininio. We've told you before, you're injured in Michigan, you call David Femininio to get David and get paid. He can be reached anytime at his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or you can call him directly at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. All right. I'm looking to talk to the people. If you've tuned in expecting me to go nuts, I can't. This Pistons team, it's hysterical in a morbid way. I mean, it's just like...
Man, I hand-selected chairs for you to throw.
I know, buddy. I don't have it. I don't have it because I don't have a handle on what's going on. As I said to you yesterday, I am not in the business of just being unfair. I can't make fun of Fontenecchio or Grimes. They don't deserve that. They're nobodies. It is, what is Troy Weaver's plan, if there is one at all? And trading Bogdanovich and Burks in the same deal and netting Grimes and 2 second round, that's just awful. And please don't straw man argument me with, well, the Knicks weren't offering a want. Your job as a general manager is to create a market or to better the market that exists. Over the last 18 months, I've wanted Bogey traded. So now it's just Jeremy Grant Part 2, where you didn't get maximum value. You know who got better in that trade? The Knicks. Mm-hmm. I'd argue you traded Burks and Bogdanovich for 2 guys who will never play in a playoff game while they're here. And 2 picks that you'll never know the name of. How did we get better today? Now, we have 40 minutes. I will tell you this. Rico asked a question, credit to him. Can the Pistons get your interest back in any way, shape, or form? Here's the only way I'd be interested. They have to have one of those big mafioso meetings and go, raise your hand if you want to build around Cade. Raise your hand if you want to build around Ivy. You only get one. And I'm trading the other guy. Pick your point guard and build a team around them. Last night, case in point. All right, no Cade. Ivy gets to be ball dominant. 37, closes him out. He looks like a different player, right?
Yeah.
And Cade, I think Cade's an excellent player, but he can't play with Ivy. So we tried it. It hasn't worked. You want my interest? You got to shake up this core, and you've got to show me a plan.
Because in that scenario, I would be the one saying, I want to keep Ivy. You got to let Cade go. Because I think Cade is more marketable.
I'm
Cade
not
can
arguing.
actually get you something.
I am not going to knock anybody's opinion. Rico, you have every right to feel that way. I don't even want to go down the road. I'm telling you, asked me the question. What could they do to get your attention? That. Because at least it would be a line in the sand organizationally. This is who we're building around.
See, I don't even think getting the number 1 pick in this upcoming draft would mean anything because people would look at players and say, I have no idea. It's kind of like looking at this team right now. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Is this guy good? I don't know.
Is it weak to say that in order to get me back, I have to know what the plan is? Because here's the thing. And people are saying, well, you all wanted Bogey to be traded. You all wanted Morris to be traded.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but not for nothing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And because you don't have a plan, it looks like, oh, my gosh. So,
doesn't it feel like Troy Weaver is the mark? It's like sitting down at a poker game and you know the guy who's all pilled out of his mind and hammered, and you go, well, he's losing his money tonight. Mm-hmm. Like, that's Troy Weaver. Not in the pilled out drunk format. I mean, just as the mark, the guy everyone knows they can get over on. It's very Avila-esque to me.
And that's where that's what was leaning in that direction.
Because I always say, to me, it's always like that one guy, if you play fantasy football that you knew, I can work a trade with this guy.
Well, that's the thing, because I don't trust, while they need to have a plan, I don't trust Weaver to be the one to implement the plan and do
David,
it right.
I think you can see what his plan is from a mile away. It'll be this summer attempting to get Tobias Harris at a max deal at 32 years old. Is that going to get your attention? Of course not. You know, Miles Bridges' agent, Rich Paul, they were going to veto any deal today. He's going to get to be an unrestricted free agent. Now, obviously, Charlotte has his bird rights. But let's say the offseason was Tobias Harris and Miles Bridges. What does that make you, a 30-win team? Is that, think about the grand scheme here, guys. 30 and 52? Here, I'll tell you what I'll do for you. I'll give you 35 wins because I'm just feeling so effing generous. Here's 35 and 47. What does that do? We are on a road to nothing.
Maybe put you in the play-in game.
And it would have to be an extremely down year. Let's get to the people. Let's see what they have to say. And if you can identify a plan happening, I would love to hear from you. Let's go to Jeff to lead off today. Jeff, how you doing, brother?
Oh, pretty good. How are you guys?
I'm okay.
Now, I was baffled by how we got 3 people over the limit, and there's not 5 guys that can play basketball. And I really think they should go into drug testing because there is no logic behind what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean it is very difficult, Jeff, to figure out exactly what are they doing, how excited should I be, because there's nothing about this that screams excitement. There's nothing about this that makes me feel like Troy Weaver and the Pistons are on the right path to getting back to a playoff team.
And that recent question, how could we get interested back in the Pistons this year? I think they should just allow them to go full globetrotter, make crazy passes and bounce shots, and that's about the only way you're going to get me to watch it the rest of the year.
All right.
Wow. Yeah, that not optimal. Let's just go over to Larry, 97.1. Larry, what's going on, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey, Larry.
I heard before where you were saying it's the moves of a madman. It's not moves of a madman. He has the brain of a kid that's eating crayons in the corner. It doesn't make sense, any of the moves. You're not getting anything back, and if you are, it's like you said, for something in 2030. Who's even going to care by that point? Because nobody cares right now.
Exactly. Look, that's the thing, and this is where, again, Larry, if you had an owner who was engaged, if you had an owner that was remotely knowledgeable about running a sports team, or if you had good people in the organization to guide him, none of which that you have, the owner would recognize this is a failed state and we have to restart. This is a rebuild of a rebuild. I mean, think about Troy Weaver. All he's done basically is attempt to fix one of the most egregious summers we've ever seen. You played the role of horse fluffer to the Nets, and you took Joe Harris while they went to the mating barn and got Cam Johnson. You paid Marvin Bagley and then had to bribe a team to take him because it was a mistake by you. You have waived the first draft pick you've ever had. You got nothing for Sadiq Bey unless you consider the dead body of James Wiseman something. And you have Beef Stew, who might get dealt in the next 30 minutes. You have pieces that don't fit. You just took the two best shooters you have and the two best vets you have that combined are about 35 points a game. And the return on those is maybe a backup guard in Grimes and 2 seconds. One problem. Everything I listed beforehand vaporizes those second-round picks. Out of all of this, I think you netted one pick. So one pick, Fontenecchio and Grimes, and you've just released every other player headed your way.
Sounds about right.
Now you want this man in this city to hit free agency and have a landmark offseason. One problem. Look at the free agent list. DeMar DeRozan, old, can't shoot it. Not from deep, he can't. Klay Thompson, yeah, right. Pascal Siakam, yeah, right. Who? Tobias Harris at age 32? Miles Bridges and all of his court dates? Is that what we're doing? Guys, help me. Help me. Because I'm one step, this is essentially what would happen if David was explaining the Bible to me. Help me. I cannot fathom we're in this spot. It's a failed state. You cannot allow somebody who has burnt their own house down twice to be allowed in the kitchen anymore. But that's what a real owner would do. Troy Weaver wouldn't be here, and we'd begin executing someone else's plan. I think all today tells me is Troy Weaver's here for the long haul.
Yeah, that's it right there. Because he's making these deals.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Troy, I trust you, and help us out here. Let us know what you're doing.
Your call's next. 248-539-9797. You can elevate your driving experience at Moran Buick GMC with the 24 Sierra Crew Cab. Elevation Edition, a 2.7-liter Turbo Max, four-wheel drive, monochromatic paint, 20-inch wheels, heated power driver's seat, and a whole lot more. A 24-month lease for only $295 a month, $25.95 down. New stock. It arrives daily. Yukons are in stock. Denali's are in stock. Just go to MoranExpress.com. And if there's something wrong with the vehicle, same deal. MoranExpress.com for all booking of certified service appointments. It's fast. It's easy. It's MoranExpress.com at Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, to the people. Let's go to Joshua, 97.1. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? Love the show.
Thank you, Josh. Can you make sense of any of this, pal?
I can make zero sense of this. I mean, I've been a Pistons fan my whole life. I remember going to games back in the day with my dad. The energy was just electric. I mean, it was the hottest ticket in town. You couldn't give me Pistons tickets right now. There is nothing to be excited about with this team. You would think, I mean, really the only selling point of Troy Weaver is that he has decent draft picks. He has zero draft capital. He got nothing for these players. I mean, second-round picks in the NBA are essentially nothing. So I don't even know. There's zero light at the end of the tunnel. And, yeah.
So let me ask you a question, Josh. Next 30 minutes as the deadline approaches. I mean, do you want to see another move? Do you think one's coming? Can you make any sense of what it is we're watching here?
I honestly don't know. I think you're right with we have to make a choice. I mean, we're without a paddle right now. I mean, we got zero for a top 10 first round draft pick. Zero. Like, we just released him. So I mean that tells you, even though I say that Troy Weaver had a decent draft, his first draft netted nothing. I mean, obviously Cade was the first overall pick. Everyone knew that. We got Jalen Durham. We got Jaden Ivey. I don't even know. I mean, we got to choose Cade or Jaden.
That's what it feels like to me.
I agree with you.
Yeah, and I mean, Josh, the other problem, if you think about the Pistons, it's at every level. Nobody likes the owner. Nobody likes the GM. Everyone, while liking Monty, is pretty much convinced Monty does not want to be here. And then you get to the players. So here's your other problem. Cade's people are going to be asking for that rookie extension sooner rather than later. Mm-hmm. So then you're going to get in the mix of Cade being, David, what did you say the rookie extension was? 225?
Something like that, yeah.
See, this is where it's a folly. Now you're a 7-win team that's going to be paying a guy $225 million. And you have a GM in a non-free agent destination town selling you on salary cap. That's faulty. That doesn't make sense. This isn't, if you're the Miami Heat, it makes sense. You clear the decks, you relinquish all your free agent rights, you create 2 max slots, and you have Riles go out there and sex them up, and you bring in 2 all-stars.
Bring them down to South Beach.
This ain't Miami. No. Let's go to Ben, 97.1. Ben, what's going on, pal? Help me, Ben. Help me. Ben is nowhere. Ben, we do a fast-paced radio show. You got to keep up. Let's go to Bill, 97. Billy.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Bill.
I don't know what this guy's doing. All he does is turn the roster over. There's no continuity. There's no focus. There's no plan. This feels like the Matt Millen area. It's just ridiculous what this guy is doing to this team. It's not like the 80s and 90s and 2000s when there was a plan, there was a focus, this is who we are. There's no identity with this team. It's such a joke to be a Piston fan. It's ridiculous.
You know, Bill, it's interesting you say it because think about it on a simplistic level. There's not even an archetype of what being a Detroit Piston is. Like if you go out and let's say you are the Indiana Pacers, it is clear they have said we don't care about defense. We want to play with extreme pace. We want guys who can get up and down the floor, shoot the basketball, and will play well off of Halliburton. Right? Like that's what you have to be a Pacer. There's no rhyme or reason to anything here, Bill. None.
No. He's just flipping players every other day, and they can't get any continuity. They can't play together. They don't know who they are. The players don't fit well with each other. The ownership is terrible.
Bill, let me add this. You have a coach who has a scheme that doesn't fit the players that you have.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was the right hire either. I mean, he brought Monty Williams in, decent coach, but he didn't have anybody to coach. It's ridiculous.
Well, he didn't have anybody to coach with his scheme because you need people who could shoot the 3. That was his success in Phoenix, and here, you don't. You just traded away your only person who could hit the 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Bill, I appreciate it. And like I said, very rarely do we crowdsource for ideas. Generally, we'll give you our opinion, and you'll agree or attack it, and, we do the show till 6. I can't tell you what they're doing. I can only tell you I think it means Troy Weaver's here, and I can only tell you that they believe they are going to go out this summer and have a complete conversation-changing summer with massive dollars in the worst free agent class maybe in the last decade.
Here's the scary part about it. I think that Gores thinks that he really has his Brad Holmes. That's a guy. Not possible. I think it is, Mike, because you're allowing this man to make all types of deals and trades. You don't do this if you're about to fire somebody. That would be irresponsible of Gores. So this tells me, you're right, he's coming back. And not only that, they believe, you know what? We need you to do what Holmes did. Go into the draft and go get some short-term free agents and flip this thing around because you're just as good. And it's like, huh? Are you not seeing what we're seeing? No, I don't think it is. I don't understand it.
I mean, I understand the Fontenecchio thing, being a rotational, 6'8" guy that can shoot the 3. I didn't make fun of it yesterday. I'm not making fun of it today.
No, it just tells, but I don't think that in the NBA's eyes, your team has zero value.
But see, that's the scariest part. Not only are you bad, you don't have draft capital. Like if you're the Utah Jazz, your average at 26 and 26 But the Jazz, if you pull up their draft war chest, Rico, I think they've got something like 11 first-round picks the next 5 years. The Oklahoma City Thunder, forget it. I'm pretty sure they just own the draft. 1 year, it's going to be the Thunder logo up there, all 30 picks. Rico, we don't have picks. We don't have talent. And we're sitting here, here's the core. It's a core that helped produce a 7-43 record. And yet you didn't deal any of that core. Now you believe this situation, you're going to net 2 max players. Well, who are they? Oh, and that's before you extend Cade. I got nothing for you, buddy.
No, because I think your question even is more fitting. If you're going to build, you got to pick one. You can't build around both Cade and Jaden.
Yeah, pick the guy you want.
One has to go. One stays.
So what can now again? Guys, I'm not telling you that this is fun or it's pretty, or I'm just offering you, if you had a real owner and you had brought a new GM in who had a plan, that plan would be getting executed. I find it hard to believe Cade and Ivy are going to work together, because when they're together, you never get what you got last night from Ivy. You just don't. And once you pay Cade, you're never going to get it. How could you ever justify paying Cade, but it's going to be Ivy's show? Can't be. Let's go to David, 97.1. What's up, David? How are you, buddy? Or I went to the wrong caller because this new call screener is a big game. Let's go to David, 97.1. What's up, David? And David.
It's me?
That's you. What's up, buddy?
Hey, it's Jordan. So, first of all, I just want to thank you guys for even talking about the Pistons. Everyone's so wrapped up in the Lions in Michigan that nobody wants to touch it. And I saw Tom Gord at dinner Saturday night. We were at the same restaurant in Birmingham, and I wish I would have said something to him. I didn't want to interrupt him. But everything that's happening with this organization is so beyond comprehension. Not only do I agree with you guys that we have to make a decision between Cade and Ivy, I'll make the decision. It should be Ivy. All he's done since he's been here is play hard, go out there every day. He dealt with all the nonsense from Monty. He delivers. He makes the team better. I don't know what we're going to get with Cade, and I think it's time to call a spade and move on. But the problem is Troy Weaver is so brazen and so confident that he's going to be around here, and he is the owner there, and he can do whatever he wants to do. He gets to make moves like this without admitting that the core that he built is a faulty core.
That's right.
Get alone, look at the record, and just it speaks for itself.
It's a rebuild of a rebuild, and a real owner would never allow what's happening right now. But you don't have a real owner.
And I think there's a really interesting parallel between Brad Holmes' first pick with Sewell and Troy Weaver's first pick with Killian Hayes. And when you make a mistake like that up front, there's a domino effect that happens in every other decision that you make. And we're paying for it all the way up till today. And it's just a really sad chapter just seeing him wave for nothing. But it speaks to everything that's happened in this organization, which is nothing.
Yeah, and David, the other thing, you've wasted Cade's rookie scale deal. I mean, you really have.
How can you pay it? How can you even justify making that deal? You don't know if he's going to play. The only thing you know is he's going to turn the ball over when it's clutch time in the fourth quarter.
All right, so David, listen, notice, I am not here to argue about it. All right, if you want to trade Cade, I said this thing, if I brought a new GM in and the GM came to me and said, look, Cade Cunningham, I can get 3 first-round picks. San Antonio's got a bevy of them. Let's say they want his play style next to Wemby. I could see that working. David, I would have to do it. I'm with you. Believe me, I didn't want to, David, I guess I didn't even want to get to the point where we were bickering about who would you trade. It was, do you accept that one of them needs to be traded? And you have. Like, I think anyone watching this sees it and goes, all right, this is what we got to do. And they're not going to do that. So, I don't know, man. We'll see what the next 30 minutes, usually 15 minutes after 3 o'clock, things trickle through.
Wait to see how long that gets past the fax machine.
We'll get your phone calls. I want to do a football today. We want to keep going in and out of topics here. Hungry Howie's, nothing better than a pepperoni pizza. Actually, from a factual standpoint, a pepperoni pizza is more valuable than Killian Hayes. It's actually true. Killian Hayes was free. A pepperoni duo is going to cost you $9.99.
We did the numbers.
It's
These
actual
numbers add
math.
up. Yeah.
Big 10 degree, everybody. Pepperoni Duo features classic cup pepperoni and original and only costs $9.99 more than Killian Hayes. You get more pepperoni, you get more flavor, and the pizza may, in fact, shoot better than Killian. Can't be confirmed. That's an editorial. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza, limited time only on the Pepperoni Duo for $9.99. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, let's mix in a little Super Bowl. By the numbers, Blackbeard is back with us, the Ryan Day of Detroit radio.
Billy Mays?
Yeah, Billy Mays, in a lot of ways. All right, hit the music. Yes, Captain Blackbeard, what do you have for us today?
Oh, we've been doing it all week. Number facts of the Super Bowl.
Are you going
Let's
to dye
keep it
that thing
going.
before Big Friday Super Bowl show?
I think so.
You going jet black tonight? Come on.
It's my favorite thing to do.
All right.
All right.
Please.
All right, here we go.
Between Evan behind the glass and you here,
It's all
nothing
over.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Super Bowl related. If I were to say to you, 9 times has something happened in Super Bowl history.
The San Francisco 49ers have been to 9 Super Bowls? Aren't they like 9-11 in NFC title games? Would it be 9?
They're 8-11.
Damn. All right, I'm wrong then. Kenny? Kenobi?
9 times in Super Bowl history, this has happened. David, do you have something? Because I got nothing.
Mike, I think you're right. Because if they're 8-11, they haven't played the 9th, which this is the 9th. So the 9th time they've been in the Super Bowl. Right?
No, that means they won 8 NFC title games, which means that they're
Right, so they've been in it 8. This will be, was that before the game they were 8-11? Before the Lions game?
It's after.
Okay, all right, just check it.
Cass Tech math, right?
No, I'm checking. I'm asking you a question, sir. Don't do that.
All right.
Wow.
The answer is 9 times. How many times?
Wait. Rematch.
Yes!
Yes! Wow. From the ashes, Rico Beer.
Rematches have happened 9 times. What were those? Anybody want to go with that?
Cowboys, Steelers.
Yes.
Yup.
Bills, Cowboys.
Yes.
Giants, Patriots.
Yes.
Niners, Bengals.
Patriots,
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
And
Dolphins.
Redskins.
Yes.
You know, Rico has an advantage being that he's 20 years older than all of us.
Yeah, a lot of these games weren't televised.
Rico grew up next to Hank Stram. He should know these questions.
come on.
All right, keep it moving.
Hey, man, Hank could burn something on the grill.
All right, let the jokes about me begin. Here we go.
Okay.
When I say 2 minutes, 35 seconds. What am I talking about in Super Bowl history? 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Can I go first? Would it be the longest, not national anthem, whatever the hell it is, the longest perform? Was it like Whitney Houston, 1990? Not God Bless America, whatever.
Yeah, national anthem.
National anthem. Sorry, it shouldn't even be a part of the broadcast. I mean, come on, let's just play the game. I'm going to say it's the longest rendition of that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
God, I was really proud of myself.
We're agreeing with you.
I know, but like, all right, now I'm scared. Go ahead.
The longest national anthem, you're right, clocked in at 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Now, who was it?
Who was it? Who was it?
You said Whitney, so it's not Whitney, huh?
Nope.
I wondered because it was famous. and-
Yeah.
Did Aretha
I was about to
Franklin
say,
ever
did
do it?
No, she just finished the Thanksgiving game.
Chris Stapleton.
No, because I think Ray Charles did like God Bless America, so that's not.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody answer it and let's move
It
on.
was Alicia Keys.
Must have missed it.
The average length is 1 minute 50 seconds.
God,
So she.
that's egregious. All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay, here's another one. Something has happened in Super Bowl history 11 times. What would have happened 11 times in a southern state?
Oh, okay. I was going to say 11 comebacks. But
New Orleans hosting the Super Bowl.
Miami hosting the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Who? Miami?
Miami has
Okay.
hosted the Super Bowl 11 times.
Nice. Rico actually attended the last one at the old Orange Bowl that is now demolished.
Oh, my God.
And the first one.
All right, here's another one.
Yes.
75 points. 75 points.
What was it, the highest total ever in a Super Bowl?
No, I think the Niners had the highest. I think they had 55.
Right, but if the other team scored 17.
Oh.
Is it the highest total points scored between two teams in a Super Bowl?
That is correct. 75 points.
But it wasn't that game, was it?
It was the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers in Super Bowl 24.
Wasn't the first
Bobby Ross
first play from scrimmage? Wasn't it Jerry Rice 80 yards?
Yep.
Final score 49-26.
Yeah.
Kenny had the under. let's keep it going.
I got one for you, Roberto.
Go ahead.
How about this? The number 10.
Brain cells of Troy Weaver.
Oh.
No.
Okay. The number 10.
Yes.
Is there any context for this?
Yes. $10.
That can't be the cost of a ticket to the first Super Bowl, can it?
No.
Wow. I am on my game.
I mean, when you compare that, isn't that so sad?
Wait.
I just agree.
Can I get one? 75 yards.
75 yards. 75 yards. It's not longest play from scrimmage?
No.
It can't be because Rice was 80. David, go ahead. By the numbers.
My guess in my head was going to be kick return, but Desmond's was longer than that.
Right.
So I have no clue.
Kenneth Cott, by the numbers.
Is it 75
yards?
Longest interception return.
No. David, I'm a little shocked. Longest run from scrimmage by a running back.
Parker.
Willie Parker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Parker.
wow. All right,
In Detroit.
bonus points. Where did Willie Parker go to college?
East Carolina.
North Carolina.
Oh.
Respect. Carry on. By the numbers.
All right, let me give you one more.
Sure.
204 rushing yards. 204 rushing yards.
I will say 1987 Timmy Smith Redskins Broncos.
Yep.
It was the strike year. It was a very famous thing, Roberto, for sports fans.
And I think, was he a
Damn
rookie
it.
too? Yeah. He was a rookie.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's
Come
an easy.
on.
By the numbers.
Six touchdowns.
What was that?
6 touchdowns.
6 touchdowns. Got to be a quarterback, boys. Sure as hell wasn't a New York Giant.
Was it the Brady comeback game?
Ooh, good on you.
Falcons?
It went to OT. They had to come back from 28-3.
Right.
Hold on, though. To have 6 TDs, that's 42 points. Was the final of that game 42?
I don't remember. That's my best guess.
I know. Things got very hazy for you at 28-3.
That's correct.
David, do you have a guess?
No.
By the numbers.
No.
Rico,
Not Montana.
just tell us.
Close.
Steve Young?
Oh, okay.
That a baby.
Was that the San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the first play of the game was a touchdown. Yeah.
By the numbers.
He went out to go beat Montana's record that day. There you go.
And we will continue it all week. Tremendous. Don't be bummed out. The Timmy Smith thing is just.
I know.
It's hard.
If he wasn't going to say it, I was just about to.
Now you're making him feel bad. Roberto,
No,
go
no,
dye
it's-
your beard.
it's-
We'll check in tomorrow for the penultimate episode of Super Bowl by the numbers. Hi there. So listen, Super Bowl by the numbers. FanDuel, the best place to bet the numbers. They've got it all. FanDuel, tons of ways to play. Same game parlays is going to be your probably activity du jour with Super Bowl Sunday. More props than any other sports book. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL, and 97 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The NBA trade deadline has just elapsed. Pistons acquired Daniel House and a second-rounder from Philly, then released House. They also traded Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks to the Knicks in exchange for 2 second-rounders, Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, and Ryan Arcidiacono, whom Detroit will release. General consensus, the Pistons gave more than they got. Here's ESPN's Bobby Marks. On the actual court, Detroit is in Portland tonight, looking to build on last night's win at Sacramento. You can hear that right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:35 tonight. Other noteworthy trades around the NBA. The Bucks get Pat Beverly from the Sixers for Cameron Payne and a second-rounder. The Raptors get former Piston Kelly Olynyk from the Jazz, and the Hornets sent Gordon Hayward to Oklahoma City. And the Lions have hired Deshae Townsend as corners coach. Townsend coached the same position group in Jacksonville the last 2 seasons. Unclear whether Townsend will work alongside or replace current corners coach Dre Bly and or DB's coach Brian Duker. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Grand opening, grand closing. Here's your last time you're probably going to hear about the Pistons until June. So savor the flavor. A little bit of water left in the water bottle. Here's your deadline. The whole thing is fugazi. I have no idea what this franchise is doing. I have no problem that you traded Monte Morris, Alec Burks, and Bogdanovic. There's no issue. Why would I have an issue? But it is the return you are getting for these players that once again shows Troy Weaver is a bad actor. He's an imposter. I mean, here, trade grades are out if you want them. New York, according to CBS, A+. Pistons, C. I mean, that's every deal. You got a second-round pick in 2030 for Monte Morris, which means, all right, I'm still down a pick from the Bagley thing. Then you go out and you trade Burks and Bogdanovic to the same team, seemingly only getting a return on Burks, 2 seconds, and Grimes, who is a backup guard. So in total, you moved Marvin Bagley, you moved Alec Burks, Bogdanovic, and Monte Morris, and netted 1 second-round pick and got Grimes and Fontenecchio. What's the plan again? Because I can tell you as we sit here, and I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. The only deal I'm interested in as we sit here right now, I'm being serious, moving forward, you have to trade one of Cade and Ivy. You pick. You pick. Because last night, the team you played, they had the same choice to make. They had De'Aaron Fox and they had Tyrese Halliburton, and it wasn't working. They couldn't play together. Not optimally. They traded Halliburton, they got Sabonis, and they turned their franchise around. I feel like that's the only move that needs to happen because it'll allow them to pick a direction. Here's our point guard. We are building around you. The keys to the franchise are yours.
I think that's the only move right now that would actually get people in the city excited about this team again because now you have a focus. Because I don't think they can play together. And if it were me, I keep Ivy. I move Cade. Not because I don't like Cade. It's because I think Cade can probably bring you back more. I think his value is higher in the rest of the NBA, whereas I don't think Ivy's is. But locally, you see what he can do when there's no Cade in the game.
The problem is you got to replace Monty Williams then. because I don't know that Monty likes Jaden Ivey. Why else was Jaden Ivey, basically Monty Williams played the role of Tom Izzo. He burned Ivey to the ground. He had this fascination playing a guy that they just released for nothing because he had no value in Killian Hayes. Think about that.
Well, maybe it'll be like Moneyball because he loved Killian Hayes. And
Hildebrand at first. Okay.
Killian's not here anymore.
248-539-9797. So I apologize in advance if you're like, well, damn, Mike's not yelling and screaming. I can't. The Pistons are just a morbid curiosity at this point.
Because there's nothing to yell and scream about because you're just kind of sitting here wondering, what did I just watch? What's going on here? I don't understand. What's the plan? What are you doing? Why did you do this?
Look at the timing of the deals. He makes all these deals at the same time. The roster gets bloated to 19 total players. The Pistons have spent most of this afternoon just waiving people. I don't feel like they got great return in any deal. The Fontenecchio one would be the best one I saw. He's a rotational piece. I'm not mad about it. You're going to have to pay him. You're going to have to sign him. He's going to be an RFA. My guess is low end, 10 mil a pop. High end, beef stew range, 15 a pop. Guys, you can laugh. NBA teams are crackheads. It only takes one crackhead to mess up the whole budget. But I would love to know what the plan is because Rico and I failed to see it. Oh, I know. Cap space and nimble and flexible. Who the hell are you using that money on? I know who's in the free agent class. You don't want any of them. And if you think you're going to make a trade, all I'll tell you is, what are you trading? You don't have a lot of salary to put into a deal. You haven't moved any of the core. Who are we trading for? Especially with no picks. So that's that. We'll rap about it for a couple segments. We got football today to get to. Derek Stevens later in the hour. Do some deal breakers. Turn our attention to the Super Bowl a little bit. But it is deadline day. So wave goodbye. Here's the last time you hear about the Pistons until about June. Call Kenny Cotton now. 248-539-9797. David, anything we missed? Anything you'd like to add or ticket text?
Nothing you missed. I'm waiting to see if there's a last-minute deal, but we'll see.
On the old fax machine? Okay.
Let me read a couple here from Gordon. He says, call it what it is. Weaver is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. That's what it looks like right now. Scott in Waterford says, hopefully the plan is to clear the debris from the roster to leave a clean slate for the new GM. I may be considered a bad fan, but honestly, all I can do is laugh at all of this. Literally no identity with the Pistons. Troy Weaver looking more and more untouchable each day, and the owner could care less.
Are you convinced Weaver's here this summer like I am?
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
We're all on the same page. I mean, David, I can't yell about Tom Gores anymore. Man's a damn fool. Everyone knows it. It's like, what's there to say? Yeah, sell the team. I mean, this is a pointless endeavor.
Waste of energy to say
Let
that.
me ask this question before he reads more ticket texts. If you're out there and you're going, well, damn, not really interested in what they're talking about. Okay. What could the Pistons do, if anything, to get your interest? There was a time they were the hottest ticket in town. Hell, 20 years ago yesterday, you acquired Rasheed Wallace, which put the wheels in motion to winning a championship, and really it should have been 2. It put the wheels in motion on going to 6 straight Eastern Conference Finals. There was a time they mattered.
Everybody in Detroit knew what the phrase ball don't lie means.
What would it take, if anything, for them to get your attention? David, go ahead.
The Pistons are a complete and utter joke. I feel like the only guarantee in a Troy Weaver trade is that a second-round pick will be involved in it in some way. The saddest part of the deadline is Weaver's 2 best moves were releasing Harris and Hayes. Pistons are trying to sell activity as productivity. Maybe these moves make them better in the community, someone asked.
I see what they did.
I see what they did there, too.
Bryce at work says, the plan was, oh, crap, I'm about to lose my job. I have to do something. So throw a couple Hail Mary passes. He's Bob Quinn 2.0. Why won't Troy Weaver have a press conference? You just jettisoned the entire roster, so now speak.
I would love to see it. I would. The problem is, here's what it would sound like. But do I think when you move around the deck chairs on the Titanic, largely the pieces you've acquired and you waive the number 7 overall pick, you waive your big acquisition this summer, do I think you should have to speak? Of course I do. That's never going to happen here. There is no accountability here. The owner doesn't talk. He only gives you a recorded message. He only flew in and did a mystery meeting that I can't even tell you what the hell happened. Weaver doesn't talk. Monty's the meat puppet. He just goes out there and takes bullets every night. There's no accountability. I'd be shocked if Weaver spoke. Shocked.
Someone is asking or answering your question. There is nothing the Pistons could possibly do to get my attention other than moving to Las Vegas. Another one here from JD says, Troy Weaver has officially become the worst GM in Detroit sports history. Bob Quinn and Al Avila move over.
No, I mean, listen. Again, I'm not knocking Grimes and Fontenecchio, all right? Are they fine enough? Of course, I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're not going to give you more than Kevin Knox, but they're not going to give you what Bogdanovich and Burks got you. So the question becomes, is having them on the team next year the value in the return? And mind you, you're going to have to pay Fontenecchio. See, I think if you're out here selling that they got better, you're a clown. All they did was just get different. And there's still no plan. I mean, Fontenecchio and Grimes are not nearly the pair of shooters that Burks and Bogey are. You can't tell me they fix that. Do you want to tell me Grimes and Fontenecchio are better defensive players than Burks and Bogey? Noted. Noted. Won't fight you. But what did we add to the war chest? No. Did we acquire things people want? No, not really.
What you just said is so spot on. You're right. We didn't get better. We're just different.
Again.
It's just different.
I don't know. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and then turn our attention to football later in the hour. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at the best viewing experience for sports. It is Stadium Swim. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the biggest outdoor sports book on the planet. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, straight to the people. Dorian's going to bat lead off 97-1. Hi, Dorian. How are you?
What's going on, Mike? Hey, listen, you know what the vision should be? And I think the vision is not what we think it could be. What the problem is money. Here, you got Ivy. Look at Sasser. Look. He is your point guard, your shooting guard. Ivy, you need to go ahead and trade Cade away. Get rid of Cade. Bring in Miles Bridges. Because Cade is playing out of position. He should be playing 3. That's why he's a turnover machine. That's why that offense flows much better without him. Because he ball stops and he does not know how to find his own shot. That's the problem. So if we're going to do an equal sum move, right? Trade him, get you some first round picks, second round picks. Hey, we throw in a player, whatever team that wants him. Before we have to give him that contract extension, because believe me, he's going to want it.
Well, and he's eligible. He's eligible this summer. Just FYI.
Right. Trade him now. Get rid of him this summer. Go ahead and get you some picks. And then you go ahead and bring in, look, I hate to say it, Miles Bridges. Bring him home. He'll be a reclamation, but he literally is Cade. He's a better Cade because he can score. He can shoot threes. Cade, that's something he's lacking on. Ivy, you build it around Ivy and Sasser and Durham. That's your core. But the problem is you got a veteran coach who don't like young players. Look what happened, how he ended up getting kicked out of Phoenix. And then the buddy system, Gore's listening to Ishbia. You know how you Michigan State folks are. Listen to Ishbia. Go ahead and get this guy. When Troy wanted to bring in a no-name coach, a coach that can coach young players and coach up young talent. Why are we just now seeing what Sasser can do? Why is you just now? Look, Ivy scored 37. You know, Monty said nothing about that last night.
No, we've known from the beginning of the year there was clearly something he didn't like about Ivy because guys that were inferior to him were getting more minutes.
Right.
I'm not arguing it.
They need to build around Cade and Sasser and Duran. And you
Dorian, so long story short, you do agree with how I started the show.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They have to pick a direction. And here's the problem, though, Dorian. It would be Troy Weaver executing the move, and I could never abide that. How could I ask Troy Weaver to make one of the most important trades in the history of the Pistons if I charged him with trading Cade Cunningham? Let's say you want to do what Rico does or do what Dorian does, and you want to build around Ivy. How could I trust this man to trade Cade Cunningham and not get fleeced?
Wow, you're right. I didn't think about it like that, but yeah, you need to move Cade, but the person who's moving Cade means a team like the Spurs are thinking, okay, we only have a couple second-round picks. Is that good enough for it?
Right, which you're being facetious, but you're not. Like, right. This is why it feels like a road to nowhere. Let's go to Austin, 97.1. What's up, Austin? How are you?
Fellas, how you doing today?
Not bad. Hoping you could explain things to me.
I wish I could, Mike, but I really can't because it's literally just like mind-numbing watching this and seeing this, what happened today. It's just complete mind-numbing of what's going on down in Detroit. It's really ridiculous. I can't even watch them. Then I got the ticket office calling me to get tickets to go down there and see this product. I'm not doing that. They just, I don't know. I don't know what they can do to get me back to being a Pistons fan again, like reliving back in the day. But I can't. Right as of right now, as it sits, I can't do it.
Have you reached a point? Have you reached a point where you think they have to pick who they're going to build around, Cade or Ivy, or are you still going to give it more time?
I'd have to think it has to be the first option. You're going to have to choose between one of the two, and obviously, if you go with Ivy, you don't know what's going to happen with Monty because Monty obviously held him hostage for a little bit and doing this stuff. Obviously, last night he did really well, but you don't know. I mean, you might get better value for the pick of Cade at this moment in time.
Oh, there'd be a line around the block. Look, I mean, Austin, I still will not be surprised if Rico and I take the air on a random June afternoon and we hear that Monty Williams is stepping away. He got paid $13 million, call it $1 million a win. He got 2 years' salary to be here for 1 year. He's miserable. He can go tend to the family affairs back in Phoenix. And now Monty's not here anymore. I mean, truthfully, would it surprise any of you?
I'm just laughing based off yesterday, who walks away first between Monty, Juwan, and Izzo.
Wow. I'd have to think about that, and we can't do that on
Wow,
live
I got
radio.
a TJ pause from you.
No, I know. I'm not supposed to be nice to you and say, "Oh, that was a dumb question." No, it's a really good question. Izzo won't walk away. That he's going to be Jordan Belfort. I ain't leaving. Let's go to PJ 97.1. What's up, PJ?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I had a couple of points I wanted to make. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Yes, sir.
First point is I really feel that Troy Weaver's getting way too much heat for what's going on with this organization. First off, he hasn't been awarded from the GM's perspective to even pick a coaching staff to run this team. Secondly, this team, as far as developing players, come on, man. Talent regardless, they're NBA players. These guys, this organization couldn't turn water into ice in winter, all right? First off, right? Like, there's too much talent here to not know what you're working with. And in regards to Monty Williams, this dude's not successful without CP3. If you look at his head coaching record, he literally averages roughly 31 games a season without Chris Paul. So in regards to you guys asking what should we do to get this organization turned around fantasy-wise, I'd say you have to make a trade for Chris Paul and make him the player coach if you're going to keep Monty.
No, I want no part of that. Look, I think you've answered your own question. PJ, maybe Monty's just not here. You know, I hate to break it to people. Oh, it's not your money and they owe him a lot of money. Let me help you with something. Tom Gore's net worth is somewhere between $10 and $11 billion. $70 million is roughly what he would make in interest while taking a dump. It doesn't matter. The money's not real. You know, Drake flies a $200 million plane. Do you know what Drake doesn't have? He doesn't have $11 billion. No, Rico, you're not going where I think you're going. Everybody just calm down.
Drake's got it all.
If you're at work, do not look why Drake is trending. Don't do it. The point I'm making is the money don't mean a thing.
No, not when you got that.
This isn't a cash poor owner. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls. We got some football to get to as well. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking and lumber than Northville Lumber. It's simple. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they can move that level of product. It's all in stock all the time. Whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, or anything in between, Northville Lumber has got you covered. They will introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So beat the spring rush, beat the price increases. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Odyssey.com rewind if you missed basketball stuff. I know it's deadline day, but we also have the Super Bowl coming up. With that, football today.
All right, guys, with the Super Bowl just a few days away, couple questions to ask you. Starting off with the first one, who are the underrated players for each Kansas City and San Francisco that nobody is talking about in this game?
Well, hold on. Nobody's talking about it's 2 weeks of coverage.
No. I mean, like that underrated player that we all know about the Kelsey and we all know about Purdy as Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
But who's that guy that, you know what? He's kind of flown under the radar, but probably will have a big say-so in who wins this game.
I mean, is Rashee Rice too big of a name?
No.
I mean, the rookie out of SMU is as advertised. He's awesome. He's a really good football player, and he's become their lead dog receiver. He'd be for KC. I think Karlaftis is another one if you're a Big Ten fan. Kid out of Purdue. He's a perfect edge guy for them, plays off of Chris Jones real well. For the Niners, the problem is the Niners have so many stars. Like, who do you find that isn't one? And you're like, well, this is the guy. Like, I butcher his name all the time, but he's a really good player. Is Shanoris Lenoris Baboris. That guy is a really good corner that nobody really associates amongst the better corners in the league. He really is. Kyle Juszczyk would be the other. If you don't pay attention, he's a do-everything fullback for the Niners. He'll catch passes. He had the toe tap against the Lions. He's an absolute hammer in the blocking game. He can carry it. He's just a damn good football player.
See, there are players out there.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. David?
He said it all. He really said it all.
Baboris.
You know what? For me, I would say Isaiah Pacheco. On offense, he's the guy that nobody really talks about. But looking at what the Lions were able to do, looking at what the Packers were able to do, he can control the game. That you don't have to rely on Mahomes because he's going to run the ball. Mike, very similar to what you were saying, except for I'm going to go with Charvarius Ward, the other corner, especially because he started his career off with Kansas City, so maybe a little bit of a revenge. I want to go out there and show, guys, you never should have let me go. All right. Tonight, we're going to find out who the coach of the year is. Now, if they extended this into the playoffs, who would you pick for coach of the year? Because you had to do your voting before the playoffs started. Dan Campbell, John Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryan, Kyle Shanahan, and Kevin Stefanski.
Be DeMeco Ryan for me. And look, if you said Dan Campbell, I'm not going to argue. But Houston had a rookie QB. Gave up a ton of draft capital to get Will Anderson. They were not supposed to be any good. And DeMeco Ryans not only got them to the playoffs, Rico, they won a playoff game and did it in blowout style. I couldn't be more impressed with what DeMeco did.
I agree with you on DeMeco Ryans. If I want to go something else, though, I would say Kevin Stefanski because they lost their quarterback, they lost their running back, and their tackles, and they still made the playoffs. Now, they did lose to DeMeco Ryans, which is why he probably then elevates himself to winning it. But Kevin Stefanski, I mean, great year.
Dan Campbell.
Great story.
Okay. All right. Same thing. Same question. If the NFL MVP was extended past the regular season into the playoffs, your 5 candidates were Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Lamar Jackson. Who would win? Because we all know Lamar's probably going to win tonight.
He shouldn't.
But if you included the playoffs as well.
If I included the playoffs as well, it should be Mahomes. Because once again, he is single-handedly dragging a dead body across the finish line.
Right. But he wasn't one of the 5.
God damn it. I know. Can't be Brock Purdy. Can't. It just can't. And not good enough.
Led 2 comebacks.
I don't care.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey.
It has to be Christian McCaffrey.
If you force me with that list, I'll say McCaffrey.
Even though, I would say the other one because he actually led 2 comebacks where he made key plays.
That's
because
you're a Purdy apologist.
No, it's not, Mike. If Josh Allen did that, you would have no problem saying Josh Allen. You hate Brock Purdy.
I hate Allen too.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. What do you? Oh, I'm a cowboy. I just threw 50 yards down the field. Yeah, and you're sitting at home. Yeah, there it is. Look at me. I got a check down wide open, but F that. Tobacco and stuff.
You're the Vegas guy. I trust you a lot with Vegas because you understand this. Mike, everybody sounds like they're picking the Chiefs. Why are the Niners still favored in this game?
You're asking the right, because it's team versus Michael Jordan. It's 04 Pistons versus Shaq Kobe. Like, the Niners have a team. They are a team. You're facing Michael Jordan. So it's the same as when Brady would make the Super Bowl and you go, I know the team they're facing is better than they are, but they have Brady. I understand if people go, look, you can't bet against Mahomes as an underdog. Look at the record. Look at who he is. But Rico, if you're making the number, the Niners are this comprehensive, all three phases unit. That's why they are the better team.
Because it's just, I always hear everybody say, well, but the Chiefs. But the line never crossed the bridge.
Yep.
It got close to 1.5, David.
It's at 2.
And it just stayed right there. And, yeah. You're the non-Vegas person, David. Do you know why?
I wish I could tell you. I have no clue.
Because they're a better team.
Because listening to people talk, it sounds like it should be the Chiefs minus 3.5. But you don't get that. Okay. Mike, I like this because you go back into the Wayback Machine like I do. David, you as well. What was your favorite Super Bowl ending? The game that you'll always remember, like, wow, that was the best Super Bowl ending I have ever seen.
That's easy for me. It was the Titans-Rams. When the Titans almost won on that stretch, because as a teenager, that really got me fully, heavily into the NFL. That was a great Super Bowl.
Not Santonio Holmes against the Cardinals.
No, I mean, I've loved that one, but I'm just going back to my roots of loving football.
See, I thought you were going to go with that one, David. I really did.
Nah.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
I mean,
Kevin Dyson being held 1 yard short by...
Was it Mike Jones?
Mike. Just, what doesn't you... This is like the Drake of radio.
Take a $200 million plane, I'll tell you that. Trying to think, man. And it's not Giants related?
No, it could be Giants related.
I mean, Plaxico catching the touchdown to beat the Patriots was awesome. That was amazing. But no, I if we're talking drama, you got to go Pats Atlanta. James White, the overtime, just the finality of it. You could go Philly special against the Pats. That was that incredible moment. Stuff
that was
like
right before halftime. But see,
mine as a kid would still be Scott Norwood.
And
that's very biased.
You're allowed to be biased. I'm asking, what is your favorite? That means you are allowed to be biased.
Norwood. After redeeming myself after I got kicked out of the room from watching the game, to return to spark the fourth quarter drive by the Giants, to get Norwood to miss it. In essence, my family owes me a Super Bowl. Yeah. It would be Norwood.
You know what? I would like to say it was the Montana late game over the Bengals, but the one that still sticks to me because I don't understand it to this day was Patriots Seahawks. When all you had to do was turn around and hand it off to Marshawn. I was at your house celebrating like, yes, wait, what just happened here?
Uh-oh.
Pete Carroll, why did you throw that ball? So
Darrell Bevel.
Malcolm Butler picks it off with 26
Wasn't
seconds.
that the play? And then God spoke to Russ, according to Russ, that
everything would be okay or something?
I don't know. Hey, I don't know. That's your guy, not mine.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, Russ is my guy.
No, I was talking to the other guy.
Oh, it's Russ saying it. So I don't know what he's...
Probably a great place to start.
That's your NFL Super Bowl Blitz 97-1.
All right, let's talk for a minute about Victor's Home Solutions. You want to work with a company that takes care of you, that when you call them, they answer, they will follow up when they say they will, and their work has a 50-year guarantee on it? That's Victor's Home Solutions. Do you need a new roof? Let's find out. How about a free 21-point inspection, including a video copy of it? They will show you and go over it with you step by step. Sometimes a minor repair can avoid that major disaster, and at Victor's, it's simple. You'll find cheaper, you won't find better. The best-in-class craftsmanship, service, the quality is backed up with 5-star reviews, more than any other roofer in the state of Michigan. They are confident they will give you a 50-year leak-free guarantee. Every roof they install, it's Victor's. Call them today and schedule that free 21-point video inspection, 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or set your appointment at victors.com. All right, we do it every week at this time, and this is kind of the final stop until we see him in March. The Super Bowl is upon us. It has become one of the preeminent days in Vegas. On the calendar, it is Derek Stevens of Circa. Derek, how are you? Thank you for finding some time amidst the chaos.
Great to talk to you, Mike. Yeah, big week here in Vegas. Biggest one we've ever had, so we're pretty fired up.
I'm going to direct the attention, Derek. I want you to sort this guy out over here. Rico has a question for you. Ready? Go ahead, Rico.
Derek, I asked Mike a question, and he didn't have the answer. Listening to everybody says the Chiefs. Derek, why aren't the Chiefs favored in this game?
Well, I think, when you take a look at the power rankings and you looked at where they'd be, the power rankings pretty clearly show the 49ers would have a bit of a position exactly where they're at. I mean, this number we opened at 2.5, goes down to 1, zeroed in at 2, and it really hasn't moved very much. If you go to 2.5, you're immediately going to get Chiefs money. You go to 1.5, you're immediately getting 49er money. So that number seems like it's zeroed in, and it's going to be hard to move off that number. I would say, Rico, that there's thought process of Mahomes as a dog, Mahomes plus points, Kelsey, Rice, all that, that they're never underdogs. You're getting the deal of the century. I know that's a narrative that's being talked about, but at the same point in time, the power rankings just have the 49ers a little bit better. And we may not think that way after what we saw at the Lions 49er game.
So in the lead up to this, Derek, obviously it goes in waves. What do you imagine happening day of game? Do you think you will get a push on one side of this, late Niners or late Chiefs, or it'll just be straight two-way right to kickoff?
No, it's been pretty good two-way so far. We're a little bit. I mean, we're splitting hairs. We have a little more Chiefs money than we do on 49ers, but I would tend to think that based upon what we're seeing, we're going to get late Chiefs money. I just think the narrative is too strong. We just talked about with Rico there this Chiefs story of Mahomes being able to pick them up as a money line dog. That's too strong a narrative. Now I will tell you, both Mike Palm and I had a chance to do Radio Row the other day, and there's a number of people that really believe the 49ers are going to out-travel Chiefs fans. So that's a little surprising to us. We're really trying to struggle to figure out, is this going to be a Chiefs crowd or a 49er crowd? There are quite a few people that think that there's going to be some big money coming in from San Francisco. So right now it's still kind of up in the air for us.
Hey, Derek, what's the most popular prop bet that you guys have offered out there?
Well, I was saying the most amount of tickets we're writing is on anything to do with Travis Kelce. I think there's a lot of reasons for that. But I was just informed by our team, Jeff Benson here, just earlier today. The Jusic props are the number one bet props that we got, more than Kelce, if you can believe it.
What was that?
Yeah, Jusic rushing yards. It's over 3.5. That's the number one bet prop that we've got right now is the Jusic prop. So I'm thinking, well, maybe it's not all Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Maybe it's Christian Jusic with their jackets that's becoming so popular. NFL did the deal with her. I mean, NFL's got a home run here with two celebrity girlfriends.
Wow.
Derek, you just taught me something right now.
Wow. All right. Yeah.
Juszczyk getting 3.5.
You could have given me 50 guesses. I still wouldn't have landed on Kyle Juszczyk rushing yards. Derek, I just want to ask one thing about the total. It's 47.5. I love the over. I don't know how either team's going to stop the other. The Niners with their rushing attack. Chiefs don't stop the run. Pat Mahomes is self-explanatory, and if you think you're going to sit back and play zone, you're crazy. I mean, are people leaning over here or no?
Well, we posted, Circus Sports posted 47.5, and this morning, just a couple hours ago, we took some action on the over. We went to 48, and we got pounded back down to 47.5. So you've got a lot of resistance on that number. So I kind of originally thought maybe we would see some over money coming in. But boy, we dipped our toe in that 48 number earlier today, and it just was boom the other way.
All right. Well, listen, I know you're not going to sleep the next 72 hours or so, but you're going to be going crazy between the interviews, the parties.
Pace yourself.
And you've got how many parties at Circa? Would you say 6 different parties or whatever it was? Please.
Yeah, we got parties all over. I mean, Circa the D. It's going to be great. I mean, get this. What a night last night. I got a text. Hey, Joe Montana just walked in for dinner. Hey, Brian Baldinger's doing this over here. Hey, we got Charles Woodson doing something. We met Willie Gaula. The celebrities is unbelievable. That's really the craziest thing about Vegas right now is the celebrities and the athletes and the Hall of Famers. 3 golf tournaments. You got the LIV golf tournament. Then you got a couple of other celebrity golf tournaments. It's pretty fun out here right now, guys.
Well, enjoy the hell out of it. We'll see you in a couple of months. Be out there for March Madness. Hopefully you'll be rested by then. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
We'll be ready. Thanks a lot,
Thank
guys.
you,
Have a
Derek.
good Super Bowl week. Bye-bye.
You got
You
it.
too.
Take care now. That's Derek Stevens. Circa. David, some ticket text, and then we'll do deal breakers. And if you missed anything with the Pistons deadline, Odyssey.com Rewind is there for you. David, what do you got?
Someone's asking, said, speaking of the Super Bowl, have you seen the new logo for next year's Super Bowl? Lions are going to the Super Bowl.
That just got debunked. It's not Ravens-Niners.
Well-
it got debunked.
Well, they found an album cover with Taylor Swift wearing purple. So they're saying she represents the purple.
What?
It just doesn't make sense,
Yes.
okay?
Next.
Someone's saying the only answer for the greatest Super Bowl ever is 28-3. That comeback was amazing, and nothing can ever top it.
Well, yeah.
fine.
No. I said it was greatest ending ever, and yeah, it went to overtime. So
The very first overtime.
right, so there's a ton of answers you can. Like I knew Mike was going to say that. I thought David was going to say this. The Steelers.
Yeah, someone says wide right is the ending that I remember the most. Okay, wide right.
But David, you just go, okay, wide right. It is the most drama ever in a Super Bowl. The Bills had a kick to win the effing game from 47, and he missed. Yeah, I love how David just gets so nonchalant about it.
Well, kickers can't make kicks outside of 45.
I'm just
That's
saying,
why
that
you know
game
what,
was
Mike?
crazy.
That's why you go for it.
Well, see, but that's why my choice was the choice I had, because that was the very first game I watched from the beginning to the end of a Super Bowl.
See, and David, I like yours because both of ours had something to do right inside the red zone, inside 5 yards. You got stopped, and for some reason, Seattle decided instead of just going ahead and handing the ball off to Beast Mode, we're going to throw it. Yeah.
Not just
That's
throw it.
what we'll do.
You threw it over the middle in the most congested part of the field. It wasn't like a fade route.
Yeah. No, you're right. What? Fireable. Should have been fired.
Another choice someone's sending in is the drive, the John Elway drive to win the Super Bowl was the greatest ending.
Oh, where he helicoptered into the end zone?
Yeah.
Was it against Packers?
Yes.
God, those games. They don't seem long ago. They were long ago. Holy hell. We're getting old, Rico.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Depressing.
Joe Montana. Hey, isn't that John Candy in the stands?
Him calling his wife on the phone, those stories. While you're in the Super Bowl? Wow.
What? He's Joe Montana. He can do whatever he wants.
Apparently.
Honestly.
And show up
What,
to Derek's.
hold on. I
show
got
up
to
the
say this.
Derek's
I say
casino.
this every day. What is Richard Jefferson wearing?
He's changing every segment because he had on no shirt a second ago with a red jacket.
I'm sorry. I know it has nothing to do with radio, and the listeners can't see it, and that's bad form by me. I've just had enough.
He's like doing a fashion show
I've had enough.
on the NBA trade deadline show.
ESPN should be shuttered. Let's get to deal breakers. Is it a Super Bowl edition? All right,
Yes.
don't be coming up here talking about clogged toilets or your STDs or whatever else you got going on. I want to talk Super Bowl.
And maybe he wants to be the new Craig Sager.
Yeah, up next, Richard Jefferson dressed as a matador, 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Last week, the Big Ten and SEC announced an unprecedented joint advisory group to confront college sports' numerous issues. Speaking with Paul Feinbaum, SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey said the unlikely collaboration was born of inaction by the NCAA. The Pistons will look a lot different when they take the court tonight in Portland. Detroit dealt Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks to New York ahead of Thursday's trade deadline. You can hear the Pistons and Blazers right here on 97.1 starting at 9:35 tonight. Wink Martindale reportedly interviewing for Michigan's D coordinator job Thursday. A defensive mainstay in the NFL, Martindale was the Giants' DC the last 2 seasons and had run Baltimore's defense for John Harbaugh the prior 4 years. And Michigan AD Ward Manuel has been appointed chairman of the College Football Playoff Committee. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's just so catchy. It's amazing. It catches your attention like Roberto's overly dyed beard. All right. Super Bowl edition. If you missed anything from the trade deadline, Odyssey.com rewind. And we can spend the segment on this Wink Martindale thing. I've got a great idea who he is and what he's about. I'm just not sure why you'd want him at U of M, but then again, you can't hire anybody else. So I get it. You got to land on somebody. We'll get to it, though. Right now, Super Bowl deal breakers. Oh, God. Every time we do this segment,
you forget about this.
I think, well, they had to have changed the ridiculous music.
I can't.
And
I try.
they don't.
I can't.
Here we go.
I can't change it.
All right.
All right, here we go. Yeah, a little Super Bowl Sunday edition of Deal Breakers. Let's get into it.
Let's hear it.
Let's start off with your father.
Okay.
Your father will be alone on Super Bowl Sunday. You've decided to invite him to a party that you're going to attend.
Okay.
Your dad has a secret gambling addiction only you know about.
Oh, dear God.
You know there will be squares, card games, and other forms of gambling going on at this party. What is the discussion you have with him before walking into that door?
And I know he has a gambling addiction.
Yes.
I'm not inviting him to the party. He could sit home alone.
He chose to watch the game alone for a reason. He knows. I don't want the temptation because I'm going to succumb to this.
Or be a good son. You go watch the game with him.
Right.
In a gambling-free environment. Who needs a Super Bowl party anyways? They're completely overrated.
Yeah. A lot of people talking to you who you don't want to talk to.
If someone is an addict, you can't put them in the middle of addiction.
Right. Your father has a drinking problem. When you go to the bar, what's the proper etiquette?
Hey, Dad, wear a bag on your head. Don't worry about it.
No, they're not playing poker over there.
Those are poker chips.
Yeah, you can't just say he's a grown man, he can do what he wants. No, he clearly can't do this responsibly. So yes, you keep him away from it.
If he said, I'm watching it alone, there's a reason why I'm watching it alone.
Go
watch it with him.
That's right. Unless you don't like your dad. Then it's very complicated.
Well, then you really wouldn't invite him.
Right, then it's a whole different ball of wax. All right. Let's go to the next one, please.
All right, a little bit similar. Now we're going to talk about not your father, but your brother. Your brother recently got divorced.
Okay.
And is living in a small apartment. He asked you over to watch the game, and it will be just the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is He will be watching the game via a computer monitor he has hooked up to his laptop.
I'm out.
Do you offer to buy him a decent TV, offer to bring one of yours, or don't even bring it up as to offend him?
No, I have a TV at my house. I watch it at my house. Stay
That's
home.
how that goes. You'd say, Johnny, here's the deal. I appreciate the sentiment, but we both know you're flat on your ass right now, and you're watching this on a fish tank. Why don't you come to the house? We'll make dinner.
Yeah.
I don't want you sitting alone for the game.
I got fresh tubes in my TV.
Right. I mean, why would I downgrade my viewing experience to go to your party? And it's not a party.
Are we 2 for 2 on the sad-o-meter here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the next one. Now, see, guys, here's the deal. Your mom OD'd on crack, see?
Right.
And you're like, okay.
So here's the thing. Your sister got put out.
It's almost as if they read the next two.
So listen, see, your sister's pimp showed up at the house. You're like, I don't want to participate in this.
Your child all of a sudden gets Ebola. Do you miss the Super Bowl to take him to the hospital?
Do you get up to get the EpiPen or wait until the field goal?
That's the second one I got written down.
This is awful. Let's try again. David, this man needs Jesus.
This one is exactly it. Okay, here you go.
Oh, God. Why can't these be about dips or food items? Or
All right, you want a food one? I'll
no,
give you food.
just go in order.
Okay. Your wife is insisting you go to her niece's new home to watch the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It is also serving as a sort of housewarming party. The day before, your wife informs you that her niece is living in a sober living house, and there will be many people there that you have never met before at this party.
Stop right there. I don't care about the sober portion of it because the drinking is a non-essential event for me for the Super Bowl. Strangers want no part of it. If I'm watching the Super Bowl, I want to be around people I like. I want to be around people I want to be around. You know what I don't want to do? Mingle with strangers. 9 out of 10 are going to be losers anyways.
Mingle with strangers without alcohol. That's the worst
whoa.
way to mingle with strangers.
Right, because you want to, hey, let me get to know you. Actually, I want to watch this third down play.
That's right.
I don't want to talk to you. So, yeah, there's 2 types of Super Bowls. Those that I don't care about, that's the ones where I'll go to a party. But a game that I actually care about, one of the teams playing.
Can't do it.
Nope.
I don't have time to socialize.
Wow.
David, your thoughts. You've hosted some of these events at the church. Talk to us.
I just need a better deal breaker here. That's I'm waiting for a better one.
I'm
That's
just
all.
waiting for number 4.
Will you be sober during the Super Bowl?
Your child contracts Ebola.
Are you really asking that question for Burrow?
Now listen here. See, your mom's dead on the floor.
I'm like, your mom passes out. Do you wait until the end of the fourth quarter, or do you leave at halftime hoping to make it back for the second half kickoff?
She had the winning square, but it's underneath her body.
Right.
Do you take it or wait for the ambulance?
Your uncle's choking on a pretzel, see?
Now let's try again.
I don't think I haven't. The next one's not as... All right, here we go.
Why did this have to be morbid? The Super Bowl is such a fun thing.
It was my mood, I guess.
Okay, you need to talk to someone. Let's continue.
I think you'll agree with this one.
Oh, good.
I think you've been in this situation. I think everybody's been in this situation.
Okay, let me hear it.
Last one I got here.
I don't want to agree to anything.
You are invited to your aunt's house to watch the big game. She suffers a party faux pas that many Americans do. The ice in her freezer stinks. It has taken on the odor of whatever is in the fridge, and you've noticed it the last 4 or 5 times you've been over there. Now, with it only being a handful of people there, what excuse do you use to bring in your own ice?
I don't.
But you know what I'm talking about,
Phyllis,
right?
your fridge smells like death and corrosion. Here's a bag of ice in a styrofoam cooler.
You've been there, though, right? You know what I'm talking about?
No, my family's clean.
No, but you've been somewhere where that's been the
Yeah,
case,
I bought a
right?
bag of ice and some baking soda. Baking soda's for you. Put it in your freezer.
No, you can't do that.
Why not? Well, I'll just buy it and put it in there for you.
It's like that one time David handed a guy here a bar of soap. It was an amazing moment.
Oh, no.
I did not, but I should have.
I don't think you need an excuse. You're an adult. Stop being a scumbag and have clean ice. You buy a bag of ice and you go, Aunt Phyllis, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Or I bring my own ice. Yeah, put it in a cup.
I
My
just
own
play
ice.
dumb. I'm like, oh, I didn't know if there'd be enough ice for everybody. I didn't know. I just wanted to make sure. I play so dumb.
Play.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kenny, there ain't no acting when it comes to that. That's just your organic self. See, Rico found it funny. All right, keep going.
So
I'm just laughing at these scenarios.
These are the saddest. You know what this is?
I don't even want to watch the game now.
Yes, that's Detroit fans, right?
This is a Lions fan Super Bowl deal breakers.
Yes.
For all the sad people out there, I'm not going to watch the game. Well,
And that's what this feels like. You know what? How about we just have a book reading? Book club.
let's
Sunday.
go. Let's go to
do
the
it.
next one. I can't wait to hear this.
All right, I'll give you a bonus one here.
Oh,
This is a bonus.
what a blessing.
Because I know for a fact that David and Evan go to the same barber. They love going to their barber shop.
Evan's bald.
Very loyal.
He still goes.
He still goes.
He gets
He
trimmed
takes
up.
care of
Wait,
it,
wait,
yeah.
time out. Evan goes to a black barber shop
Yes.
and has no hair anyways.
Yeah, he's getting the beard trimmed and,
And
everything.
they told me the other day that if you dare walk in this barber shop without an appointment, you straight up get ignored. No one will talk to you. No one working there will give you the time of day.
Okay, that's not all the way true, but okay.
Well, how much of it is true?
Partially.
Most of the time, they'll walk in and say, especially if you're new,
Wait, do you go there too?
No.
No, but it's probably the same way. Yeah.
You got to have an appointment.
Let me ask a question now. How do I say this delicately? Did Evan need a reference to show up at the...
Yeah, he got the reference from me.
Aha! So he needed a card-carrying member, so to speak, to vouch for him.
Vouched for.
He couldn't come into the club unless someone...
He's cool. He's cool. He's a good one.
Okay, then. Now let's hear the last one.
All right. You love your local barber, and you've been getting your hair cut from him for years.
Yes.
Now, due to the rise of rent of his building, he's had to bring in a few new stylists. The last few times you have been in the place, it has not been dusted or swept properly, and people are just hanging out there talking to the stylist without even getting a haircut.
I'm out.
Do you ask your barber if he can remedy the situation, or you just stop going?
How well you know him?
You said you've been going to him for years.
Define years, like 3 or 13.
13.
If you know him on that level, you go, here's the deal. Love you. Want to keep giving you business. But you're running a flop house over here, so clean it up or I'm going to find somewhere else.
Things have changed, okay? Fix it.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be possible, would it be bad to ask him, could you maybe, come to my house?
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Who are you, Barbara Streisand?
Do you find every possible way to just avoid conflict?
Let's go to his wife on line 6. The answer is yes.
I mean, yeah, just because he's probably noticed it as well and will tell you, yeah, I'm already working on moving to a different location.
Just promise me tomorrow's Who Said It for Super Bowl is not depressing. This was so sad. This was awful.
Wait, Who Said It theme? I'm not watching the Super Bowl. There you
go. Oh, I like that. All my guesses will be this. Or this. All right,
I mean,
Roberto.
I don't get it. Why would somebody not watch the Super
Okay,
Bowl? I don't know.
let it be. Let it be. I'd say thank you for this, but I think we're all sad now.
I don't want to watch the game.
90s.
And my team's in it.
That was
I can't do it.
97-1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and now through February 16th, head on over to your local Planet Fitness and sign up. Just $1 down, $10 a month. Yep, you can get it in on the big fitness energy sale at your local Planet Fitness. And if you say you don't have time, well, a lot of Planet Fitnesses, they're open 24 hours, so you do have time. And if not, you can get a full 30-minute workout and with the full Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And on top of that, all memberships include free fitness training, no extra cost. $1 down, $10 a month. A lot of the new Planet Fitness has brand new equipment, so you can go in there, get your workout on, because you promised yourself you would do this. $1 down, $10 a month, now through February 16th. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now or go online at planetfitness.com.
Hi, sorry. I was in the middle of having a conversation with someone. Hey, for decades, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical have been a part of the Lions Radio Network. They want to honor the best season in 32 years right now through the end of February. Mention 97.1, you get half off the installation of a new high-efficiency furnace or a whole home generator from Generac. That's half off the installation. Excludes prior orders. Mastercraft, supporting Detroit for over 40 years. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're back. Rico, go handle your business meeting. David, let's get some ticket text from the saddest edition of Deal Breakers in history.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome. So, your mom's dead, see?
Your mother passes out at halftime. She won the squares. Do you take the money to the hospital or do you pocket it?
Here is the first text that came through. Your niece is on heroin.
I mean, Jesus. Tomorrow, I want only uplifting stuff. Do not depress me on Super Bowl Friday tomorrow. It's all I ask.
Hey guys, I'm leaving work and Roberto just put a bad mood on me. I just yelled at someone.
I'd rather do the game we used to do where Kenny grades out the food by number of flushes. I mean, like, that's depressing enough. But Jesus, Roberto. You're at a sober living party. See, you're 3 people drop dead.
Your brother's a loser.
Buying your friend the baking soda for the smelly fridge is just as bad as David yelling at the hostess booth when walking in.
Oh, a story for the ages. If you're a longtime listener, you know the reference. I'm not going to retell the story. It was just, it was the rudest thing. And from a pastor, no less. It was awful.
Oh, no, I was just talking about, like, actually buying the baking soda and just, here you go.
I don't think that's rude.
It's not.
I don't
And you know what? It's small.
It's kind of like soap on a rope. That's
okay,
tough
then,
to do.
Then put it in the freezer yourself.
I like that plan. Incognito.
And you walk in with stuff for the party, and then you just happen to slide that into the freezer.
Oh, let me go get some ice, and you just, boop, right there.
Go ahead.
Someone said he's not addicted, just committed. Give the man $100 and watch the joy. Blake and Brighton.
My God.
No.
You can't. Okay.
No.
Can I have 5 minutes on the Wink Martindale news and Beanie's update? And David, I'm going to need your help on it because you're a Wolverine. Now, look, here's how I see it outside looking in. A, Wink Martindale's 1,000 years old. So that's problem number one. B, he hasn't coached in college in over 20 years. I think the last time he coached in college, it was like 2002 or 3 at Western Kentucky. 3, Wink Martindale has had some issues with the last 2 head coaches he's worked for. 4, I could tell you as a Giants fan, part of the problem, players couldn't understand his scheme. It's too complex. It's too detail-oriented. Now, you want to tell me he'll dumb it down for college kids? Cool. One problem. Then why are you hiring Wink Martindale? The allure of Wink is that he's Dr. Doom. He's Blitz guy. But I'm telling you, the Giants only got better once Wink was forced to dumb it down because players couldn't understand it. Grown-ass men making real money could not pick up the scheme. So my question to you, David, is this. How is the national championship Michigan Wolverines this far down the job resume list to land on Wink Martin? Like, what?
Well, and before you get to that, David, it looks as if he won't even be the full DC. He'll be the co-DC because according to 24/7, Clinksdale told some players he's coming back and that I guess he'll be the other half of the defensive coordinator.
So just so we're clear, you think Wink Martindale is going to collaborate with Steve Clinkscale? What? David, what
His
is
past within the last 5 years tells me he can't work with others well. So, no, being co-anything is not going to work out. But here's what I'll say.
I would be more scared he hasn't coached in college in 20 years.
Yeah, it's been since 2003.
You think Wink Martindale is going to babysit players and do NIL
Correct.
and re-recruit his guys? Wink Martindale is like a Viking.
Correct.
I mean, Wink's crazy.
Correct. And I know Michigan fans aren't going to like what I'm going to say. They never do anyway. But the NCAA is looming large over Michigan. It has become, from my understanding, difficult to hire. So which means Wink Martindale comes in the picture because he's desperate. I don't want to just get a coach because he's desperate and we're desperate.
The other angle of it is if Martindale is so special, there were 6 or 7 job openings in the NFL.
Exactly.
Forget about being a head coach. He didn't get a defensive coordinator job. Look, I wanted it to work with Wink Martindale with my Giants. It didn't work. It was bad. Baltimore got better after he left. Because why? Mike McDonald was a real modern defensive coordinator.
But you just said it. Who did Mike McDonald work under in Baltimore for a little bit? Wink Martindale. So a defensive coordinator job was open in Seattle. You would think, you know what? That's the same defense.
Right.
I'll get the guy to run it.
The difference is Mike McDonald has said, I'm calling the defense.
Exactly.
I don't know. Now, again, you want to tell me, hey, the Ravens pipeline thing has been very good for U of M. I would not dare argue. But this is not that.
But they went out and got a young guy who wanted to prove himself in order to go back to the league, not guy who's seen better days.
This would be a wild stretch to me.
It does say that it's getting more and more difficult to hire people there because there's impending doom.
He's not hiring anyone.
Yeah, it's almost he's just promoting GAs. Hey, you want that job? Has anybody seen Mike Hart?
But again, Harbaugh left you in a much better place. So there you go. Oh, listen, you hire Wink. Is there a pathway to it working? Of course, there's a pathway to anybody. But I'm just telling you, the Giants' defense under his reign was awful. And I don't get old guy going back to college 2 decades after he was last there. I just have a hard time with that.
That and the fact that the Michigan defense was the strength of the team. Like they just got the job done. You weren't going to score a ton of points on them.
Yeah, someone on the text is suggesting here that says Clean Scale has had the co-DC for 3 years, guys. It's a fake title. It could be just getting Wink in here for his Mind Passage Malibu type thing.
So
Coaching
Clink,
Rehab.
you keep the same title, but we know.
He's really, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Clink
You know
Scale's
what?
a
All
good
right.
recruiter, too. That's the bit. I mean, that's part of why you brought him in from Kentucky. He's a really good recruiter. I mean, I don't know. Does Wink Martindale excite you? David, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I wonder what real Michigan fans think.
Oh, they'll text me real soon and let me know.
Why,
I mean, I hear that all the time. David's not a real. He doesn't represent the Wolverine Nation.
Well, who the hell does he represent?
He backs down to you and I. He's afraid of us.
That's what they say.
Of what? Talking sports?
No,
Like, what
because
are we doing?
We yell at him and we badger him, so he just placates.
He
to
can't
us.
say anything bad about Michigan State because of those guys.
Here, go ahead. Say the most egregious thing you want. I don't care.
There's nothing to say.
That's what I mean. We blow. There, it said. Oops, I said it. Like,
They want David to always be Mr. Positive, come out here and say things are great, and really represent Wolverine Nation.
okay. Well, you get that 8 hours of the day on this station, so I'm sure you can deal without it for 4. Any other ticket texts, or shall we just fade away and
Just
get
8.
to
Sometimes you get it for 10 hours.
Super Bowl? Buying the numbers. Go ahead, Dave.
Just one more here says, I believe Wink will probably call the plays and let Clink Scale handle the players in recruiting.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah, that sounds like an awesome system.
His defense is that complicated?
Dude, I can only tell you watching what happened in New York and his last year in Baltimore where they finished damn near dead last. With the Giants, it was multiple. I mean, articles on a weekly basis. Players complaining about the scheme. Players, they couldn't understand it. Coverage busts. Wild, like, we're dropping Kayvon Thibodeau in coverage 30% of the time.
See, the thing for me is being out of the college game for so long, it is different. It's different from what it was 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. When you walk in here and the player's like, nah, I got a signing. I can't be there at this time. What do you mean you got a signing? My NIL package, coach.
Amazing. 248-539-9797. All right, Super Bowl, FanDuel, match made in heaven. FanDuel, more ways to play than anybody else. And right now, new customers, you get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. It's simple. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right. Let's mix in a little Super Bowl. By the numbers. Blackbeard is back with us, the Ryan Day of Detroit radio.
Billy Mays?
Yeah, Billy Mays. In a lot of ways. All right, hit the music. Yes, Captain Blackbeard, what do you have for us today?
Oh, we've been doing it all week. Number facts of the Super Bowl.
Are you going to
Let's
dye
keep it
that
going.
thing before Big Friday Super Bowl show?
I think so.
You going jet black tonight? Come on.
It's my favorite thing to do.
All right.
All right.
Please.
All right, here we go.
Between Evan behind the glass and you here,
It's all
nothing
over.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Super Bowl related. If I were to say to you, 9 times has something happened in Super Bowl history.
The San Francisco 49ers have been to 9 Super Bowls? Aren't they like 9 and 11 in NFC title games? Would it be 9?
They're 8 and 11.
Damn. All right, I'm wrong then. Kenny? Kenobi?
9 times in Super Bowl history, this has happened. David, do you have something? Because I got nothing.
Mike, I think you're right. Because if they're 8 and 11, they haven't played the 9th, which this is the 9th. So the 9th time they've been in the Super Bowl. Right?
No, that means they won 8 NFC title games, which means that they're
Right, so they've been in it 8. This will be, was that before the game they were 8 and 11? Before the Lions game? It was after. Okay, all right, just check it.
Cass Tech math right
No, I'm checking. I'm asking you a question, sir. Don't do that.
All right.
Wow.
The answer is 9 times. How many times?
Wait. Rematch.
Yes!
Yes! Wow, from the ashes, Rico Beer.
Rematches have happened 9 times. What were those? Anybody want to go with that?
Cowboys, Steelers.
Yes.
Yup.
Bills, Cowboys.
Yes.
Giants, Patriots.
Yes.
Niners, Bengals.
Patriots,
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
And
Dolphins.
Redskins.
Yes.
You know, Rico has an advantage being that he's 20 years older than all of us.
Yeah, a lot of these games weren't televised.
Rico grew up next to Hank Stram. He should know these questions.
Come on.
All right, keep it moving.
Hey, man, Hank could burn something on the grill.
All right, let the jokes about me begin. Here we go.
Okay.
When I say 2 minutes, 35 seconds. What am I talking about in Super Bowl history? 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Can I go first? Would it be the longest, not national anthem, whatever the hell it is, the longest perform? Was it like Whitney Houston, 1990? Not God Bless America, whatever.
Yeah, national anthem.
National anthem. Sorry, it shouldn't even be a part of the broadcast. I mean, come on, let's just play the game. I'm going to say it's the longest rendition of that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah, it does. Yeah. God, I was really proud of myself.
We're agreeing with you.
I know, but like, all right, now I'm scared. Go ahead.
The longest national anthem, you're right, clocked in at 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Now, who was it?
Who was it? Who was it?
You said Whitney, so it's not Whitney, huh?
Nope.
I wondered because it was famous. and-
Yeah.
Did Aretha
I was about to
Franklin
say,
ever
did
do it?
No, she just finished the Thanksgiving game.
Chris Stapleton.
No, because I think Ray Charles did like God Bless America, so that's not.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody answer it and let's move
It
on.
was Alicia Keys.
Must have missed it.
The average length is 1 minute 50 seconds.
God,
So she.
that's egregious. All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay, here's another one. Something has happened in Super Bowl history 11 times. What would have happened 11 times in a southern state?
Oh, okay. I was going to say 11 comebacks, but
New Orleans hosting the Super Bowl.
Miami hosting the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Who? Miami?
Miami has
Okay.
hosted the Super Bowl 11 times.
Nice. Rico actually attended the last one at the old Orange Bowl that is now demolished.
Oh, my God.
And the first one.
All right, here's another one.
Yes.
75 points. 75 points.
What was it, the highest total ever in a Super Bowl?
No, I think the Niners had the highest. I think they had 55.
Right, but if the other team scored 17, is it the highest total points scored between two teams in a Super Bowl?
That is correct. 75 points.
But it wasn't that game, was it?
It was the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers in Super Bowl 24.
Wasn't the first
Bobby Ross.
First play from scrimmage, wasn't it Jerry Rice 80 yards?
Yep.
Final score 49-26.
Yeah.
Kenny had the under. let's keep it going.
I got one for you, Roberto.
Go ahead.
How about this? The number 10.
Brain cells of Troy Weaver.
Oh.
No.
Okay. The number 10.
Yes.
Is there any context for this?
Yes. $10.
That can't be the cost of a ticket to the first Super Bowl, can it?
No.
Wow. I am on my game.
I mean, when you compare that, isn't that so sad?
Wait.
I just agree.
Can I get one? 75 yards.
75 yards. 75 yards. It's not longest play from scrimmage?
No.
It can't be because Rice was 80. David, go ahead. By the numbers.
My guess in my head was going to be kick return, but Desmond's was longer than that.
Right.
So I have no clue.
Kenneth Cott, by the
You
numbers.
said 75
yards.
Longest interception return.
No. David, I'm a little shocked. Longest run from scrimmage by a running back.
Parker.
Willie Parker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Parker.
wow. All right,
In
bonus
Detroit.
bonus points. Where did Willie Parker go to college?
East Carolina.
North Carolina.
Oh.
Respect. Carry on. By the numbers.
All right, let me give you one more.
Sure.
204 rushing yards. 204 rushing yards.
I will say 1987, Timmy Smith, Redskins, Broncos.
Yep.
It was the strike year. It was a very famous thing, Roberto, for sports fans.
And I think, was he a
Damn
rookie
it.
too? Yeah. He was a rookie.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's an easy.
By the numbers.
Six touchdowns.
What was that?
6 touchdowns.
6 touchdowns. Got to be a quarterback, boys. Sure as hell wasn't a New York Giant.
Was it the Brady comeback game?
Ooh, good on you.
Falcons?
It went to OT. They had to come back from 28-3.
Right.
Hold on, though. To have 6 TDs, that's 42 points. Was the final of that game 42?
I don't remember. That's my best guess.
I know. Things got very hazy for you at 28-3.
That's correct.
David, do you have a guess?
No.
By the numbers.
No.
Rico, just
Not Montana.
Just tell us.
Close.
Steve Young?
Oh, okay.
Ah, that a baby.
Was that the San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the first play of the game was a touchdown. Yeah.
By the numbers.
He went out to go beat Montana's record that day. There you go.
And we will continue it all week. Tremendous. Don't be bummed out. The Timmy Smith thing is just.
I know.
It's hard.
If he wasn't going to say it, I was just about to.
Now you're making him feel bad. Roberto,
No,
go
no,
dye your beard.
it's-
We'll check in tomorrow for the penultimate episode
All right.
of Super Bowl by the numbers. All right. Let's mix in a little Super Bowl by the numbers. Blackbeard is back with us, the Ryan Day of Detroit radio.
Billy Mays?
Yeah, Billy Mays. In a lot of ways. All right, hit the music. Yes, Captain Blackbeard, what do you have for us today?
Oh, we've been doing it all week. Number facts of the Super Bowl.
Are you going to
Let's
dye
keep it
that thing
going.
before Big Friday Super Bowl show?
I think so.
You going jet black tonight? Come on.
It's my favorite thing to do.
All right.
All right.
Please.
All right, here we go.
Between Evan behind the glass and you here,
It's all
nothing
over.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Super Bowl related. If I were to say to you 9 times has something happened in Super Bowl history.
The San Francisco 49ers have been to 9 Super Bowls? Aren't they like 9-11 in NFC title games? Would it be 9?
They're 8-11.
Damn. All right, I'm wrong then. Kenny? Kenobi?
9 times in Super Bowl history, this has happened. David, do you have something? Because I got nothing.
Mike, I think you're right. Because if they're 8-11, they haven't played the 9th, which this is the 9th. So the 9th time they've been in the Super Bowl. Right?
All right, and you know
that means
it.
they
Games
won
this weekend
8
is your man
NFC
cave
title
ready.
games, which means-
LG, Samsung,
Right, so they've been
Sony
in it 8.
TVs,
This will
lowest
be-
prices of the year.
Was that before the game they were 8-11?
That sale will end the 12th.
Before the Lions game?
Paulson's, it's also
Okay.
audio month,
Check it.
all February long. What does it mean?
I'm checking. I'm asking you a
Discounts
question,
up to
sir. Don't do
50%
that.
off on all the best brands in home audio. Speakers,
All right.
receivers, amps, sound
The
bars.
answer
They've
is
got it all.
9 times.
And what you need to remember, their prices
How
are
many
always
times-
as
Wait,
low or lower than
Rematch.
Amazon Prime or Best.
Yes!
I'll show you right there.
Yes!
So stop on by Northwest
Wow,
Corner
from
on
the-
Road in
from the
Homestead, see
ashes,
yourself.
Rico beer.
Shop
3 matches
online,
have happened 9
paulsonsAV.com.
times. What were
Paulson's
those?
audio video.
You want to go
and
with
it is
that?
the toy store for grown-ups.
Cowboys, Steelers.
Yes.
Yup.
Bills, Cowboys.
Yes.
Giants, Patriots.
Yes.
Niners, Bengals.
Patriots,
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
And
Dolphins.
Redskins.
Yes.
You know, Rico has an advantage being that he's 20 years older than all of us.
Yeah, a lot of these games weren't televised.
Rico grew up next to Hank Stram. He should know these questions.
come on.
All right, keep it moving.
Hey, man, Hank could burn something on the grill.
All right, let the jokes about me begin. Here we go.
Okay.
When I say 2 minutes, 35 seconds. What am I talking about in Super Bowl history? 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Can I go first? Would it be the longest not national anthem, whatever the hell it is. The longest perform, was it like Whitney Houston 1990? Not God Bless America, whatever the hell.
National anthem.
National anthem, sorry. It shouldn't even be a part of the broadcast. I mean, come on, let's just play the game. I'm going to say it's the longest rendition of that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah, it does. Yeah. God, I was really proud of myself.
We're agreeing with you.
I know, but like, all right, now I'm scared. Go ahead.
The longest national anthem, you're right, clocked in at 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Now, who was it?
Who was it? Who was it?
You said Whitney, so it's not Whitney, huh?
Nope.
I wondered because it was famous. and-
Yeah.
Did Aretha
I was about to
Franklin
say,
ever
did
do it?
No, she just finished the Thanksgiving game.
Chris Stapleton.
No, because I think Ray Charles did like God Bless America, so that's not.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody answer it and let's move on.
It was Alicia Keys.
Must have missed it.
The average length is 1 minute 50 seconds.
God, that's egregious. All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay, here's another one. Something has happened in Super Bowl history 11 times. What would have happened 11 times in a southern state?
Oh, okay. I was going to say 11 comebacks. But
New Orleans hosting the Super Bowl.
Miami hosting the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Who? Miami?
Miami has
Okay.
hosted the Super Bowl 11 times.
Nice. Rico actually attended the last one at the old Orange Bowl that is now demolished.
Oh, my God.
And the first one.
All right, here's another one.
Yes.
75 points. 75 points.
Was it the highest total ever in a Super Bowl?
No, I think the Niners had the highest. they had 55.
Right, but if the other team scored 17, is it the highest total points scored between two teams in a Super Bowl?
That is correct. 75 points.
But it wasn't that game, was it?
It was the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers in Super Bowl 24.
Wasn't the first
Bobby Ross
first play from scrimmage? Wasn't it Jerry Rice 80 yards?
Yep.
So, if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. What I am not going to do is any more NBA trade deadline stuff. We gave you about 90 minutes at the start of the show, and the beauty of the rewind is if that's what you want to hear, that's exactly what you can pull up on your phone. That's before you even go to the Valenti and Rico podcast section, which I'm sure Evan has already put up both in audio format and on YouTube. We had a lot of conversation about the Pistons. No, what we're going to do is something we've avoided all week. And driving home last night, I heard Wojo and Rieger do exactly this, and I go, that's it. We have to do this. We're the only show on this station who hasn't done it. I don't know how this started. I don't know how legitimate it is. All I know is the phone lines fill up when the other shows do it. So I have a question for you. And you guys, I want to hear from you because I really would like to gain an understanding. I think people are acting like gigantic babies. Are you seriously not watching the Super Bowl? Like, that's a real thing. Oh, sure, I've heard Doug and Scott say it. But that's different than people, grown adults calling up and going, yup, not doing it. Are you that aggrieved? Like, you can't bring yourself to watch the greatest American day in sports, the Super Bowl. Niners-Chiefs rematch. Pat Mahomes, a.k.a. Michael Jordan in his prime. And you're going to not watch because you lost the NFC title game. Guys, I'm sorry. I find that laughable. But guess what? Last night, Rieger and Woj brought it up. They weren't talking about dips. They were talking about not watching the Super Bowl, and phone lines are full. And Rico and I, in our radio program here, we all look at each other and go, what? Of course you're watching the Super Bowl. It's the Super Bowl. I know the Lions didn't get home. I know the Lions fell just short. How the hell do you not watch the Super Bowl? You seem to watch the 57 before this, and your ass was never there. What, did you not watch in 91 after Washington beat the brakes off? Come on, man. I just find this whole not watching the Super Bowl thing to be very reminiscent of the Matthew Stafford Detroit Rams nonsense. I feel like a couple people say it, but that doesn't represent this town, does it?
I don't think it does. I think it's a vocal minority. I think most people are just watching it. Yeah, I think the minority of people are still angry over the game, didn't like how it ended. It feels weird because you got so close and it's a Super Bowl. Yes, you're going. What else are you going to do? Because if you call up and say you're not watching it, then I need to know what are you doing.
Yeah, where does that time allocation go? Hell, TV stations don't even put anything on television because they know it's up against the Super Bowl.
Right.
Even Law and Order SVU taps out and goes, no. Right. We ain't running up against the Super Bowl, and you can watch Law and Order any time of day.
Right.
But help me understand it.
Yeah, because I was listening to their show too. I was running a couple errands after work, and it's like, are you serious? A guy was like, yeah, you know what? I'm not. They're having a party, and I don't care. And I was like, wow, okay. He lived in a senior assistant home, and he was just like, nah, I'll have it on maybe in the background. That's it. Okay.
David, you've heard what we've heard.
Oh, yes, I have.
What are we missing on this radio show? Because from the very beginning, I didn't understand it. I couldn't believe Doug and Scott said it, openly embargoing Super Bowl talk. Help me understand it.
See, initially, I understood the conversation and why people would feel that way. It was fresh. It was the Monday after. I get it. But driving around over the weekend and listening to Cookie Show and people saying, yeah, I'm not watching this, that's a week later. How in the world can you still feel that way? It's the Super Bowl. You should still watch the Super Bowl. You won't have football for 7 months. Watch the Super Bowl.
David, heck, I told you, I'm watching highlights, and I'm already saying I'm going to miss football. It's going to be a long time after this game is over that, yeah, you're looking at 9 months of nothing.
That's not true.
Oh, XFL.
No. We just have to get to July. And second of all, I don't miss football in February and March and April because it's the off season. We got free agency, we got trades, we got draft prep.
Right, but actual games.
It'll all be okay. If football was always around, you wouldn't like it as much. No. It's like when you don't see someone for a little while and then you see them again. You know, it's nice to see you. Be a hell of a lot different if you were their roommate. You may kill their ass. You need football to go away. You need football to disappear.
I'm laughing because I'm like, didn't you just describe marriage? You see the same person every day.
I want to know. I want this to be, in the words of Doug Karsh, open lines, format, respectfully, and all that jazz. Are you seriously not watching the Super Bowl? Now, if you're a Super Bowl person like we are, and you listen to 97 Won the Ticket on even a semi-regular basis, what is your reaction to what you've been hearing out of the speakers all week? Hosts of this station saying they're not watching, callers backing them up. And then people like Rico and I feel like space aliens. Mm-hmm. Of course I'm watching the Super Bowl. That game may as well have been 10 months ago. 10 days and 10 months of the same thing in the way the sports cycle turns. You are so aggrieved you're not going to watch that game. I can't believe that's real. And as Rico said, if you're not watching, what the F are you doing with your Sunday?
Right. Is it a book club? Are you going to the movies? What are you doing?
248-539-9797. I want to get Kenny's opinion, but he's currently answering the phones. We'll talk to him. Kenny's as diehard a Lions fan as there is.
But yeah, it is just really weird. I still think it's the vocal minority that more people will be watching the game, but the aggrieved, they're out there and they're loud. I am not doing this. And yeah, I understood the Monday after, even the Tuesday, but guys, game's coming up.
Rico, there's a 2-week gap between the night you played and Sunday for the Super Bowl. If you can't get over that 2 weeks later to turn on the game and at least hate watch the Niners, we don't reside on the same.
Because the funny thing is, I'm sure you're, well, I'm sick of Taylor Swift, or I'm sick of hearing about the Niners. I'm like, well, after about 2 weeks, I'm sure everybody else in the nation would have been sick of hearing about kneecaps and Dan Campbell.
I'm more sick of Travis Kelce than I am Taylor Swift. I am. Kelsey's in every damn commercial. You know who doesn't bother me? Taylor Swift. You know who's not in every commercial? Taylor Swift. Yeah. You know who doesn't glom for the cameras or do an obnoxious podcast? Well, Taylor Swift don't do those things. Taylor Swift is shown because she's an international global icon, okay? I don't care.
Well, apparently,
Travis Kelce, I cannot stand.
Apparently, in some places, there's a prop bet that if the Chiefs win, he'll propose to her.
Listen, great, I guess. I don't care. But it's the Super Bowl. It's a non-negotiable as an American. You watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that I guess Alex Anzalone wrote that piece, and in the end, he didn't want to watch the Super Bowl, and Dan Campbell was like, whoa, what are you doing? No, you're going to watch this game, and you're going to use it as fuel for next year. You absolutely are watching the game. Dan Campbell, the leader of Lion Nation, is saying, no, you're watching the game. No, I'm watching the game.
I think Lion fans, it should be mandatory viewing. I want it to hurt. I want you to remember how bad you feel. I want you to watch the game you believe you should be in. You don't skip it. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm with you.
Watch the damn game. Remember it.
Right, because if you're telling me how tough and grit and all of that, well, grit ain't always pretty.
No, my point is, look, it's the last game of the season. We only get X amount of football. And the Super Bowl is the most important singular sporting event in the entire calendar in the United States of America. You really are so aggrieved you're not going to watch that game. I mean,
because I'm sure Philly fans, Eagles fans, Cowboy fans, Raven, like Every other fan base is going to be watching this game.
You hate watch the Super Bowl. You root against the team to put you out. It's an American rite of passage. And you rifle a few prop bets. You have some good food. Kenny grades it out on the number of flushes, and away we go.
Play a couple of squares, and you're in.
I'd see. I'm out on squares.
Really?
I don't play squares. That's gone, man. Why play squares when you can bet on the game?
I think it's just the luck factor of squares.
That's exactly why I hate it. Yeah. Oh, hey, I drew an 8 and a 3. And you're like, oh, that's going in the garbage.
No, because if you all of a sudden it gets close, you're interested. Like, whoa, if I could just get a field goal, I'll score. So now you care. But yeah, you know what it's like? It's like buying 50-50 raffle tickets. You know you're not going to
Another
win.
horrible idea. You do all the bad stuff, don't you?
I mean, gambling's gambling. Is
No.
it good gambling?
Yes, there's good and bad.
You lose either way.
No, it's an outrageous statement. Listen,
Even roulette, the best thing is you got a 45%
I've never
chance.
played roulette.
You got a 45%
I always walk
chance.
by it. I see people playing it. I never see anyone with a smile on their face, and I go, yep, I'm going to keep walking. No, I don't know anyone has fun playing roulette. Like when we're out there in March, you'll walk by a roulette table, and you see 6 or 7 people who look like they're waiting for their execution, and you go, yeah, I don't want to join these people. This looks awful.
Because it's so simple. That's why. And you start losing, you figure I can get it all back.
Maybe we should just, you know what? Maybe we'll throw a few clamshells down on the table when we're out there. I've never played. 248-539-9797.
Wesley Snipes gave you the best advice.
Always bet on black.
Yeah.
I'm down. Yeah, but like, don't you got to play the numbers to really hit?
Yeah. But I'm saying if you just want to win.
David, give me the 3 most important biblical numbers. We're going to rifle those on the roulette table the minute you get out to Vegas for March Madness.
Do 3, 7, and 8.
We're going to call it the Jesus Peace Parlay. 3, 7, 8, all on black as well. Let's go.
See, I was going to say 3, 16.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Give me all the biblical numbers.
And 23.
You know,
There you go.
do they have a button you can push and it's called biblical and it just plays all the important numbers?
No, it just.
We'll get to
Just
it.
walk up to them and say biblical, and they just all of the numbers.
Give me the
you want.
biblical.
Bible me,
that's
bitch.
3, 16, and 23. There
Be
you
like,
go.
Be like David when he walks into the diner. Booth. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk to you guys next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Troy Weaver's trade deadline has left many wondering what his plan for the Pistons is, if there even is one. Among several mystifying moves, he traded Bojan Bogdanovic and Alec Burks to the Knicks in exchange for 2 second-round picks, Quentin Grimes, Malachi Flynn, Evan Fournier, and Ryan Arcidiacono, whom Detroit will reportedly release. Weaver also released Killian Hayes, his first lottery pick, taken 7th overall in 2020. ESPN's Bobby Marks. Pistons at Portland tonight, here on 97.1. Coverage starts at 9:35. The Lions have hired Deshae Townsend as corners coach. It's unclear whether Townsend will work alongside or replace current corners coach Dre Bly and or DB's coach Brian Duker. And Lions Hall of Fame receiver Calvin Johnson admits he got high before games toward the end of his career. Johnson, who retired at 30 due to myriad injuries, said on Robert Griffin III's podcast he used cannabis just to make it through some games. Johnson co-founded and now helps run a cannabis dispensary. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you. Odyssey.com rewind if you want the NBA trade deadline stuff and the demented mind of Troy Weaver. David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we go to the calls. We are asking the question because every other show at this station has talked about it. People have called in about it. This idea, are you actually not going to watch the Super Bowl? Like somehow you are so aggrieved as a Lions fan, you can't bring yourself to watch. I just can't believe these people are real, but damn it, I hear them every day on the station. David, what do you got?
I simply have no interest in this game on Sunday. Probably will go out to eat and take my dogs for a long walk. That is from Matt. Someone else says, I'll watch the game, but I'm not excited.
I didn't need your excitement.
Jeez.
I just need to know if, as a red-blooded American, you're watching the Super Bowl.
I'm just the 4-hour dog walk.
Man.
Whew. Bring a lot of bags.
I'll watch. I watch the game, but won't lie, I'll be secretly mad the entire time.
That's okay. That's not what we're talking about. Last night, Rieger and Woj. Rieger is somewhere around this office right now. They had full phone lines of people calling in saying they're not watching the Super Bowl. I don't know what planet these people are on.
My initial reaction after the loss was I didn't want to watch it, but now that there's 2 weeks, I do plan to watch the Super Bowl now. Logan from Clinton.
And Logan, because you got smart, you recognize this is the last real football you'll experience until Labor Day weekend.
People who claim they aren't watching the Super Bowl because the Lions aren't playing are petulant children.
I sent that in. That's my bad. All right, let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Tom, lead it off in the 5 o'clock. Tommy, what's going on, buddy? Tommy! I quit. All right, we'll move on. Kenny, that's 2. Let's go over to Tyler, 97.1. Tyler, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say about the Super Bowl thing, yeah, like the first couple of days, man, I don't think I could have imagined watching that Super Bowl. But it's been, like 2 weeks. I'm over it. It's a whole experience. My family, we make appetizers, get the hot wings going. Like, I like chicken wings too much. I'm going to watch this game.
That's right.
I'm over it.
That's the whole, okay. That was my point, Tyler. For the people who say they're not watching it, what the hell are you doing on Sunday? Sitting in a dark room? Everybody watches.
I've been watching this thing for years. I mean, of course, like it should have been us. But yeah, dude, it's been 2 weeks, man. I'm gonna watch it. You know, I am going for Kansas City. I won't lie.
That's
but,
okay.
But
You can hate watch. Totally respectful.
I love watching the Super Bowl. It's like I said, it's an annual thing with my family. We got the food going. It's gonna be a good time.
Tyler, what kind? Now leave the hot wings out for a minute. What kind of appetizers we rolling with here? What's on the menu?
We got the pigs in the blanket. We got the cheese sticks.
Oh yeah, they're doing it right over there.
You know all that type of stuff, and we got some chili going.
Oh, see that, Kenny? This is where you got to be for the Super Bowl. Tyler's doing it right. This is excellent.
That's right.
Wait. No ribs, Tyler? Because remember Roberto said all the pounds of ribs?
No one's ever eaten ribs for the Super Bowl.
Nah, I don't dig on the swine, man. I don't need it.
Oh my goodness. All right, David, maybe this is your party. Okay.
All right, I'm on my way already.
When are we going to get you to grow up and eat pork? Honestly.
I'm good, man.
You're missing out.
Okay.
All right, let's go. It's the other white meat. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fine. Yourself?
Okay, what's up?
Well, it's absurd that somebody wouldn't watch the Super Bowl. Matter of fact, I would cheer for the team that knocked us out, because if the 49ers win, then we're kind of looking at like a third place, or we possibly could have beaten the Chiefs.
I don't subscribe to that. I understand if you do. For me, if I'm a Lions fan, I want the Niners to lose by roughly 700 points. Like, it is a full-blown spite store. You do not want the team that puts you out to be happy.
See, I think what Mark says, because you feel a little bit better that, okay, we lost, but we lost to the champs.
I'd view it could have been you there, and therefore it could have been you beating the Chiefs. I'm a spiteful fan. If my team loses, oh yeah, I want the team that knocked my team out to just get devastated.
No, but I mean, I agree with what Mark says. It's like, okay, because you at least feel a little bit like, okay, we lost, but we didn't. Because if they get destroyed, then you're thinking to yourself, well, would that have been us?
There's no loser in this for me from a football standpoint. Either Mahomes just cements himself as the GOAT and it's over and I don't want to hear any more Brady conversation, or the Niners, after this 4-year vision quest, cement it and get it done. Now, on a selfish level, I know David, Kenny, and Roberto and Evan agree with me. We probably lean Niners because we don't want you to be a total bastard for the week after the game.
I won't be. I've been used to Niner disappointment in the Super Bowl their last 2 times.
We would have to deal with it because you would project upon us.
No, I would not. No, it's not. That's not me.
What? Say it. Say it on the air, Kenny. If it's that funny back there, you got to share.
Turn around. Let's just go to the next call. David, read something.
You know what? I'm just going to take a call. Amazing. Let's go to Rob. 97.1. Rob, how are you? What's up, Robbie?
Hey, gentlemen. First of all, you guys got to get out of the studio. It's so beautiful out here. You know that. You're gonna be out soon.
Rob, thank you so much. I'll take that advice. One problem. I can't.
Wait till after my call, though. Anyway, so first of all, only play roulette when I'm totally drunk. But I think the people that are saying that they are not watching the Super Bowl, the same people that said they were Lions free. Remember all that? They said, never watching them again. I'd love to hear from those people now. Really, the entire country fell in love with the Lions, and you're just sitting there, nope, not watching football anymore, only watching something else. Don't believe it.
And Rob, that's you know what we can't figure out? When there are hosts at this station saying it. What sports radio host skips the Super Bowl?
I think that goes to the petulant child theory. I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense, you know.
All right, Rob, I'm with you. I am absolutely with you. And yes, today's nice. Tomorrow's even nicer. Isn't tomorrow 60 degrees?
Close.
Ooh.
Very close.
We're living right. I like it. All right, let's go to Stevie, 97.1. Steve, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, guys, I've kind of really fallen out of love with the Super Bowl this year. We usually always host a big Super Bowl party, make a big pot of chili, have a lot of friends and family over, get the U-Bake pizzas going at halftime, the wife and I decided this year we're not going to do it.
Now, is it because
after
of
the championship game? We just we had a party. We did kind of maybe blow our load a little early.
Oh my Lord!
We had
Okay.
we had a championship party. Had some people over and everything, but so we did have some friends invite us over for the Super Bowl.
All right, so
we're going to
Steve,
go there.
that's what I was going to ask you. So hold on, all is not lost. You just don't want to throw back-to-back parties, but you're going to go to one, and you're not going to turn your chair around. You're going to watch the game.
Yeah, I'm going to watch the game in reluctance because I am a big Lions fan, but we're over it now. But
no, you're good. All right. See, that's where again, I gotta figure out. We got to have a conversation with Doug and Scott tomorrow because they've been leading this charge of embargoing the Super Bowl and they're not watching. And Rico, you need to look your former college roommate in the eye and go, Doug, don't lie to me.
I don't understand why he is so hurt over this, especially because he was just at the mountaintop of college football. So you would think.
Yeah, but he knows that's not real.
But you would think that, okay, I've seen this and okay, it was a great run. College football championship and NFC title game. I'm good. But instead, he is so upset. And I thought it was a bit at first. That's real. He's really angry and he won't watch the game. If I know Doug, if he walks in the room because his kids are watching it, he'll see a play or two. I don't think he's dedicating time to actually watch the game.
Then what the hell is he going to do on the air?
I don't know.
I mean, that's
they'll taste test burgers. I don't know.
All right. You know what? 248-539-9797. We'll get more of your phone calls. And again, if you want our thoughts on the Pistons trade deadline, Odyssey.com rewind. We did it at the start of the show through the deadline at 3. It is just a very bizarre thing. That's all I can tell you. Go listen to it. 97.1.
If you're looking at that career in radio, you want to go into TV, or you're a graphic design artist and you're looking at starting all over, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. They can help you get on that path. It's very simple. You go to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to find out more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech right here in Southfield by instructors who work in the business like me and others who will help you because it's the hands-on approach. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the business. So once again, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And this Friday from 10 to 2 p.m., if you are in high school, they're having a media mashup. Now, what is that? It's a free hands-on workshop for high school students sponsored by Lawrence Tech's Specs at LTU Media and Communications program and the College of Architecture and Design. Students will have the opportunity to explore various media workshops in a hands-on setting. Programs include game art, movie magic, TV production, and digital graphics. You need to RSVP soon because it's this Friday. Reserve your spot. ltu.edu/media mashup. That's ltu.edu/media mashup.
High. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not debatable is the best mattress to sleep on. The iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, we'll get to your phone calls here in a second. NBA trade deadline came and went. Pistons got utterly fleeced by the New York Knicks. That is the takeaway by planet Earth, unless you are some form of propagandist or just an idiot. Troy Weaver, I don't get it. Now, look, overall, I'm not mad about the Fontenecchio deal. I'm not mad about having Grimes on the roster. But you didn't really further your war chest. You took two veterans out that are superior to the two players you got back. You're going to have to pay Fontenecchio, who is an RFA. But the consensus is the Knicks pulled your pants down and spanked you. I don't know another way to say it. And we just can't figure out a plan. So if you say, well, look, we got Grimes and we got Fontenecchio and they're going to be rotational guys for us moving forward, okay, fine enough. Does that move the needle? Absolutely not. Does it help you figure out what the plan of this organization is? Absolutely not. And right now, I think the only thing it tells you is that Troy Weaver is here for good. And that, well, that's terrifying. So we gave you a complete conversation on that. You can go get it, Odyssey.com rewind.
Yeah, he's got carte blanche. He can make whatever deals he wants, and they don't have to work. Only in his mind does this stuff work and make sense.
David, ticket text, and we go to the callers.
Someone says, when my Chiefs lost to the Bengals in the AFC Championship game, I was heated, but I still watch. I don't know what's wrong with these Lions fans.
I truly believe it's the culmination. We should have known better. These fans have no idea what they're doing. They didn't have any idea about what the playoffs meant. That's why you had people talking 52-3 when the Rams came to town, and then vilifying people like me who took the Rams with the points. Then they talked about how they were going to just drop a bomb on the Bucs, and I'm like, guys, I would be very careful about that.
What do you mean you took the Bucs and the points? I don't believe in the Lions.
And then it was like, oh, we're going to kill San Francisco. Guys, this fan base has had this forced growth spurt. Well, now when you lose in the playoffs, you don't opt out of the Super Bowl. But the fact is we got hosts at the station doing it, so I guess people are taking some of their cues.
Ooh, wonderful. People are crazy. They will watch the Commanders versus Titans on a Thursday night, but
That's
not
right.
watch the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Jags Titans, 9 a.m. from Stuttgart, Germany. But you're skipping Pat Mahomes against the evil empire of the Niners? That's theater.
I'm definitely watching the game, but just with my wife. No party. We're just getting a pizza, sit on the couch. No desire to host a party.
But you know what? I can understand the party thing because here's the thing. As a Lions fan, you probably blew out the budget for that entire playoff run that where you normally save it up for the Super Bowl, but wait if we have a party and we can celebrate our own team. That I get, but you're still watching.
I'll be watching, but I'll be wearing Lions gear to the Super Bowl party. Is that a problem? That's what they're asking.
You just kind of sound needy. Kenny, question for you as the diehard Lions fan. You have screened for Doug and Scott all week. You have heard some of the heinous remarks. What is your takeaway? You are as hardcore Lion fan as there is.
See, I was at a party during the NFC title game, and there was probably adult-wise 20 people there. And immediately after they lost that game, I heard at least 3 or 4 of them go, I'm not watching this. I can't do it. I can't do it. So I had my buddy check in with these people recently in the last few days, and they've all kind of changed their tune. They're planning on the Super Bowl party. It was emotional in the moment.
That's right.
And you know what? I felt a little bit of that too. I may have sympathized with that sentiment. But after the emotions wore down a little bit, you got to thinking about it. You sobered up. You woke up the next morning. All right, we're going to watch the Super Bowl. We're not going to be happy about it.
Are you going to spite watch it?
Yeah, absolutely. I will spite watch it.
You're rooting for the Chiefs.
Absolutely. 100%.
That's a good fan. Not to hurt Rico. No. That's just a natural reaction. Now, here's the question. Is it a party or is it just Kenny Cott solo party?
I know of the party that I would go to. I have yet to decide if I'm attending.
See, I got to be honest. I've gotten to a point, I don't like the Super Bowl party. I just want peace and quiet. Just watch the game, relax. I don't know. The Super Bowl party thing is kind of like Super Bowl squares. Yeah. It's kind of gone to me.
Super Bowl party is a lot of people that you're talking to. And I guess, like, I can watch it with, like, if the four of us were watching because we know when to shut up.
That's right. No, then again, you've never watched a Michigan game with David like I have.
I did.
Yes, he has. That was the first time I met the guy.
Yeah, when Harbaugh first got hired.
That's when you first met Rico. I'd never heard a pastor say those words.
I did not.
Throw the effing
ball. No. There's the hole over there, MF. I'm like,
did not say
my
that.
God. Even my dogs were aghast.
Yes, but I have watched.
Who was the running back you were cussing out?
Oh, that was
Vincent Smith?
Smith.
No. That's the guy Jadeveon Clowney killed.
Decapitated.
What was the other one? It was it was the guy. Remember we used to have the drop of Dan Deerdorf messing himself when he had the run against BYU. It was that kid. Yeah. God, I could see him. Doesn't matter. David stood up 6 inches from the TV and just MF the daylights out of a Michigan Wolverine. And I just never heard a man of the cloth speak in that tone. It was jarring.
It's a Davion Smith.
Davion Smith.
Yeah, it was a Smith, though. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And you've never apologized to him all these years later?
Well, he sucks, so no need to apologize.
All righty. We go to Ken, 97.1. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, Kenneth?
Listen, I might be a strange humanoid, but I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl, and something really kind of crazy has happened. As the time has gone on, I've gotten more salty about what happened and not less salty about what happened.
Okay, why?
I was waiting to watch Kansas City and Detroit, and I can just envision watching this game thinking, Detroit wouldn't have let that happen. Detroit would have got more points than that. And I think about Dan Marino. It's so hard to get back. I don't see watching it.
Wow.
So the whole time you're going to be sitting there judging, saying Detroit would have did better than
but he would be watching it. The idea that you say you're not watching it, what the hell are you doing Super Bowl Sunday?
I'm gonna go to Lifetime and work out.
During the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can call me a loser.
The game will be on.
No.
Ken,
no, it's not calling you a loser, but the game will even be on at Lifetime on the TVs.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm not. I can't do
You
it.
can.
You know what, Ken?
Ken, you can.
Ken,
you're
hydrate.
a brave man. You can.
If you're about to work out for 4 hours, make sure you hydrate.
Come on, Ken. Man.
You just see Ken
We do
dragging
not
himself to the car.
say I can't in this household. I feel like I need to be a parent. Yes, you can.
Okay, Obama.
Watch the damn game.
He's not, but it's like it's going to be on at Lifetime. It's going to be on at the gym no matter where you go, unless you're going to a library.
Dude, it's like on a Sunday when the NFL's playing. The other networks know. Oh, we can't run anything against this.
Man,
they don't even try.
I think the most you'll get is maybe the Barbie movie. That's about it.
Shawshank. That's on a rotator. Shawshank Redemption will be on.
No, because
Matlock reruns.
I'm about to say anybody who's wants to watch Shawshank is watching the Super Bowl.
Right, but I'm saying the other networks that if you were skipping the Super Bowl,
you're going to see movies like Titanic, the love stories.
The long movies
right,
that keep
the
you
long
going.
movies, or you get like the Star Wars trilogy type of thing.
You know the longest damn movie ever made. That's that 10 Commandments. Ain't that like 6 hours long? They play it every Easter?
They break it up in parts.
I was going to say, what, Oppenheimer?
I still haven't seen it. Is it good?
Yeah.
I got to see it. All right.
Oh, no, it's good.
Look, I got some
No.
I got travel coming up. You know I try to save movies for the airplane.
Nothing.
Because I can't sleep on the plane like you.
Nothing will beat the live play-by-play.
Great fictional flick.
Well, him watching Infinity War sending me live text was just theater.
I'm like, the tree guy is annoying.
Oh, my God, he's back.
Purple Grimace. Wow. He made Spider-Man disappear. I like it. Oh, no. Black Panther's gone. All right, Super Bowl for those of us who are watching. Rob Gronkowski, the kick of destiny. He missed it last time. He has to make it. If he doesn't, it's criminal. So bottom line, you get to pick whether he makes it or misses it. You get it right, you share in the prize pool, which is $10 million, and you can do it with FanDuel. More ways to play Super Bowl 58, FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. No purchase necessary. $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who make the correct pick. Prize issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. All right, let's mix in a little Super Bowl. By the numbers, Blackbeard is back with us, the Ryan Day of Detroit radio.
Billy Mays?
Yeah, Billy Mays, in a lot of ways. All right, hit the music. Yes, Captain Blackbeard, what do you have for us today?
Oh, we've been doing it all week. Number facts of the Super Bowl.
Are you going to
Let's
dye
keep it
that thing
going.
before Big Friday Super Bowl show?
I think so.
You going jet black tonight? Come on.
It's my favorite thing to do.
All right.
All right.
Please.
All right, here we go.
Between Evan behind the glass and you here,
It's
nothing
over.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Super Bowl related, if I were to say to you, 9 times has something happened in Super Bowl history.
The San Francisco 49ers have been to 9 Super Bowls? Aren't they like 9 and 11 in NFC title games? Would it be 9?
They're 8 and 11.
Damn. All right, I'm wrong then. Kenny? Kenobi?
9 times in Super Bowl history, this has happened. David, do you have something? Because I got nothing.
Mike, I think you're right. Because if they're 8 and 11, they haven't played the 9th, which this is the 9th. So the 9th time they've been in the Super Bowl. Right?
No, that means they won 8 NFC title games, which means that they're
Right, so they've been in it 8. This will be, was that before the game they were 8 and 11? Before the Lions game? It was after. Okay, all right, just check it.
Cass Tech math, right?
No, I'm checking. I'm asking you a question, sir. Don't do that.
All right.
Wow.
The answer is 9 times. How many times?
Wait. Rematch.
Yes!
Yes! Wow. From the ashes, Rico Beer.
Rematches have happened 9 times. What were those? Anybody want to go with that?
Cowboys, Steelers.
Yes.
Yup.
Bills, Cowboys.
Yes.
Giants, Patriots.
Yes.
Niners, Bengals.
Patriots,
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
And
Dolphins.
Redskins.
Yes.
You know, Rico has an advantage being that he's 20 years older than all of us.
Yeah, a lot of these games weren't televised.
Rico grew up next to Hank Stram. He should know these questions.
Oh, come on.
All right, keep it moving.
Hey, man, Hank could burn something on the grill.
All right, let the jokes about me begin. Here we go.
Okay.
When I say 2 minutes, 35 seconds. What am I talking about in Super Bowl history? 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Can I go first? Would it be the longest, not national anthem, whatever the hell it is, the longest perform? Was it like Whitney Houston, 1990? Not God Bless America, whatever.
Yeah, national anthem.
National anthem. Sorry. It shouldn't even be a part of the broadcast. I mean, come on. Let's just play the game. I'm going to say it's the longest rendition of that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
For real? Yeah, it does. Yeah. God, I was really proud of myself.
We're agreeing with you.
I know, but all right, now I'm scared. Go ahead.
The longest national anthem, you're right, clocked in at 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Now, who was it?
Who was it? Who was it?
He said Whitney, so it's not Whitney, huh?
Nope.
I wondered because it was famous.
Yeah.
Did Aretha Franklin ever do it?
No, she just finished the Thanksgiving Day.
Chris Stapleton.
No, because I think Ray Charles did like God Bless America, so that's not.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody answer it and let's move on.
It was Alicia Keys.
Must have missed it.
The average length is 1 minute 50 seconds.
God, that's egregious. All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay, here's another one. Something has happened in Super Bowl history 11 times. What would have happened 11 times in a southern state?
Oh, okay. I was going to say 11 comebacks. But
New Orleans hosting the Super Bowl.
Miami hosting the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Who? Miami?
Miami has hosted the Super Bowl 11 times.
Nice. Rico actually attended the last one at the old Orange Bowl that is now demolished.
Oh, my God.
And the first one.
All right, here's another one.
Yes.
75 points. 75 points.
Was it the highest total ever in a Super Bowl?
No, I think the Niners had the highest. I think they had 55.
Right, but if the other team scored 17, is it the highest total points scored between two teams in a Super Bowl?
That is correct. 75 points.
But it wasn't that game, was it?
It was the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers in Super Bowl 24.
Wasn't the first
Bobby Ross
first play from scrimmage? Wasn't it Jerry Rice 80 yards?
Yep.
Final score 49-26.
Yeah.
Kenny had the under. let's keep it going.
I got one for you, Roberto.
Go ahead.
How about this? The number 10.
Brain cells of Troy Weaver.
Oh.
No.
Okay. The number 10.
Yes.
Is there any context for this?
Yes. $10.
That can't be the cost of a ticket to the first Super Bowl, can it?
No.
Wow. I am on my game.
I mean, when you compare that, isn't that so sad?
Wait.
I just agree.
Can I get one? 75 yards.
75 yards. 75 yards. It's not longest play from scrimmage?
No.
It can't be because Rice was 80. David, go ahead. By the numbers.
My guess in my head was going to be kick return, but Desmond's was longer than that.
Right.
So I have no clue.
Kenneth Cott, by the numbers.
Is it 75
yards?
Longest interception return.
No. David, I'm a little shocked. Longest run from scrimmage by a running back.
Parker.
Willie Parker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Parker.
wow. All right,
In
bonus points. Where did Willie Parker go to college?
East Carolina.
North Carolina.
Oh.
Respect. Carry on. By the numbers.
All right, let me give you one more.
Sure.
204 rushing yards. 204 rushing yards.
I will say 1987 Timmy Smith Redskins Broncos.
Yep.
It was the strike year. It was a very famous thing, Roberto, for sports fans.
And I think, was he a rookie too? Yeah. He was a rookie.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's an easy.
By the numbers.
Six touchdowns.
What was that?
6 touchdowns.
6 touchdowns. Got to be a quarterback, boys. Sure as hell wasn't a New York Giant.
Was it the Brady comeback game?
Ooh, good on you.
Falcons?
It went to OT. They had to come back from 28-3.
Right.
Hold on, though. to have 6 TDs. That's 42 points. Was the final of that game 42?
I don't remember. That's my best guess.
I know. Things got very hazy for you at 28-3. That's correct. David, do you have a guess?
No.
By the numbers.
No.
Rico,
not Montana.
Just tell us.
Close.
Steve Young?
Oh, okay.
That a baby.
Was that the San Diego?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the first play of the game was a touchdown. Yeah.
By the numbers.
He went out to go beat Montana's record that day. There you go.
And we will continue it all week. Tremendous. Don't be bummed out. The Timmy Smith thing is just.
I know.
It's hard.
If he wasn't going to say it, I was just about to.
Now you're making him feel bad. Roberto, go dye your beard. We'll check in tomorrow for the penultimate episode of Super Bowl by the numbers. All right. Let's mix in a little Super Bowl by the numbers. Blackbeard is back with us, the Ryan Day of Detroit radio.
Billy Mays?
Yeah, Billy Mays. In a lot of ways. All right, hit the music. Yes, Captain Blackbeard, what do you have for us today?
Oh, we've been doing it all week. Number facts of the Super Bowl.
Are you going to
Let's
dye
keep it
that
going.
thing before Big Friday Super Bowl show?
I think so.
You going jet black tonight? Come on.
It's my favorite thing to do.
All right.
All right.
Please.
All right, here we go.
Between Evan behind the glass and you here,
It's all
nothing
over.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Super Bowl related, if I were to say to you 9 times has something happened in Super Bowl history.
The San Francisco 49ers have been to 9 Super Bowls? Aren't they like 9 and 11 in NFC title games? Would it be 9?
They're 8 and 11.
Damn. All right, I'm wrong then. Kenny? Kenobi?
9 times in Super Bowl history, this has happened. David, do you have something? Because I got nothing.
Mike, I think you're right. Because if they're 8 and 11, they haven't played the 9th, which this is the 9th. So the 9th time they've been in the Super Bowl. Right?
No, that means they won 8 NFC title games, which means that they're
Right, so they've been in it 8. This will be, was that before the game they were 8 and 11? Before the Lions game? It was after. Okay, all right, just checking.
Cass Tech math right
No, I'm checking. I'm asking you a question, sir. Don't do that.
All right.
Wow.
The answer is 9 times. How many times?
Wait. Rematch.
Yes! Yes! Wow. From the ashes, Rico Beer.
Rematches have happened 9 times. What were those? Anybody want to go with that?
Cowboys, Steelers.
Yes.
Yup.
Bills, Cowboys.
Yes.
Giants, Patriots.
Yes.
Niners, Bengals.
Patriots,
Yes.
Eagles.
Yes.
And
Dolphins.
Redskins.
Yes.
You know, Rico has an advantage being that he's 20 years older than all of us.
Yeah, a lot of these games weren't televised.
Rico grew up next to Hank Stram. He should know these questions.
Come on.
All right, keep it moving.
Hey, man, Hank could burn something on the grill.
All right, let the jokes about me begin. Here we go.
Okay.
When I say 2 minutes, 35 seconds, what am I talking about in Super Bowl history? 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Can I go first? Would it be the longest, not national anthem, whatever the hell it is, the longest perform? Was it like Whitney Houston, 1990? Not God Bless America, whatever.
Yeah, national anthem.
National anthem. Sorry, it shouldn't even be a part of the broadcast. I mean, come on, let's just play the game. I'm going to say it's the longest rendition of that.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
For real? God, I was really proud of
All right,
myself.
Hungry Howie's get you ready
We're
for the
agreeing
Super
with you.
Bowl.
I know, but
Pepperoni
like,
pizza,
all right,
but not
now I'm
just any,
scared.
the pepperoni
Go ahead.
duo, twice the,
The longest
pepperoni, two
national
varieties.
anthem, you're
You
right,
need to choose
clocked in at
which.
2
I
minutes and
never grew up where there were
35
options on
seconds.
pepperoni, but
Now,
that's the
who
thing,
was
too.
it?
You
Was
get
it?
them both.
Who
100%
was
real
it?
miles.
Go ahead.
Said
Real
Whitney,
dough
so
made
it's
in
not
house fresh.
Whitney, huh?
A large pepperoni.
I
duo,
wondered
just
'cause it was famous.
$9.99.
Yeah.
Perfect as a part of your.
Did Aretha
I was about
Franklin
to say
ever
this
do it?
Sunday,
No, she just
limited time
finished it
only,
Thanksgiving.
And again, that pepperoni duo, large, just $9.99. Only. at
Chris
Hungry
Stapleton.
Howie's.
No, because I think Ray Charles did like "God Bless America," so that's not.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody answer it and let's move
It
on.
was Alicia Keys.
Must have missed it.
The average length is 1 minute 50 seconds.
God, that's egregious. All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay, here's another one. Something has happened in Super Bowl history 11 times. What would have happened 11 times in a southern state?
Oh, okay. I was going to say 11 comebacks, but
New Orleans hosting the Super Bowl.
Miami hosting the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Who? Miami?
Miami has
Okay.
hosted the Super Bowl 11 times.
Nice. Rico actually attended the last one at the old Orange Bowl that is now demolished.
Oh, my God.
And the first one.
All right, here's another one.
Yes.
75 points. 75 points.
What was it, the highest total ever in a Super Bowl?
No, I think the Niners had the highest. I think they had 55.
Right, but if the other team scored 17, is it the highest total points scored between two teams in a Super Bowl?
That is correct.
But
75 points.
But it wasn't that game, was it?
It was the San Francisco 49ers and the San Diego Chargers in Super Bowl 24.
Wasn't the first
Bobby Ross
first play from scrimmage? Wasn't it Jerry Rice 80 yards?
Yep.
Final score 49-26.
Yeah.
Kenny had the under. let's keep it going.
I got one for you, Roberto.
Go ahead.
How about this? The number 10.
Brain cells of Troy Weaver.
Oh.
No.
Okay. The number 10.
Yes.
Is there any context for this?
Yes. $10.
That can't be the cost of a ticket to the first Super Bowl, can it?
No.
Wow. I am on my game.
I mean, when you compare that, isn't that so sad?
Wait.
I just agree.
Can I get one? 75 yards.
75 yards. 75 yards. It's not longest play from scrimmage?
No.
It can't be because Rice was 80. David, go ahead. Buy the number.
My guess in my head was going to be kick return, but Desmond's was longer than that.
Right.
So I have no clue.
Kenneth Cott, buy the number.
Is it 75
yards?
Longest interception return.
No. David, I'm a little shocked. Longest run from scrimmage by a running back.
Parker.
Willie Parker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Parker.
wow. All right,
In Detroit.
bonus points. Where did Willie Parker go to college?
East Carolina.
North Carolina.
Oh.
Respect. Carry on. Buy the numbers.
All right, let me give you one more.
Sure.
204 rushing yards. 204 rushing yards.
I will say 1987, Timmy Smith, Redskins, Broncos.
Yep.
It was the strike year. It was a very famous thing, Roberto, for sports fans.
And I think, was he a
Damn
rookie
it.
too? Yeah. He was a rookie.
Yeah.
All right, well, here's an easy.
Buy the numbers.
Six touchdowns.
What was that?
6 touchdowns.
All right, 97.1. Uplifting, Rico. Thank you for sharing that. David, some ticket text tomorrow for those who choose to watch the Super Bowl. We're going to have some fun. We'll cover it all, from the Super Bowl parties to the death of Super Bowl squares, the menus, some football todays, and yes, Super Bowl by the numbers.
I just bought 4 squares. So.
Loser. All right, David. David, what do you got?
I'm a huge Lions fan, and I'm even more wanting to watch the Super Bowl because of the Lions' recent success.
Yeah, and you want to hate watch the Niners. Hey, look, the real victim in all this is us, me, David, and Kenny. We can't win. If the Niners win, you're insufferable. If the Niners lose, you're going to be a bastard to us, and I don't want to deal with that.
Have I said anything?
Actually, though, I have the ultimate cheat code. Aha! I'm on vacation. Rico's just going to be mean to you.
We're stuck.
Oh,
no. Go Niners, go.
Don't pay me in. I've said nothing.
Oh, you're lying in the weeds.
I've said nothing.
You don't have to say anything now. It's what happens after the game.
That's right.
David, I've seen nothing but disappointment since the season of 94.
If they win, he's going to walk in here like Drake. And if they lose, he's just going to be mean to you guys.
No.
That is a lose-lose for everybody.
Nope. Because it's one of those, as you like to say, that's my problem, not the listener's problem.
Enjoy your time away, Mike. We'll be dealing with this for a week.
So you know what?
Send you a postcard.
If they lose, that's why I watch the game at home. I can cheer. I can get angry all by myself.
All right. It's going to be okay.
But when I come into work, Kenny,
a true
even
professional.
Kenny said, when we came in, Kenny, I didn't say a word to you after that game, did I? Let's be honest. Kenny, hop on the mic.
Yeah, you didn't say anything to me. I give you credit for that.
Because it wasn't about that. It was just, you know what? I know how you felt, and I know how the people felt. And I was like,
I just don't need any helicopters happening in this.
Take it easy. Everybody just calm
Your
down.
Steelers have won in the 20th century.
If I may, I want to talk to these two for a second, David, because we used their topic last night as a litmus test. I listened to you guys, and I was in shock at people filling the phone lines not watching the Super Bowl. We ran it back today.
Some guy had a CCW from a retirement home, said, if you bother me, I carry.
No. Yeah, he said if you want to go after him because he believes it was SOL, he'll shoot you.
No, not only were we shocked.
That's what happened.
We were disgusted.
Me too.
Yeah,
I was walking the aisles of Sam's Club. I'm like, whoa.
Well, thank you for listening.
It got real.
Rico was picking up a pallet of pickles and was in disbelief.
How about the fact that Detroit's supposed to be like, hey, we're working class, we're hardcore, we got grit, and everybody is so butthurt they're not going to watch the Super Bowl.
But do you know who's to blame for all of this?
We think we do.
Doug Karsh.
Yeah.
Now, that has been confirmed.
Well, did you hear what they're doing? Wojo broke this news.
They embargoed the Super Bowl on their radio show.
Well, they're having a book reading instead.
Yeah.
Little book club.
Okay, you're not
No,
serious.
they're going to be wearing their Snuggies and passing out tea.
Okay, you're not.
No, see, we didn't know if people were misleading us and saying, oh, yeah, they said, did they really ban it because they're nervous and afraid and they're scared and they're sad?
Bob.
And they did.
Bob.
Yeah.
I've never in my life heard anything like it. So I asked the people, and I didn't slander you guys in any way. It was more, we heard this from these guys. I was shocked at the response. Talk to us.
Yeah.
You can't possibly tell me the last football game you get for 5 months.
Well,
and you're just going to not stop.
As some ticket texter put it best, you watch like some bad Thursday night game.
Right.
Yeah.
Titans Jags live from Stuttgart, Germany, 9 a.m. on a Sunday.
Did your listeners confirm the same thing that our listeners did?
Well, we had one guy says he's going to be walking his dog for 4 hours, and another one said he's going to be at a gym. And I'm like, it's going to be up on the TVs at the gym.
So what happens if they make the Super Bowl next year and they lose the Super Bowl? Does that mean they don't watch the draft? Because obviously they're not watching the Super Bowl in chronological order. It's the next game, so do they just not watch the draft or don't pay attention to free agency?
No, you're just going to a serious depression for 9 months.
Like, it's almost a good thing that the Lions have sucked their whole lives.
Well, no, I will tell you, who actually started this? And I believe this person sensed that Detroit was turning candy ass. Nope. No.
You know who saw?
I'm not looking at you right now. I'm not looking at you.
Go ahead.
You know who saw this coming? I think is Brad Holmes. That's why he was there on Monday saying, we're not this cute, cuddly thing. Will people realize that this is not a one-shot deal? It's not Cinderella. I think he was detecting that people were like, oh, it's all over now.
No. You may be onto something because I do think that maybe people overreacted to what Dan Campbell had to say.
Correct.
When he was like,
oh, boy.
When it's not guaranteed.
Right.
You're going back to the Super Bowl. It's like, did our coach just say he doesn't believe in us? And it's like, no, okay, you know what?
That's my theory, and we're all candy asses.
So Detroit is going to get an awful number for the Super Bowl.
0.
Yeah, the ratings are
0.0.
Awful.
It's insane, isn't it?
No, it is.
What are you guys? Now, are you? Look, we did the Troy Weaver
the stadium
stuff
will
early.
burn down the night before.
Yeah.
We're going to do a little Troy Weaver, and then I have a question for Wojo about GMs in particular that I was asked today.
He was a busy little Weaver today, wasn't he?
Like, is he ever going to meet?
No, you know the busy beaver? You know that saying?
Yeah, I do.
Right. What, busy?
Look at David.
No, busy Weaver. Right, and I turned it from Busy Beaver to Busy Weaver.
I know we are well aware of what you did.
Does he ever meet with the media? Serious question.
There will be a press conference tomorrow. He will also,
what?
Yeah.
Fun.
I can't say the other thing.
Fun.
I was told I can't until after the presser. Oops.
Fun.
You'll be hearing from him twice tomorrow. That's all I can tell you.
Oh, he's coming out with you guys.
Oh, hell no. They wouldn't dare.
Oh, he's coming to the morning show?
And,
just stop asking questions.
Just shut your mouth.
Let's go back to being a busy beaver.
Okay, that's a good plan.